Now, a new, sudden, harsh, and comprehensive ice age has descended upon the entire surface of the Earth. The reporter, freezing in the blizzard, tried to shout to other citizens and ask them not to give up. He was sure that the government had not forgotten about them and that they could only survive this crisis by helping each other. The journalist had no idea that a huge icy plain was falling behind him, so his speech was not destined to end. All viewers, despite interference on the news channel, were able to see these horrific images. In the end, after a short period of operation, the signal disappeared completely. The TV was in a makeshift shelter that was cluttered with rubbish and supplies. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of this apartment, which was completely covered in ice. This person called out loudly to Han Feng, who was too wary, so he immediately grabbed his weapon. The guy approached the door as quietly as possible and looked through the peephole to see who had come to him. It turned out to be a girl our hero knew, who was shivering from the cold and trying to find help. He opened the door in surprise, as he immediately recognized his guest and asked why Hyun had come here. The young man asked the girl to come inside as quickly as possible because it was too dangerous outside. Without saying a word, Hyun simply pulled our hero toward her and kissed him right on the lips. Han Feng was shocked by this turn of events, as he certainly did not expect such a greeting from the girl after such a long separation. Then, trying to catch her breath, she confessed that she had recently realized her love for Han Feng. What was happening opened her eyes, and now she understood that she would be best off with this guy, who also loved her in return and was by her side. Hyun pressed closer to her beloved so that he could feel her heart, since he did not believe her words. She declared that she was ready for absolutely anything, just to stay with Han Feng. With every second that the beauty pressed closer to the guy, his emotions became more and more unbearable. The young man was a little confused, but admitted that these words meant a lot to him. Then Hyuna gently took our hero's cheek in her icy hands and asked him to be quiet for a moment and close his eyes. All this time, Han Feng had no idea that it was all a trap and that the girl had not come here alone. Another person was hiding behind the door, waiting for the right moment to attack the guy who so easily trusted the lovely beauty. Hyun was shocked that her partner had killed our hero so easily, but he asked her not to play the innocent lamb because she herself knew that this was how it would turn out. The guy explained that they now live in a completely different world, so they can't afford to feed anyone else. And now he wanted to see what this loser was hiding in his hideout. It turns out that all this time, Han Feng was still alive and could barely move his arm. In the end, he felt that his whole body was completely unresponsive, and he began to realize that this was what death looked like. Before his end, he saw the killer touching his beloved and how they were flirting right next to his body. Now the main character believed that Hyun was just a vile, cold-blooded woman. When his eyelids finally closed, in complete darkness, he thought about how he would not chase after such a girl if he had a second life. And then he saw a dim light. The guy immediately reached out his hand toward the light, not understanding what it was. He felt the warmth from this unknown object and was no longer afraid of the unknown. Our hero began to think that this was how he would go to heaven, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. In the end, he was completely torn apart in this unknown space. All that remained of Han Feng was a bright flash, and he himself completely dissolved. In the next briefest of moments, thanks to the sudden movement, he found himself in a completely different place, physically intact and unharmed. The guy woke up in a very ordinary bedroom, which showed no signs of the terrible ice age. Half an hour later, the main character gathered his strength and went to see where he was. Han Feng enjoyed the warmth of the sun because he had already forgotten this pleasant sensation. He looked at the calendar and found out that today was June 28th, and the end of the world was supposed to begin on July 15th. The young man began to suspect that heaven had given him a second life to correct all his mistakes. But there was one very strange correction in all this, because ever since he woke up, his right hand had been glowing red. The limb did not hurt at all. There were no unpleasant sensations, just warmth, and it no longer showed any signs of existence. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly sneezed loudly, making a sharp sound, and was slightly distracted from his deep thoughts and reflections. After that, the young man looked at his hand again, which was now glowing green for some reason. While he was pondering these changes, the flame grew much larger, which frightened Han Feng. The main character quickly ran back into the apartment and tried to calm down after everything he had seen. He immediately wondered how science could explain the fact that part of his body was emitting a multicolored glow. At that moment, the guy noticed that the flame had become smaller and concluded that the green light was unstable and constantly changing in size. Hunfeng also felt a sudden wave of fatigue and began to suspect that it was all because of this strange flame. All this made the main character very angry because he had more and more questions about his new ability. But he immediately calmed down because he remembered that it was similar to what he had seen in comics before. In such genre works, as a rule, the main character after his tragic death was also reborn, getting a new chance. In addition, such characters always have some kind of inadequate superpower. So Hanfeng decided to test his. The young man decided to do this with a kitchen knife, but it did not react. Only now did he realize how strongly, painfully, and incredibly he wanted to eat. The main character immediately went to the refrigerator, which turned out to be completely empty, so it could not help him in this situation. This was very bad because he had a feeling that he would pass out right now if he didn't eat something. At that moment, the guy noticed that there was still a jar of some kind of snacks on the table. They were roasted soybeans, a delicacy that doesn't exist in the post-apocalyptic world. And although it wasn't a full meal, it was better than nothing. Hanfeng didn't pay attention to the glow on his hand, so he started picking up the beans with it. He gently popped one piece into his mouth, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly, there was a small explosion right in front of his face, and his abilities finally manifested themselves. It turned out that under the influence of this unknown force, the soybeans had sprouted right in his mouth. Hanfeng immediately reached out to remove the sprout from his mouth as the unpleasant roots were on his tongue. He was shocked to find that he now had a whole plant in his hands and did not understand where the beans had gone. In addition, our hero noticed that his fatigue had also suddenly disappeared. This also applied to the green light around his hand, so Hanfeng began to suspect that he was somehow connected to this plant. Then he decided to examine the fruits that were also on this small bush. In the end, the main character realized that it was a pod of beans that he had just eaten. The guy was delighted when he realized that this was where his ability lay, and now he wanted to learn more about it. In any case, he had more important things to do now because he needed to stock up on food for the impending apocalypse. At that time, there were quite a few people on the street who had no idea that disaster was imminent. Hanfeng tried to reconstruct the sequence of events and remembered that at first the light on his hand was red, then green, which grew larger and smaller, causing his heart to race or making him feel tired. He looked at his hand in confusion and wondered what kind of ability this was. At that moment, the guy heard quick footsteps behind him and a familiar voice. The main character was slightly distracted from his thoughts about the ability and immediately turned around to see who it was. It turned out to be Hyona, who asked with a smile if the guy also wanted to browse the shop's app. The girl's cheeks immediately turned red because she thought that fate had brought them together right here. Hanfeng himself was shocked by this encounter because he remembered everything from his past life perfectly. Li Hyun was the girl our hero had been dreaming about day and night for the past 3 years, and he did everything he could to make her happy. The guy always understood that he was just a backup option for her, but even that didn't stop him. But he would never have thought that this very beauty would be involved in his unjust death. The main character grabbed his arm with all his strength to calm his anger a little and not show his emotions. He understood that now was not the time for revenge, because it was better to prepare for the end of the world. The girl turned to Hanfeng again because he had literally frozen while she was talking to him. The young man finally came to his senses and replied that she looked so beautiful today that he was completely speechless. Li Hyun just laughed at the compliment and asked when the main character had become so romantic. In the end, she suggested they go shopping together since they had met here so happily. Hanfeng held a strong grudge against her, so he refused the offer, despite his feelings. The girl was shocked when she heard such a harsh response from our hero, who had previously been willing to do anything for her. The guy decided that he had had enough of this stupid relationship and refused to be Li Hyun's walking wallet. After that, the main character immediately went to the mall to carry out his plan to prepare for the Ice Age. Waldemar in City A was the largest supermarket in the entire eastern region. When the apocalypse came, the entire store was looted overnight, and whoever managed to do so was very lucky. At this point, the main character realized that he needed to buy as much as possible before the dark times came. He had already made a short list, which included food, winter clothes, medicine, various small items, fuel, and much more. There was one small problem, however, because Hanfeng didn't have enough money to buy all these supplies. In the end, he got angry because he couldn't figure out how he was going to manage to buy everything. Suddenly, a new notification popped up on his phone, immediately distracting him from all these thoughts. It turned out that our hero had received a message saying that his credit rating had been assessed and he was eligible for a loan of up to 168,000 yen from. After a moment's thought, Han Feng immediately had a brilliant idea because he had completely forgotten about this possibility. He decided to simply take on debt because he wouldn't have to pay it back since the end of the world was coming any day now. Meanwhile, Li Xiong was very angry that the main character had behaved this way toward her. She still couldn't believe that such a nobody could reject her. The girl considered the main character a stupid loser because he didn't even have his own car, and she was already sure that she would never respond to his messages. At that moment, she heard a car horn right behind her, so she was distracted from Han Feng. It was a huge SUV that slammed on the brakes right in front of the girl. It turned out to be the main character, who had just decided to say hello to Li Hyun and show off his new purchase. The girl was a little confused when she saw that it was this guy behind the wheel. She asked in surprise if it was his car, and our hero said that he had just bought it. The young man lied that his father's business in the States was going well, so he decided to treat his son. He also said that he had just taken his father to the airport, while Li Hyun listened to all this in shock. Hearing this opportunity, the girl resumed her role as a lover and said shyly that she had already thought that the main character did not want to go out with her. This sneaky beauty even shed a tear and lied that she was afraid Han Feng was going to dump her for good. The main character immediately realized that this silly girl had really fallen for his tricks. He pulled her sharply by the waist and, taking her by the chin, promised that he would never abandon his beloved. A broad smile immediately spread across Li Xiong's face, as she was confident that her plan was working perfectly. Lowering her gaze, she continued to talk about how important Han Feng was to her and suggested they have dinner together or watch a movie because she wanted to get to know him better. The girl asked hopefully what our hero thought about it, but he had already disappeared in an unknown direction. She was shocked to see that the main character was no longer around. The guy was too busy with his shopping, so he refused again, explaining that he needed to take all this stuff home. Li Hyun tried to keep her anger in check and asked why our hero needed so much stuff, but he replied that they were just necessary items. The main character also lied that he had a gift for the girl herself, who hoped that he wanted to make her happy on her birthday. She was very happy to hear this news, so she didn't mind that Han Feng was busy for now and was now eagerly awaiting that day. Li Hyun had no idea that the young man already knew her true nature, so she thought that everything was going smoothly for her. The main character, on the other hand, understood that it would be much better if the girl did not know about his warehouse. It was these reserves that were to become the key to Han Feng's survival, the rope that kept him above the abyss. And when the end of the world comes, Li Hyun will definitely get what she deserves, and the guy who killed our hero will definitely not escape his miserable fate. For this reason, the guy even waited for July 15th when the deadly blizzard began and the temperature dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Over the next month, the temperature will continue to drop to minus 70, and snow and ice will take over the whole world, making it impossible to go outside. The main character stocked up on a huge amount of food, and canned goods were his main bet for survival. He understood that the boxes had to be well sealed so that his neighbors would not suspect anything, and he carried other fragile supplies at night so that no one would see. There would also be no electricity for obvious reasons, so Han Feng bought a generator and fuel. When the apocalypse began, there would be no heating, so the young man planned to convert his home to independent heating and reinforce the windows and doors at the same time. The young man set aside an entire room to hide all his accumulated resources. He finished all this on July 14th, the day before the first drop in temperature. Now Han Feng moved on to the most interesting part of his plan, namely studying his ability. The main character understood perfectly well that in order to survive the coming ice age, supplies alone would not be enough. That is why his ability to control plants was his only hope. For now, he decided to prepare all the soybeans he had grown with his strange skill. The only problem was that this ability was somewhat inconsistent, so Han Feng still did not understand how to invoke it. In the end, the guy came to the conclusion that it was time to try his dish, hoping that the fruits were edible. So he ate half a plate of beans and didn't feel any side effects so far. The main character verified that this food was edible, so now he knew how to provide himself with food indefinitely. Now the most difficult step remained for the young man, namely figuring out how to control his powers. So far, Han Feng had only tried this with beans, so he didn't know what would happen with other plants. That's why he immediately went to the refrigerator to find some vegetables for his experiments. As a result, the main character spent the entire evening studying his abilities. He put so much energy into his attempts that he didn't even notice when he lost consciousness. When he came to, Han Feng immediately felt as if his head was literally splitting apart. The guy came to the conclusion that this ability seemed to be taking a heavy toll on his brain and body. He decided to have a snack to regain his strength after all his hard work. Despite his exhaustion, our hero still managed, albeit with great difficulty, to figure out some important details. Before completely passing out, the young man tried to use his ability on different plants. The first problem was that some vegetables did not react at all to the power of the green glow. The rest grew as well as soybeans, increasing the amount of food. The second problem was that some specimens were completely different and simply exploded in Han Feng's hands. After he acted on them, the vegetables exposed to his power simply turned into weightless, very light, dark coals. But even that was of little use, because such coals can be used to keep warm. The main character was glad that even in the worst-case scenario, he would not freeze. Han Feng, despite all his failures, continued again and again, but nothing worked for him. He decided to stop for a while to concentrate and focus on his breathing. It was then, using his unique abilities, that after many experiments, he managed to grow impressive broccoli. He spent too much effort on this, so his consciousness simply shut down for a while. Even so, the main character couldn't find any pattern, but he was sure that some principle must exist. In any case, Han Feng gained at least a minimal understanding of how to activate this ability. The most crucial and important key to solving the problem lay hidden deep in the young man's subconscious. He had to imagine himself in the wilderness, somewhere in the middle of a dense forest. In such a place, his body and soul merged with the wild world, which opened up this wonderful ability to him. After concentrating on his senses, Han Feng carefully opened his eyes to see if it worked. Our hero was very happy when he saw that his ability worked and obeyed his thoughts. In addition, there were various meat products left in the reserves, which were also worth experimenting with. Without wasting any time, the guy decided to try applying his glowing hand to the meat. There was no reaction, so it was obvious that the skill only worked on plants. The main character hoped until the very end that it would still work on meat, because he wouldn't be able to survive long without such products. In the end, he realized that there was nothing he could do about it. Only now did the young man realize that during meditation, he felt two different energies, and he had not yet tried the red one. Then he decided to give his ability another chance and release the red light. Han Feng concentrated as much as possible on his sensations in order to influence the meat in his hands. After a few seconds, he began to notice that the piece began to move strangely and change shape. After a while, the meat turned into some strange, indescribable, bloody mess. The main character was frightened by such drastic changes, so he abruptly threw his creation aside. He realized that he still needed to examine the transformed meat, which had reacted to the red light and now seemed to be ready. Han Feng was not particularly pleased with the fact that this skill simply heated objects in his hands. But still, the guy began to suspect that everything was much more complicated than such simple skills. Then he noticed that the meat wasn't just heating up, but was starting to disintegrate from the effect of his ability. An idea immediately popped into his head, so he quickly grabbed the soybeans that were in a bowl nearby. The main character began to suspect that the green light represented the evolution of matter, while the red light represented its decay. He decided to see what would happen to the meat if he combined these two energies. The incredible result deeply shocked and stunned Han Feng himself. As it turned out, the amount of meat increased several times over, which meant that the young man's guesses had worked. He was a little confused because he couldn't understand where the beans had gone, and he made them merge with the meat. The main character thought it was amazing because this product tasted even better than the real thing. Han Feng immediately became excited, so he decided to try again. Very soon, he was disappointed again because the rest of his attempts were unsuccessful. But the young man quickly calmed down because he understood that he still had to figure out how this ability worked. In any case, he had a productive day because he discovered many useful skills. The main character assumed that if he could fully comprehend this power, then after the end of the world, he would find himself at the top of the new world. Only now did he realize that food alone would not be enough, because he did not even have any means of self-defense. Han Feng understood perfectly well that he needed to find a decent weapon before the apocalypse began. As he was putting all his food back into boxes, the weather outside changed dramatically. The first, very cold, weightless snowflakes suddenly began to cover the entire city, despite the fact that just a day ago it had been hot summer. It was this sudden, unusual snow that became the main harbinger of the arrival of an incredibly terrible cold. Now the main character was convinced that everything was happening just as it had in his past life. The temperature was expected to drop to minus 45 degrees within a week, so Han Feng needed a weapon as soon as possible, but he had no connections to make such a purchase. Suddenly, he heard someone nearby shouting that he was doing business at full speed and making millions on every project. Han Feng immediately recognized this flashy style of dress and manner of speech, which he had only seen in one person. This guy always insisted and tried to convince everyone that he was a longtime close friend of Lao Wang from the influential Shigang Lida. It was Brother Li who asked his acquaintance to smoke cigarettes with him, which Lao Wang himself had provided. Li Ji lived in the same neighborhood as the main character and was always up to something, so everyone here knows him. When people asked him what was new, he always replied that he had to help his brother with a little business. In reality, he didn't have a job, but he acted like he was something special, attracting the attention of absolutely everyone around him. Han Feng still hoped that Li Ji had the connections he needed, so he decided to try his luck. He decided to approach Li's brother and say hello, which surprised him a little, as he didn't really remember our hero. The young man tried to keep a smile on his face and be as friendly as possible in order to win over the right person. Confused, Li Ji immediately asked if they knew each other. Han Feng then introduced himself and reminded him that they had met before, and only then did Brother Li understand and explain that he had been too busy lately, so their acquaintance had simply slipped his mind. The guy asked what our hero wanted while he began to look around carefully. He moved closer to Li Ji to whisper in his ear what his business was. Brother Li was shocked by the young man's request and immediately asked why he was asking him for something like that. The main character certainly did not expect such a reaction, so he was immediately overcome with shame. Meanwhile, his acquaintance said bluntly that they were not involved in any illegal activities, although he did have connections. Li Ji advised the young man to simply stay out of these matters, but the latter immediately stopped him and explained that he had been misunderstood. Han Feng tried to convince him that he was in a situation where he now needed a means of self-defense. He told a story about how he had recently been riding his bike to work when an old man rode past him, constantly spitting in all directions. The guy didn't bother anyone, but the spit still hit him right in the face. He decided to ask the stranger why he did that, but the man spat in his face again. The protagonist refused to tolerate this and gave the scoundrel, who was unable to resist, a good beating. The beaten man left, holding his bike in his hands, and promised that Han Feng would regret his actions. The next day, his friends allegedly ambushed the young man near his workplace and beat him up with 5 people. Our hero emphasized that this was too humiliating for him, so he decided to get a weapon. This story touched Li Ji deeply because he couldn't believe that someone could behave like that in public. Han Feng, seeing his friend's strange reaction, suspected that he did not fully understand the whole story. In the end, Brother Li firmly took the main character by the shoulder and asked him not to explain himself any further. He promised that everything would be done in the best possible way, so he was going to call his boss right away to solve this problem as quickly as possible. Li Ji suggested taking the bus to the right place because he had supposedly taken his Panamerian for repairs. The main character asked the guy not to worry about it because he had his own car. Brother Li immediately noted that the young man was doing well for himself, since he had such an expensive car worth 700,000. He asked Han Feng to turn left at the next intersection while he took a selfie in his new friend's car. After that, Li Ji immediately posted the photo on his social media account, captioning it that he couldn't get used to his new SUV. He also decided to talk about how dramatically the weather had changed, because just yesterday evening, it was still summer. Finally, they arrived at their destination, where a rather dubious, unreliable crowd had already gathered. These guys immediately recognized Lao Li and asked why he had come to see them, to which he replied that he had some business with Boss Lu. They noticed that their friend had a new Tiger behind him, so they immediately asked how much he had paid for it. The main character couldn't believe that Brother Li was so brazenly showing off his car when the owner was standing right in front of him. When they went inside, the boss immediately asked with displeasure why Li had come to see him at such a time. Li Ji immediately offered him a cigarette, but he refused because he wanted to get straight to the point. Then the guy said that his friend wanted to buy something and explained that it was a gun. The main character was very worried because the situation here was not the most comfortable. In turn, the boss watched his guest closely, slowly exhaling cigarette smoke. Such a request was a mere trifle for him, but in reality, he was expecting something more interesting. The man immediately turned to his subordinate, Zhang Zi, and Han Feng was able to breathe a sigh of relief. His assistant threw a small pistol on the table and said that it would cost 6,000. The main character was not particularly satisfied with this offer because he was looking for something more authentic. The young man, expressing his preferences, very subtly hinted that the weapon he wanted to obtain must also be equipped with a sight. It seemed that the boss was completely dissatisfied and irritated by such bold conditions set by some youngster. Then Han Feng realized that maybe he had gone too far by asking for such serious weaponry. The boss thought that the young man was completely out of his mind, coming to them as if to a store and now choosing whatever he wanted. Li Ji immediately tried to intervene to calm the leader down and told the story of how it all started 5 years ago with a non-existent wife. Meanwhile, the heavy snowstorm outside suddenly began to swirl and whirl with renewed force, growing stronger and stronger. The boss was deeply moved by Han Feng's new life story because he was told that this guy supposedly had 3 children, none of whom were his. The protagonist himself understood that Li was a master of making things up, but sometimes it seemed that he was going too far. In the end, the boss asked the young man to wait a few days and then he would have a sniper rifle. He immediately turned to Zhang Zi to quickly organize a semi-automatic weapon along with ammunition, while Li Ji supported his comrade. In addition, the man handed our hero a pistol, which he offered for 6,000. Han Feng didn't understand what it was all about, but the boss explained that it was a gift for the young man. He was a little confused because he did not expect the negotiations to be so successful. In return, the young man decided to share some information, and lying that it came from a friend who works in the government, said that due to changes in the weather, there would soon be a shortage of everything. Han Feng tried to look as serious as possible so that his boss would believe his words. After much hesitation, the old man finally trusted the young man's words and took note of this fact. Then our heroes announced that they were about to leave, and the boss was only too happy because the mere sight of Li was infuriating him. Li Ji continued to talk about how he had handled everything beautifully and noted that they were lucky that their leader was in a good mood, which only helped to knock out this cannon. Han Feng also promised to give his partner cigarettes for his help, but he said that he just liked helping people. But if the guy insisted on it, then he would like Huazi's, because the others made him cough. Now the main character could calm down a little, because he had stocked up on supplies and weapons and could hold out for some time. So for now he had the opportunity to pay more attention to his ability. He was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't notice when he stepped on the slippery snow. Li Ji, seeing this, was seriously frightened for the condition of his companion, who was now lying on the floor, trembling with incredible pain. After the unfortunate fall, the guy clearly felt that his leg seemed to be broken. With great effort, he handed his brother Li the car keys and asked him to take him to the hospital. Li Ji then admitted that he didn't actually have a driver's license, so he couldn't drive the car. The guy then offered to walk with our hero on his shoulders, but he didn't seem to like the idea very much. Han Feng simply asked his assistant to call a taxi, promising to pay for it. Meanwhile, all the hospital staff began to leave little by little, as it was quite late. The nurse who remained on duty began to notice that the blizzard was getting worse. At that moment, the girl received a call asking her to come to the main hall because they didn't have enough staff to handle the new patients. Meanwhile, it turned out that the main character really did have a broken tibia right before the end of the world. The doctor asked the young man to wait outside the office while he gave him his medication. Meanwhile, Brother Li said that he had to leave because there were still issues that required his attention. After that, the young man could finally breathe a little easier and calm down after the situation had begun to spiral out of his control. He also saw that due to the sudden cold snap and severe snowstorm, the number of accidents had increased, so the entire emergency room was filled with victims. Han Feng began to get a little nervous because the doctor had not appeared for a long time to give him his medication. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a pretty senior nurse who was rushing to help her colleagues. The girl quickly examined several patients and gave advice to all the doctors about their treatment. In turn, the main character was amazed that such a young beauty could become a senior nurse. It was clear that she was a very talented doctor, and she also treated her patients well. In addition to all these wonderful qualities, the girl was also incredibly beautiful. In the end, Han Feng realized that his thoughts were going too far, so his cheeks turned red. At that moment, an old man who was sitting nearby called the head nurse over. The girl immediately responded happily when she heard that someone needed her help. She explained to the patient that everyone was busy at the moment, so she asked if it would be a problem to serve him later. It turned out that the old man was just going to take advantage of the opportunity to take indecent photos of the nurse while she was distracted. He pretended to have severe pain in his side and asked the girl to tell him what could be causing it but she replied that he would need an X-ray. The old man asked her to examine him anyway and promised that he would guide her himself. The lecher, unable to control his base instincts, suddenly and violently pounced on the defenseless, stunned beauty and immediately began to indecently grope her slender waist. The nurse immediately asked the gentleman to let her go, because the attending physician would soon come to help him. The main character couldn't stand the whole scene in front of him, so he threw his crutch right at the scoundrel. Han Feng pretended that he was just using crutches for the first time, so he accidentally dropped them from his hands. He immediately reached for the old man's phone to pretend to check if it was broken. The man immediately rushed forward to stop the young man, because this would reveal his true intentions. Our hero didn't even pay attention to the fact that the bandages on his leg had completely come undone, because he couldn't let the scoundrel's actions go unpunished. Now, seeing his indecent actions, he only confirmed all his previous guesses that the old man had dirty base thoughts. The young man noted that this gentleman was too bold, since he dared to harass nurses in the hospital and photograph them. He emphasized that if he saw the old man doing this again, he would expose him and post it on the internet. The man clearly understood that in the current situation, he had absolutely no choice, so he did not respond to Han Feng. The old man couldn't take it anymore and just ran out of the hospital while the nurse tried to stop him. It seemed that the girl didn't understand anything and couldn't understand why the patient left if he had a sore side. Han Feng couldn't believe she was so naive, so he decided to show her what that scumbag had photographed. He gave the old man's phone to the girl so she could decide for herself whether to go to the police with it or just delete the photos. The nurse thanked the main character for his concern and reminded him that his legs seemed to be injured, and only then did he remember his ailment. Then she began to re-bandage the young man's broken leg, which made him cry out a little from the pain. When she finished and smiled, noting that it didn't hurt as much now, Han Feng, seeing her happy face, completely forgot about his injury. Then the girl began to say that she should thank the main character for showing her the bad guy. At that moment, one of her colleagues called the nurse, so Han Feng could no longer enjoy the company of this beauty. Before leaving, the girl reminded him once again that he should come to her in a week to have his bandage changed. The main character thought about it when he heard such a long period, because he understood that the world would change too quickly. Leaving the hospital, the young man simply resigned himself to the fact that he would never see this lovely beauty again. The next day, the weather worsened even more, making it increasingly difficult for people to move around the streets. Han Feng decided to check the news, which reported that heavy snowfall and a sharp cold snap were expected in all regions of the country within 24 hours. Sudden temperature changes are being observed all over the world, so domestic experts, along with 46 of their colleagues from other countries, are going to a UN meeting to discuss the cause of such weather. However, the experts also stated that such an unusually severe cold snap would not last long, but nevertheless, everyone was asked to pay attention to precautions and warnings about natural disasters. Han Feng understood that the top brass was simply hiding the true state of affairs and using false information to pacify the masses, so that even he himself would have believed it if he hadn't died one day. But this time, he had already stocked up on supplies, secured his home, and installed heating. The guy was very happy that he had managed to prepare so well, so now he didn't have to worry about anything and could relax and drink wine. He decided to see what people were writing about this situation on the internet, where the prevailing mood was not particularly optimistic. Suddenly, a neighbor from the residential complex where our hero lived warned everyone that this was an unusual blizzard and that an ice age caused by the Earth's interior would soon begin. Han Feng immediately became interested in this user with the nickname Marginal, because he did not expect that anyone else knew about the end of the world. The young man understood perfectly well that he should pay attention to this mysterious character. In addition, all the residents of the building were outraged that the management company was completely ignoring their requests to clear the roads of snow. They wanted the company's representatives to finally show up and explain their inaction in this situation. The management company then explained that the snowfall had been too heavy, so their options were very limited. Obviously, everyone was dissatisfied with this state of affairs and now wanted the owners of the complex to give them their money back. Han Feng himself thought that it all seemed rather silly, because it was indeed impossible for ordinary people to clear the snow. Then Zhang Xueyu, the owner of apartment 611204, joined them and suggested that everyone stop arguing and consider the fact that it was snowing so heavily outside that it would simply cover the road in a couple of hours. He emphasized that now was definitely not the time for arguments, and that the managers were just like everyone else, so they couldn't do anything about a natural disaster. The other residents immediately thought that he was also one of the owners of the complex, since he was saying such things. Zhang Sheyu remained calm, explaining that he was not defending the managers, but simply stating the objective facts that he saw with his own eyes. People began to ask what they should do in this situation, because they couldn't just wait until everyone starved to death. This resident believed that going to the store was out of the question because, in any case, there would definitely be no clean roads outside, so he suggested walking. The main character, who was quietly watching this from the sidelines, began to remember this Mr. Zhang. He remembered that even before his rebirth, this character had always been active. Then another resident joined their conversation, who couldn't understand what their problem was. He suggested that anyone who wanted to should just go out and clear the snow. And if they didn't want to do that, they should just shut up. This guy was very angry that all the residents did nothing but talk, but in reality did nothing. After this resident appeared and disappeared so abruptly, there was a sudden silence in the chat. Then someone finally spoke up and said that he was ready to go downstairs and help, because the road needed to be cleared as soon as possible so that he could go to his friend's house. The main character immediately recognized this distinctive manner of speech and characteristic voice. Finally, other people who wanted to help clear the road joined this tenant. Even the sweet, fragile girls agreed to help, despite their lack of strength. One of the residents, although she had been ill for the last few days, also wanted to keep up, because Brother Zhang had set a good example for everyone. The main character was surprised that even this girl was going to go. Other guys immediately latched onto this beauty, as they simply could not allow such a fragile cutie to work instead of resting at home. She was touched and indescribably happy that everyone around her was so sincere and caring, so she thanked them and decided to accept their help. Han Feng could no longer watch this circus, so he finally decided to leave the complex chat room. At that moment, new notifications from another contact came to the guy's phone. It turned out to be Li Hyun, who asked what the young man was doing and suggested he come to her house. She also asked our hero to go to the supermarket and buy some food before coming over. In addition, she sent a cute photo of herself so that the main character would definitely take her up on her offer. The young man was a little surprised that she was doing such a thing in such harsh conditions, but he understood that fulfilling her request would cost him dearly. Han Feng thought about how best to respond to the girl and came up with a witty reply for Hyona. In the end, she became very angry that the main character did not fall for her tricks at all. Today was already the third day of the apocalypse, and the temperature outside had dropped to -20 degrees. In the early days, the heating system was still working, and there was even internet access, so everyday life continued as normal. That's why Han Feng had to watch videos to pass the time. The only problem was that the guy was already bored, and now he realized that loneliness was the biggest problem during the apocalypse. In addition, the main character's leg was also not in the best condition, so he would need a few more months to recover. At that moment, Han Feng came across a video about what they were studying in the science section today, whether there really are people in the world capable of regeneration. After doctors stitched up the wounds of a man who had jumped from the 15th floor, they discovered that his internal organs and bones had begun to regenerate. The main character, having heard all the details, thought about it when he saw this sensational news. After thinking about it for a long time, the young man couldn't understand why he hadn't come up with this brilliant idea from the very beginning. He didn't waste any time and immediately focused on his green energy. Han Feng decided to try his ability to heal the fracture, so he grabbed his leg tightly. He concentrated on his sensations for a while, but in the end, nothing happened. Our hero was not going to give up so easily, so he decided to try again. This attempt also yielded no positive results, so the injured leg remained broken. Now Han Feng came to the conclusion that he had simply imagined that this green light could heal wounds. For this reason, our hero had no choice but to continue watching boring videos on the internet and waste his time. In the end, he couldn't stand the boredom, so he just fell asleep on the couch. A few seconds later, he had a completely silly dream about becoming the leader of a herd of goats. The guy, moving confidently, led and guided this huge, disorderly crowd of animals straight ahead with determination. In the end, the goat under Han Feng's feet suddenly and abruptly threw off its clumsy rider. After this stunt, the main character landed badly on his foot, causing it to twist. Completely exhausted, he lay helplessly on the cold ground, trembling and curled up in a ball due to the unbearable pain emanating from his injured limb. One of the goats carefully approached its leader and began to lick his leg to help him in some way. The main character was disgusted by this touch, so he pushed it away from him with force. The animal was very angry at this behavior because it was just trying to help him. Then, deciding to act boldly, the goat did not hesitate for long and literally wrapped its long tongue around the rider's leg like a snake. Han Feng tried with renewed vigor to push the animal away, but his attempt was unsuccessful. In the end, it turned out that the goat just wanted to use its green energy to help our hero. The guy jumped up with a loud cry and, coming to his senses, woke up on an old comfortable sofa in his own apartment He tried to catch his breath, completely unaware of the strange and unpleasant dream he had just suddenly had. Only now did Han Feng notice that something strange was indeed happening to his leg. After all, despite all his fears, his unique ability had worked, and the broken leg had begun to heal completely. With one deft movement, our hero cut through all the bandages on his leg to see the state of his injury. In the end, he was able to get out of bed calmly and feel no pain. Now, Han Feng was finally convinced that his leg was completely healthy. The main character could only assume that the green light had healed his injury while he was asleep. Then he found the strength and courage to test this ability, so he went to the kitchen to get a knife. With one quick movement, the guy instantly made a small but deep cut right on the skin of his palm. Han Feng bit his lip and grimaced slightly when he felt the sharp pain from the wound. As he waited, a thin stream of thick, scarlet blood began to ooze slowly from the cut. After that, a green light immediately enveloped his hand and began to quickly heal the small wound on his finger. A smile immediately appeared on the young man's face, because his skill was becoming more and more interesting and useful. Meanwhile, all the neighbors had already come out into the street and begun to clean up the aftermath of the heavy snowstorm. Zhang Xueyu thanked all his teammates for their hard work and also gave special thanks to Uncle Luo, who had helped them on that difficult snowy day. The old man just laughed because he believed that it was the Wang brothers who had done all the work. Wang Xiaowu and Wang Xiaowen, unprepared for this, were a little embarrassed when absolutely everyone present turned their attention directly to them. At that moment, one of the assistants suddenly stumbled and slipped badly on the slippery, frozen snow. The twins immediately ran up to the girl and asked if she was hurt, warning her about the slippery ground. It turned out to be Jin Shui, who thanked the brothers for their help and replied that she was fine. The boys, having made sure that the girl was all right, were about to go and clear the main road. Zhang Xueyu discussed with Grandpa Luo that the snowfall was getting heavier and heavier, so they needed to hurry if they wanted to go shopping. When the old man heard the young man talking about this, he immediately remembered something very important. The neighbor decided to ask what he meant, but then got a little confused. It turns out that the man had recently heard that there was a guy living next door who was transporting a lot of things in his pickup truck every day. Zhang Xueyu didn't think much of it because he thought it was normal, and that the man had probably just moved in and was furnishing his apartment. Then Uncle Luo pointed out that he had seen gas cylinders in a fireplace there, which did not seem like a normal move. He seriously believed that all this rush and bustle was more like active preparation for a real apocalypse. Their conversation was interrupted by Wang Xiaowu and Wang Xiaowen, who reported that the main road had been cleared so they could go outside. At that moment, another strange man approached them and decided to ask what everyone was whispering about. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly, a hard snowball thrown by someone hit him in the head, so he couldn't continue the conversation. It turned out to be Luo Yang, who was unhappy that Wu Kuan-yu was cooling off here. The man was unhappy that he was being accused of something like that because he was doing all the work, but his partner remained calm. Zhang Xueyu intervened in their conflict and asked them to calm down and stop arguing because the main road had already been cleared. He announced that the guys could rest for now and get ready to go to the supermarket, which made everyone happy. Wang Xiaowu and Wang Xiaowen immediately thought about how their families needed to buy a lot of things and also send supplies to their mother because their hometown also needed help. Meanwhile, the old man decided to ask Zhang what he thought about what they had been discussing. For the first time in all their time working together, the young man suddenly became serious. In the end, he smiled again and replied that, to be honest, he didn't really care. Zhang Xueyu believed that this was just a normal snowstorm that would soon end, and that everyone's lives would soon return to normal, so he didn't think there was any connection between the two events. Besides, he was sure that the fact that someone would have a lot of supplies in their house wouldn't be such a bad thing. The old man laughed because he understood that this young man was indeed a bit of a nutcase. After a short rest, all the neighbors finally gathered to go on their little outing. Zhang Xueyu, who was leading their team, asked everyone to line up in a column and not to push, and also emphasized that they needed to return within 3 hours because the blizzard was getting worse. Armed with umbrellas and warm clothes, they all slowly made their way to the store. Meanwhile, events returned to the home of the main character, who was not concerned with such problems at all. The young man fell fast asleep, but then woke up abruptly to the sudden loud sound of persistent ringing at his front door. The visitor shouted for Han Feng to open the door quickly, so he couldn't ignore the visit. It turned out to be Li's brother, so our hero apologized for not answering him for so long. The visitor had come for an important reason, bringing with him the rifle that the young man had ordered. Brother Li also conveyed his boss's gratitude to Han Feng for stocking up on supplies for the apocalypse in advance. It seemed that the protagonist's comrade was in no hurry to leave, so he decided to ask what was going on. Li then told him about a store in the Eastern District where their gang had cleared the way, but it turned out that it had been emptied overnight. The young man was shocked by this news and couldn't believe it was true. In the end, his friend said goodbye and advised him to dress warmly, so Han Feng was left alone again. Returning to the apartment, the young man immediately wondered who could have carried away an entire supermarket in just one night. In the comics and novels that the main character had read before, only people with superpowers could do such a thing, sucking everything into space. It was too difficult, almost impossible, to believe that such a powerful superhero could exist and live in the ordinary real world. Looking at his own small ability, Han Feng immediately thought that all this was too alarming. This prompted him to carefully study his abilities so that when he met other people with powers, he would be able to take countermeasures. At this point, it is known that Han Feng's ability can react with various foods. The main character turned his attention to soybeans again, as they were one of the cheapest and most widely available foods. The main problem that worried the guy was that the probability of success was too low. Han Feng thought deeply, trying to understand why everything was happening this way. He tried again to use his powers on the plants, causing a small explosion in his hands. Seeing a piece of something incomprehensible in his hands, the main character realized that the percentage of success was indeed negligible. The young man squeezed the stone with all his might, crushing it into pieces, and firmly decided that today he would figure everything out. He spent his time doing this until nightfall, scattering beans and his failed attempts around him. Only now, after many attempts, did the young man finally, albeit with great difficulty, achieve success and grow a full-fledged, healthy plant. Han Feng spent almost all of his life and physical strength on this task, but now, to his relief, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the energy of green light is unstable when used, which makes it difficult to control. The young man learned that all products have different energy values, which affected the result. When things didn't go as planned, the main character simply failed at the very end. Only now did he realize that the scale he had come up with in his head looked too familiar. In the end, the main character realized that it all resembled an online music game that was popular 10 years ago. He assumed that a certain amount of energy was comparable to the direction of movement, so all these values of energy input per second must be correct. Thinking of the whole process as a game, Han Feng focused on the sensations and the streams of green light. In the end, the young man's plan finally worked, so another bush appeared in his hands. Now that the essence of green energy had been figured out, the main character began experimenting with meat. This aspect was different because if something went wrong, it would turn into some kind of nasty black liquid. Recalling his previous experience, the young man clearly understood that the principle of his current actions should be completely similar to what he had successfully done before. First, he needed to determine the amount of energy required for this process. However, it seemed to take much longer than in the case of plant-based food. For this reason, the main character had to try again and again to find the exact answer. In the end, the entire kitchen was flooded with black liquid, but Han Feng still hadn't achieved success. Despite this constant, frustrating failure, the guy still kept his cool and stubbornly continued to try. In his head, he replayed the gameplay of the dance game, focusing on energy. After many attempts, the guy finally managed to avoid even the smallest mistake and immediately realized that this was the decisive moment. He had finally managed to successfully increase the chicken legs several times and fully understand the complex mechanism of how these two energies work together. Despite his exhaustion, Han Feng found the strength to rejoice in his success. After that, the main character, completely exhausted, sprawled out in the middle of the kitchen and breathed a loud sigh of relief. He was able to calm down a little because the method of synthesizing meat had also been found. Very soon, a new day dawned, and the news reported that the disaster had been going on for 4 days, and the whole country was experiencing this event with horror. To make life easier for ordinary people, all regions were actively fighting the natural disaster and dealing with its consequences. Due to heavy snowfall, transportation, electricity, and the internet were intermittent, so local authorities were trying to deliver all necessary resources to the affected areas. Han Feng, upon hearing this news, realized that, as in his previous life, everything was gradually beginning to fail. At that moment, his phone began to buzz with notifications from the residential complex group. The main character did not expect his neighbors to start causing such a commotion in the chat so quickly. Everyone was extremely anxious and kept asking why there was still no news at all. The guy thought that everyone had already seen the news and some believed it, so they were waiting to be rescued, while others were arguing about how to survive. At that moment, one of the residents asked if the others really believed what was being said in the news. It turned out to be Uncle Lou, who believed that if the situation was under control, as they claimed, rescuers would have arrived long ago. He also learned from friends that a lot of armored vehicles, tanks and other heavy weapons, had been spotted heading towards City A. The old man suggested that under such conditions, a full-scale war could break out, which shocked everyone around him. For a while, all the residents fell silent, realizing what they had just heard. Finally, they realized that the old man was telling the absolute truth, and now they believed that they were simply doomed. The main character was not particularly surprised by this news, as he had already heard something similar before his rebirth. At that moment, Zhang Shuyu joined the conversation, saying that if this was really the case, they needed to take action as soon as possible to save themselves. He emphasized that some people had already run out of food because they had stocked up on enough in advance, and besides, it was unknown when rescuers with food would arrive. The guy thought that those in need should be helped first, so he suggested that residents with enough food donate some to those in need. He decided to start first and promised to give away half of his food, so he invited his neighbors to come to him at any time. Quanju believed that Brother Zhang was right, because they needed to help each other to survive this crisis, and asked Hyuna what she thought about it. The girl thought that he had decided to turn to her precisely because she had once refused to go on a date with him. Everyone began to attack their neighbor and defend the beloved beauty, because Hyun immediately pretended that she had no food reserves at all. In the end, she stood aside, offended, while everyone else began to actively discuss what to do next. After a while, more and more people joined the team of do-gooders, promising to help not only with food, but also with clothes and medicine. Zhang Shuyu immediately wanted to thank them all on behalf of those in need, because a considerable number of people had volunteered to help, and now he proposed appointing responsible representatives from among the residents. This would be something like a temporary emergency committee, which would be responsible for coordination and support. Han Feng immediately recognized this detail because the neighbors had formed a group that tried to deceive those who donated food before his rebirth. Meanwhile, it was July 19th, the 5th day of the end of the world, and the temperature had dropped to -40. The heating system was completely shut down due to extreme weather conditions, so everyone was looking for their own way to keep warm and maintain their body temperature. As in our hero's past life, the situation was only getting worse. But for him, everything was completely different. Han Feng was thoroughly enjoying all his supplies and didn't feel bad at all. In addition, he had the opportunity to play video games in warmth and safety. Unfortunately, he was distracted and interrupted from this pleasant, relaxing activity by a loud, sudden phone call from an unknown number. It was a representative of the 8th house, who informed him that they were going to clear the road in 20 minutes, so he asked the young man to come to the underground parking lot to sign in. The main character thought that this man had definitely lost his mind because there was an insane amount of snow on the street. At the same time, he understood that it was better not to quarrel with his neighbors, so he met everyone else in the lobby on the first floor. The only problem was that the snow had covered almost the entire first floor, so it was impossible to even leave the building. The other neighbors were not at all happy with this situation because they had literally cleared the road just yesterday. They decided to at least try to open the door, so they called Han Feng to help them. The main character had no choice but to help, so he and his partners leaned on the door with all their might. As a result, they succeeded, and the freezing cold and snow immediately rushed into the hall. The wind was so strong that none of the neighbors present could open their eyes. The main character understood that going outside in such weather would sooner or later result in frostbite, and perhaps even death. The others also understood that they were taking too much of a risk if they went out to clear the path right now, and that only a fool would go out in such weather. Suddenly, a man approached them and confidently declared that he was ready to go, and Han Feng immediately recognized his voice. It was Brother Li, who immediately called them all a bunch of weaklings who had no strength or enthusiasm. The neighbors immediately emphasized that this was no joke and asked him not to engage in foolish boasting. Li Ji ignored all these words and took a deep drag on his cigarette. He rushed forward with all his might and finally managed to spread the huge pile of snow to the sides. Brother Li did not stop there and decided to clear the way for his teammates as much as possible to show off his power. In the end, he simply disappeared into the snow, while everyone else watched to see what would happen next. A few seconds later, they heard a cry for help from Li Ji, who had failed to correctly assess his abilities. Without wasting any precious time, the neighbors rushed to pull this overconfident, clumsy fool out of the snow. After that, they immediately slammed the door shut so that the cold would not enter the room again. The main character immediately rushed to clear the snow off his friend and asked how he was feeling. He asked the others to go to the parking lot and find the boss to report on Brother Li and suggested waiting until the snow stopped. The guy emphasized that with such a heavy snowstorm going on, they definitely wouldn't be able to clear it all by hand. Then everyone listened to Han Feng and went to the parking lot, where the other neighbors had already gathered. Zhang Shuiyu also thought that there was really a lot of snow right now, so he decided to clear everything when the weather got better. The main character, leaving his apartment for the first time, was finally able to see what this Zhang from the conversation looked like. Now he understood who this charlatan was, the one who would head the committee to deceive the residents. Zhang Shuiyu, in turn, continued to play the role of a kind neighbor and thanked everyone for their concern. He did not expect so many residents to want to donate their supplies, so now their generosity would help a large number of people in need. All the good-natured people thought this was normal, because they should help each other in difficult times. The main character was the only one who understood that this disaster was not over, so the others would regret their decision 100 times over. Brother Li couldn't stay here because he was very cold after his short trip outside. At that moment, the guy's attention was drawn to a completely different person passing by him. He immediately recognized the nurse when he saw Jin Shui trying to push through the crowd with a pile of boxes in her hands. The girl was trying to shout for everyone to make way for her, while our hero watched this clumsy cutie with embarrassment. Finally losing her balance, she couldn't keep her footing on the slippery ground and began to fall rapidly along with all the heavy, bulky boxes she was holding in her hands. Han Feng reacted as quickly as possible to the threat to the nurse and caught her, asking if she was all right. The nurse immediately thanked him and, looking at him, was surprised because she realized that he was one of her patients. She remembered that this guy had a broken leg, but now he was standing without crutches and, moreover, picking her up in his arms. The main character realized that he had just been caught red-handed, because under no circumstances would his leg have healed so quickly. In the end, he simply made up a story that he had had excellent regeneration since childhood, so normal bruises went away in just a few days. All this time, Jinju listened attentively and was surprised to her patient's incredible story. This fact did not even arouse suspicion in the naive beauty, so she simply admired the guy's abilities. Finally, our hero decided to help her with the boxes, assuring her that he was strong and could handle even heavy loads in order to thank the nurse for bandaging him. A moment later, Han Feng realized that the girl was not joking when she warned him about the weight of all these things. The young man managed to hold them and decided to ask what was inside, and then the nurse said that they were just some medicines for donation. Li Ji, a little embarrassed, offered to carry all the boxes herself because she understood that they were quite heavy. The main character continued to pretend that it was very easy, although his expression did not suggest this. The girl asked him not to pretend, because she had known for a long time that she was much stronger than most guys. Han Feng thought it was some kind of innate power, but the nurse replied awkwardly that there were reasons for it. The young man was a little surprised by this answer, so he looked closely at the girl, who seemed to be hiding something. Jin Yu tried to explain something about her power, but in the end, she simply couldn't do it herself. At that moment, the nurse stopped abruptly because she realized that she still did not know the name of the main character. Han Feng was a little embarrassed and confused by the surprise, but immediately pulled himself together and introduced himself to his acquaintance. The girl was happy to meet him, so she smiled sweetly and told her name in return. She decided to ask what the main character did for a living, but he replied briefly that he was just an ordinary idler. At that moment, someone accidentally bumped into Jin Shui from behind as they were passing by. The girl couldn't keep her balance, so she bumped right into the main character, who didn't understand what was going on. She pressed too close to Han Feng, so he didn't even know how to pull himself together and help the beauty next to him. The girl quickly got back on her feet and apologized to our hero, while Hyona watched everything from the sidelines. She quickly approached Han Feng and asked why he hadn't told her he would be here too. Hyuna immediately asked who the girl standing next to the guy was and assumed she was his girlfriend. Jin Shu immediately realized that she was out of place here and decided not to interfere with them. But she also did not forget to thank our hero for his help. The young man, without taking his eyes off the nurse, asked why the girl had come here, and she replied that she wanted to get supplies for herself, noting that she was worried about the main character because he hadn't responded to her for a long time. Han Feng was a little flustered and lied that he was just about to write to Hyun, but she saw with her own eyes how he had just been laughing with another girl. The girl wasn't angry about it at all, because she was just planning to ask if the main character had any extra food. The guy couldn't help but grin because he realized he could take advantage of the situation. He replied that he didn't have much food either, but he could still lend her some and reminded her that she hadn't replied to his message. The main character pulled Hyun closer to him and asked if she would like to stay with him for a few days after all. The girl was a little confused because she certainly did not expect such a request from Han Feng, whom she had planned to simply take advantage of. She began to say that she didn't quite understand what our hero meant at the time, and if he just wanted to chat, he could write to her at any time. The young man understood that this was simply a refusal, so he was no longer interested in continuing the conversation. Hyun still wasn't going to let the main character go so easily, so she gently grabbed his jacket. Now it seemed to her that the main character had changed a lot, because before he knew for sure that she was extremely serious about relationships. The girl didn't want others to think that she was only with Han Feng for supplies, so she asked him to give her some time. Our hero, forgetting his previous grievances, was even a little embarrassed when he heard such confessions from the beauty he once loved. He understood that if it weren't for that death, he would have even believed Hyun and her pretense. The guy was already itching to find the man who killed him in that life and take off that ugly mask. In the end, he realized that he just needed to behave the same way he did before his rebirth. And then Hyuna herself would bring this scumbag to him. The main character quickly returned to his role as a lovesick fool and replied to the girl that he was just joking. Hyuna didn't quite understand what the young man was talking about and looked at him with surprise in her eyes. Han Feng promised that he would just wait for her answer and bring her some supplies tomorrow. The girl was immediately delighted with this change in our hero's mood and promised to write to him a little later. She quickly turned around and, with a smirk on her face, walked home, thinking that she had managed to get this naive fool. Han Feng, in turn, also chuckled because he clearly understood that his cunning fish had already successfully taken the bait he had prepared. Meanwhile, the building of their complex was covered with an even thicker, denser, and more impenetrable layer of ice. All this time, Hyuna had been writing to the main character because 2 days had passed since he promised to give her food. The guy simply ignored all her attempts to reach him and enjoyed the meal he had prepared for himself. He savored every bite because in such freezing weather, you need to eat something hot. The experiments that the main character had been conducting in recent days helped to determine that meat cannot increase indefinitely. But the second fact that Han Feng learned was that it could be processed endlessly, just like beans. Previously, the young man had eaten half of the sprouts and sent the other half for processing, so he tried to do the same with the meat. From half a piece of beef and soybeans, he got a whole piece of meat and repeated this with another piece using the same principle, but the result remained the same. Our hero experimented again and again, but nothing changed as he expected. So now he didn't have to worry about running out of food sooner or later. It was already the 2nd of August, the 19th day of the disaster, and at this time, even in the Maldives, 78 kilometers from the equator, the temperature had dropped to minus 42 degrees. The entire island was covered with snow and ice, and the ocean around it was freezing at an unimaginable speed. Experiments had already established that the maximum thickness of the ice had reached 55 centimeters. Han Feng laughed at everything they said on the news because he already knew perfectly well that in reality, everything was much worse than the media was reporting. At that moment, everything around him shook from some unknown, extremely powerful explosion. The main character quickly jumped up from his seat and ran to the window to see what was happening on the street. It turned out to be the 7th explosion, but the young man still did not know what was happening in the neighboring district. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a loud rumbling in the sky, which turned out to be military helicopters flying overhead. Looking at his phone screen, Han Feng saw that his favorite neighbors were also panicking about what was happening around their complex. At this time, residents were exchanging various items and food in the underground parking lot. Many even took advantage of the opportunity to extort money, which of course caused quite a few fights. For this reason, Zhang Xueyu intervened and announced that the council had decided that those in need should now line up to receive supplies. In the end, the main character also decided to go to the underground parking lot in the second block of the 6th building. The guy was already too used to the warmth of his home, so here he often sneezed and couldn't stop shivering. It was really difficult, almost unbearable, for him to endure such a piercing chill. If Han Feng hadn't wanted to find out for himself what was going on here, he would never have gone outside. He also remembered that there had been a riot before his rebirth, but the specific reason for it had never been revealed. Now our hero had better find out what was going on in order to minimize the risk for himself in the future. Going down to the parking lot, the young man immediately noticed a large number of beggars there. Many were dissatisfied with the fact that the committee was giving out so few supplies, because it was clear how huge the boxes behind them were. But Zhang Xueyu calmly explained that everything was divided equally. For this reason, some demanded that the supplies they had donated be returned to them, but the head replied that all goods were non-returnable. The disaster was in full swing, so Zhang Xueyu simply hoped that everyone would understand the situation and that when it was all over, they would get double back. Many still believed this man, so they were unhappy that some were dissatisfied with these conditions. Everyone standing in line became increasingly indignant at the fact that the man was delaying them. Now the main character at least knew that it was impossible to return the donations. But he also believed that putting himself on a high moral pedestal and accusing people of donating more than they received was also too shameful. At that moment, someone with a familiar voice appeared next to the young man and said that he had never seen such shameless people before. It turned out to be Li's brother, who had completely lost his former appearance and seemed unable to withstand such harsh conditions. Han Feng was happy about this coincidence, so he asked his friend how he had been doing lately, and he replied that everything was pretty good. Only Li Ji felt that he had been a little out of sorts lately, which our hero immediately noted did not seem like a normal state of affairs. The protagonist's friend admitted that all this time he had been drinking water to stave off his intense hunger. The young man was very surprised that he had no food left, so Brother Li explained that he had thought to help and had donated most of it to the committee. As a result, there was no food left, the blizzard was not going anywhere, and the committee itself did not have enough supplies to last long. The whole situation immediately made Han Feng think of an idea and ask his friend for a favor. Li Ji was very surprised when he heard that the guy was going to give him 4 noodles and 2 sausages for free. Although it was very little, in such difficult times it was a real act of generosity. So Brother Li burst into tears at his friend's gesture. He promised to take care of everything, so the main character asked him to come back a little later for food. Han Feng's partner did not object, because he still had to wait in line for supplies. The young man himself was happy that a couple of packs of noodles and sausages were enough for him not to have to sniff out all the information himself. Of course, he felt a little sorry for sending his friend there, but lying on the couch at home, eating delicious food and playing games was much better. At that moment, someone called out loudly to Han Feng, who immediately was distracted from his thoughts about his plans. The main character did not have time to react to someone's hand flying towards him at full speed. It was Hyun, who, instead of the usual polite greeting, immediately gave the guy a very strong and resounding slap. The young man, completely taken aback, did not expect such a sharp turn of events, so he humbly accepted this sudden blow. It turned out that the girl, being very angry, was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that Han Feng had so meanly and despicably betrayed her sincere trust. She shouted loudly and emotionally at Han Feng because he had not responded to any of her messages the entire time. The main character, in a state of shock, still couldn't fully recover from the girl's actions. Finally, coming to his senses, he realized what had just happened and gently touched his cheek, which was now burning from the blow. Han Feng understood that he still hadn't settled the score with Hyo for the past, and she was allowing herself to be rude again. The guy understood that this girl still sincerely believed that she could still boss him around like a stupid fool, even though this was far, very far from the truth. The main character still hadn't answered Hyuna, which made her think he was deaf or mute, so he hadn't heard what she said. The young man sighed heavily to calm himself before explaining everything. Han Feng tried to look as tired as possible and began to tell his next made-up story. He claimed that he had left his supplies at the door in return for his keys, and when he came out, he found that all the food was gone. The girl listened to the whole story with wide eyes because she understood that she might be left without supplies. The main character continued to say that he had a little bit of supplies left, so he would have enough for a few more days if he ate once a day. Lee Jung was delighted to hear this news because she hoped that the guy would share with her anyway. She believed that if Han Feng ate once every 2 days, there would be enough food for her too, so they could survive this disaster together. The main character understood that this girl had no shame or conscience, which is why she could say such terrible things with such ease. The young man was no longer surprised by this because it was obvious that in Hyona's eyes, he was just a tool to be used when necessary. In the end, he figured out how to use this whole situation to his advantage. Han Feng promised to give her half of his supplies and asked the girl to come back tonight when he was done cleaning. Hyona was delighted with this help and asked the young man not to stay here too long because he might catch a cold. The main character knew that his plan would work again without any problems, so he said goodbye to her until the evening. The appointed time came, and the blizzard outside the window howled louder and louder, like a wild beast. For an entire hour, Hyuna sat at the guy's door and wrote him many messages, which were simply ignored. She couldn't understand what our hero was doing, that he wasn't responding to her messages or calls. The problem that greatly complicated the situation was that, due to serious problems with the power supply, even the regular elevator in the building was not working. The girl, being a little worried, looked up with obvious apprehension at the long, dark staircase that led to the upper floors. In the end, she decided to go upstairs because the supplies were still important to her. The girl was suddenly overcome by intense fatigue because she hadn't eaten anything in the last few days. After a while, she reached the 16th floor and was getting closer to Han Feng's apartment. At that moment, the lights in the stairwell simply went out, plunging everything around her into darkness. She was very frightened when she suddenly saw that the electricity had been completely cut off. Hyun held on tightly to the railing and tried to keep going when she heard some strange noises somewhere above her head. Looking up, she finally saw a huge black bag flying straight at her. It was so unexpected that the girl was physically unable to dodge this unknown threat in time. With a crash, this unknown object knocked the girl to the ground until the light finally returned. Very soon after regaining her composure a little, she saw and, to her surprise, realized that what had happened was the work of Han Feng himself. The main character came down, apologized to her, and told her that he had simply fallen asleep and rushed over as soon as he saw Hyona's messages. Then unexpectedly, the lights went out and he hit the railing, so he couldn't hold on to the bag of flour. But the girl was still very angry, so she called the young man a pig and accused him of not being able to do anything right. In fact, Han Feng enjoyed her humiliated look because he had planned this whole performance from the beginning. Then he decided to remind her that he had actually brought the groceries and handed Hyun a bag of supplies, which immediately caught her attention. Opening the strange bag, the girl was disgusted to see that it contained only rotten, moldy waste. Our hero lied that this was all he had left, but she still couldn't understand how anyone could eat such things. The guy didn't stand on ceremony with Hyuna and immediately asked her to give him the food if she didn't need it. The girl immediately clutched the bag closer to herself and had no intention of giving anything to Han Feng because she was too hungry. The main character looked at the girl, who had once been the object of his affection, with some disgust. He couldn't believe that this was the same goddess he had been courting with all his might just recently. Now this beauty thought that the mold was only on the surface of the food, so she could eat the edible part that remained. Without asking Han Feng himself, she also took the flour that he hadn't had time to spill. Opening the bag, the girl saw that there was still half of it left, which was enough for her. The main character understood that he had given Hyun such waste that she was sure to have stomach problems. In addition, in the current weather, there was no help for it, so the girl would also have to walk in the flour. The guy, who was satisfied with his cunning plan, was finally able to return home. Suddenly, he heard a strange rustling behind him and stopped to listen. The main character waited for a while for someone to appear, but nothing happened. He decided to calmly continue down the corridor, unaware that he was indeed being followed. A second later, a shadow appeared near the blocked doors, which did not want to fall behind Han Feng. Finally, when he was very close, the pursuer stamped his foot loudly so that the young man walking ahead could clearly hear the sound. In turn, the main character reacted instantly, without hesitation, to this sudden potential threat. He immediately grabbed the man who was so desperately trying to hide his presence. Han Feng swung his heavy fist threateningly and asked coldly and menacingly if this insolent pursuer was tired of living. In the end, the guy was very surprised and stopped when he got a better look at who was in his hands. It turned out to be an unfamiliar girl who didn't look like she wanted to do him any harm. To begin with, Hanfeng decided to ask if the stranger had been following him and wanted to know why she had been doing so. The girl did not answer any of these questions and just looked at the main character. The young man was a little surprised when he realized that she was going to remain silent, but stubbornly stand her ground. He tried to scare her into talking and promised that he would simply undress her if she continued like this. The stranger blushed slightly, embarrassed, but still did not answer. Only now did the main character realize that he couldn't do anything with this strange girl. The young man quickly got up from her and decided to let his silent pursuer go for now. Han Feng turned around and advised her to go home quickly and not wander around here anymore. Our hero was about to go to his apartment, but suddenly felt that he couldn't move forward. It turned out that the girl had grabbed his jacket and seemed to want to say something to him after all. The young man was unhappy with the way she was looking at him and promised to leave if she didn't say anything. The stranger also raised her hand without saying a word and pointed it in an unknown direction. She pulled Han Feng after her, and then he realized that she wanted him to go with her, and she finally agreed in response. Soon they found themselves in the apartment of a girl who seemed quite prepared for the apocalypse. The main character was shocked when he saw what this eccentric woman had in her home. He began to look around quickly and couldn't believe that the girl had prepared all this for the apocalypse. Han Feng began to guess that she might also know about the beginning of the disaster, just like him, and the not very talkative stranger confirmed his words. In disjointed words, she explained that the Ice Age was the result of some of her calculations. The girl also admitted that she had already written about this in their complex chat, and our hero immediately realized that he had met the very user with the nickname Marginal. The guy thought it sounded very cool and asked if she had brought him here to tell him just that. The eccentric girl, remaining mysterious, did not explain anything and simply pointed to the monitors that were turned on. The main character reacted instantly, turned sharply, and looked closely to understand what she really wanted to show him. Hanfeng was very surprised when he saw the surveillance camera footage on the screen, which showed himself. The girl knew that he had stocked up on a considerable amount of fuel just before the Ice Age. In addition, she had even seen Brother Lee come to our hero to deliver his semi-automatic rifle. Only now did the young man realize that someone had been spying on him all this time and knew absolutely everything about his plans. Suddenly, the stranger began to change her clothes, continuing to give brief answers to all of Hanfeng's questions. The guy was immediately very embarrassed because he definitely did not expect something like this. But the eccentric girl herself did not see anything wrong with it because she was simply hot. When the girl finally changed, they sat down on the sofa and just sat in silence for a while as she looked at something on her laptop. Our hero had already learned that she had been spying on him because she had some suspicions about his supplies, but her main goal was only cooperation. Still, the young man wanted to find out more about what his neighbor meant by partnership. At that moment, without warning Han Feng, the girl leaned too close to him. The guy was a little confused when she ended up on his lap and asked what she was up to. It turned out that she just wanted to pull some device closer to the sofa. Finally, the eccentric girl explained that she had done all this to ask Han Feng to teach her how to use the generator. After a couple of seconds, the powerful machine was already actively humming away, doing its job. Han Feng showed her all the buttons needed to operate the generator and asked if she understood all his instructions. The main character hoped that was all, but the stranger looked at him too intently. Remaining mysterious, she again did not explain anything and simply pointed her finger silently in the other direction. It turned out that the girl simply did not know how the boiler worked, so Han Feng did everything and explained all the rules for using it. In addition, the main character saw that she had not unpacked all the raw meat and put it in the freezer. The guy also emphasized that the girl should follow safety precautions when turning on the gas and demonstrated how to do it. He couldn't stop there, so now he showed her how to cook. Soon there were several appetizing dishes on the table, and it was time to eat with this girl, who still hadn't introduced herself. Han Feng asked the eccentric girl to start eating as soon as possible while the food was still hot. In fact, he felt like a babysitter who had just worked a full day, and he noted with irritation that the girl did not know how to take care of herself at all. The eccentric girl just looked at the main character in surprise, as if she didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Realizing his mistake, the guy understood that he might have gone too far, so he simply said awkwardly that it was just a joke. In fact, Han Feng was only thinking about how tired he was of everything that was happening. He didn't forget to warn his new friend that he was going to eat and go home, but it was too late because the girl had already fallen asleep. The strange girl was already lying right among the plates and did not respond at all to the young man's indignation. The main character himself couldn't believe that she had fallen asleep right in the middle of dinner. In any case, showing concern, he carefully laid the girl down on the soft sofa and lovingly covered her with a warm blanket so that she would not get cold. After that, thinking that he was now involuntarily raising a small, capricious child, the guy quickly got ready and immediately went home. Without delay, Han Feng abruptly closed the front door behind him with a noticeable slam. Thus, the whole night passed quietly, and events unfolded further in the early morning. It was then that the girl came to the main character's house again, while he was too sleepy to understand who was banging on his door so early in the morning. The neighbor briefly explained that she had brought some supplies to thank Han Feng for his help. The guy immediately began to suspect that she had come here because she wanted something else from him. It turned out that the girl had completely forgotten how to use the generator, so she wanted our hero to show her again. After spending a couple of days with the girl who lived above his apartment, he realized that she was a complete idiot. The main character confirmed for himself that she had no common sense whatsoever, but at the same time, she seemed to really want to learn everything she needed to know, since she dragged Han Feng to her place every day to ask for help. Despite the fact that she was completely unable to cook, the young man continued to say that it was at least some improvement in her culinary skills. He also noted that at a time like this, many people would be happy to eat such food, although on normal days, even dogs would not eat it. When they sat down to eat together again, the main character realized that he still did not know the name of his new friend. Then the girl introduced herself as the messenger of the evil king's true eye, and did so as calmly as if it were a normal thing. Han Feng, feeling completely disappointed, finally realized that talking to her would not give him any useful results. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of the complex, the first clashes between residents had already begun. They decided to take back the supplies they had given to the committee because they couldn't stand such unfair rules. The rebels even used homemade Molotov cocktails in this violent confrontation, so now there was a real, fiery scene of hell around them. At that moment, Zhang Xueyu arrived and watched from the sidelines for a while. After observing all this chaos, he realized that he would have to intervene after all. He stunned everyone with the sound from the loudspeaker, so the residents immediately stopped and clutched their heads. None of them could understand what had just happened, so they looked at the committee chairman in surprise. Zhang Xueyu asked them all to finally stop all this lawlessness. He thought it was ridiculous to fight over the last food supplies. The residents couldn't believe he still had the nerve to say such a thing, because it was his fault that their families only received a pack of instant noodles for a few days. The head understood that the food provided was not enough, and meanwhile the supplies were running out, so they were fighting for the last provisions. He even went so far as to say that perhaps all these people deserved to starve to death, since they had sunk so low. Zhang Xueyu suggested that everyone think carefully about who had put them in this situation. He picked up a piece of stale bread lying at his feet and decided to remind them how it all began. The head of the committee reminded them that initially, people with more supplies sold bread, which originally cost them pennies, for tens or even hundreds of yuan. A loaf of ordinary simple bread was divided into at least 5 or even 10 small pieces at such a large-scale cruel auction. In the end, these scoundrels managed to make a fortune from this disaster. Then Zhang Xueyu wondered why there was suddenly such a struggle for the last supplies. He asked if it wasn't ridiculous to the people themselves, because those with the most supplies were not making donations, because they wanted to deliberately raise prices. The committee chairman couldn't believe that this was the reason why they would all end up starving to death, because it was completely unfair. At the end of his speech, he decided to ask if they all thought that there was anything more important right now than getting up and taking the supplies that belonged to them. Upon hearing his words, the people immediately, without hesitation, believed Jin Shui and sincerely believed that he was absolutely right. They really couldn't understand why some people should live in luxury while others starved. In the end, the committee chairman's speech worked on all the residents, and they now believed that those people were to blame for all their troubles. A smirk immediately appeared on the guy's face when he saw how well his plan had worked. Li Ji also stood in the middle of all this commotion, gathering information for the main character. He understood that all these guys had simply gone mad, and that something very big was coming. Meanwhile, the weather had deteriorated to such an extent that the house itself was almost invisible behind a thick layer of ice. At that moment, Han Feng was peacefully dozing, having fallen asleep while reading a book. He was awakened by a notification from Brother Lee, who warned our hero that they were going to take all the supplies. The guy asked who his comrade was talking about, and he explained that this guy named Jiang was inciting the residents to steal other people's food, so now they were going door to door, breaking locks. In addition, Li Ji warned him that all these people were armed, so it would be better for him to hide and not fight them head-on. The main character understood that the situation was serious, so he immediately locked all the doors and closed all the windows. In fact, he did not expect things to turn out this way, but obviously he had stocked up on weapons for just such an occasion. At the same time, the young man understood that if all these crazy neighbors got to his supplies, they would most likely just tear him to pieces. In short, he had to try to prepare for a possible fight. Han Feng quickly went to his storage room and took 2 fire extinguishers and all the tools he would need. Without wasting any time, he decided to set up a trap on his front door. After attaching all the necessary elements with tape, he began to lay the wire. Suddenly, all the lights in the apartment went out, so the main character, alarmed, stopped. The other residents noticed that the lights had also gone out in the building opposite, so they were about to contact the administration, but there was no connection either. The main character understood that due to the blizzard and the active consumption of electricity for heating, sooner or later, everything would have to stop. Moreover, the snow and low temperatures outside made it impossible to repair any equipment. In other words, it was obvious that this power outage could be permanent. When the residents realized that they could no longer call anyone, they would surely panic. The main character, trying to start the generator, realized that this could lead to more serious unrest and everything around would turn into a real hell. Now the events moved back half an hour to Hyun, who was able to find some decent food after all. She was talking to the guy who had once killed the hero, and he was bragging, as he wrote in the chat, that he would buy materials at 50 times the market price, and some stupid fools fell for it. He spent more than 500,000 yuan on all the supplies and also put some of his goods up for auction, after which the poor rushed to buy them, and he made a nice profit. The guy gently took Hyun's cheek and emphasized that she had made the right choice when she joined him. The girl was glad that she had finally been fed, so she responded with the same tenderness. In turn, he understood that as long as he had supplies, this girl would be completely at his disposal, and in the meantime, the cries of rebellious neighbors could already be heard outside his apartment door. The guy immediately jumped up to see what the noise was in the middle of the night. The residents were talking about a man who lived there, who bought goods from dozens of residents and then raised prices in conversation. In the end, they decided not to waste any more time and simply broke down the door, unaware that the owner of the apartment was standing right there. The guy didn't expect things to turn out this way, so he just watched as they broke down his door. Hyun, feeling uneasy, also immediately got up from the table to see what was going on. The owner of the apartment did not have time to react to this threat, so all these armed tenants broke in. Meanwhile, the main character had already successfully started the generator and supplied his entire apartment with electricity. He was still trying to install this very trap on the doors, but it turned out to be not so easy. Using a device, the guy measured the voltage in the wires, which was still not there, so he couldn't figure out what the problem was. In the end, this homemade trap simply exploded with a deafening bang right in his hands, and all his long, persistent attempts, unfortunately, were unsuccessful. Han Feng quickly pushed everything aside and tried to catch his breath. He realized that it was all too complicated, so he hoped that the internet would come back so that he could find at least some clues. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, so the young man immediately forgot about everything else. Trying not to make any unnecessary noise, he peered through the small peephole to see who was there. Our hero immediately recognized that familiar face, so he asked what had happened to his friend again. Obviously, with no other choice, the girl came back again to ask Han Feng for help once more. The young man was not at all pleased that she always came to him when he was too busy. He was about to open the door for his neighbor, but then he remembered how in his previous life he had been tricked by Hyun, who had lured him out of his apartment in exactly the same way. Then the main character, having changed his mind about letting the girl in, immediately let go of the cold door handle with a sharp movement. The guy explained that he had already heard the news that some residents had started breaking down doors to get supplies, so he asked his neighbor to run home because he was not going to open the door for her. The girl, feeling the mounting pressure, sighed heavily, but still did not say anything in response. Not wanting to give up, she stubbornly and persistently knocked on Han Feng's closed door, sincerely hoping that he would change his mind. In the end, she gave up, but she didn't leave, so she continued to sit and freeze right outside our hero's apartment. The girl was trying to warm herself up somehow when she heard that rebels were already on their way, wanting to go through the residence faster than the others. Some of them wanted to know how many residents were on the 18th floor, but they decided to simply enter each apartment one by one. The bandits, cautiously entering the dark corridor, immediately realized that no one else had managed to reach this high floor yet. They quickly and efficiently divided all the apartments among themselves, while the girl suddenly disappeared without a trace. The rebels, acting in unison, quickly approached the first massive door and immediately grabbed a heavy crowbar to break it down. They asked if anyone was home and lied that they had brought supplies, while the main character and the girl sat right at the entrance. These two strong guys started to literally break down the sturdy doors. But Han Feng, despite everything, continued to sit completely calmly and motionless. He whispered to his partner not to worry because the door had been reinforced for such cases. The girl herself did not seem to be too worried, so she did not cause any problems for our hero. Meanwhile, the bandits began to nervously pull on the door handle, but it did not yield to their strength. They couldn't understand why even the handle wouldn't break, so they decided to deal with the neighboring apartment first and just mark this one for now. The main character realized that he had indeed done the right thing by reinforcing the door and handle. Only now did he realize that he had grabbed his neighbor too tightly, so he began to explain excitedly that he was simply afraid that those people would hear that someone was in the apartment. The girl was not offended at all. On the contrary, she thanked Han Feng for saving her. Meanwhile, the voices behind the door finally fell silent, and our heroes could breathe a sigh of relief. The guy listened carefully once more and concluded that it seemed the gangsters had finally left. The main character promised that he would fix the trap right away, and if these people dared to break down his door again, they would simply die from the electric shock. His partner immediately asked what it was, and the guy explained that it was a means of protection that worked by delivering an electric shock. Han Feng realized that he was wasting his breath explaining, because the silly girl wouldn't understand anyway. And besides, even he didn't know why it was so difficult to get this stupid thing to work. Suddenly, the neighbor started talking about how such anti-theft devices use the difference between current and voltage, so there was nothing complicated about it. She pointed out that first you had to turn off the power, then wrap the bare wire around the door handle to insulate it. Then you need to connect the ground wire of the distribution box to the handle and turn the power back on. The main character did everything according to the girl's instructions and was very surprised when he saw that the trap really worked. He immediately asked how his partner knew about this, but she immediately began to talk about how the evil king's true eye could see the truth about everything in the world. In the end, the guy explained that he was very busy, so he asked her to quickly tell him what kind of help she needed. Suddenly, the neighbor began to dump out all the things she had brought with her, completely ignoring our hero's request. The next moment, without waiting for his consent or asking any unnecessary questions, she declared that she would now live right here. At first, Han Feng didn't really understand what this strange girl was talking about, but he was truly shocked when he finally understood her words. The main character thought she was just joking and insisted that she go home as soon as possible. Suddenly, due to his carelessness, he got tangled up in the long wires he was carrying in his hands and fell straight down. With a deafening crash, he awkwardly fell right onto his old belongings, which instantly scattered in all directions. The young man slowly came to his senses after the fall and immediately felt how painful it was with his whole body. Literally a second later, to his great surprise, he realized that all the pain had instantly and inexplicably disappeared. Then the main character looked around and realized that something strange had happened to his coffee table. Looking closer, the guy realized that the furniture had suddenly changed its usual shape. Only now did Han Feng realize that his hands were glowing with a purple light that he had never seen before. He was also amazed to see that the toolbox had suffered the same strange fate. The young man decided to check what had happened to his hammer, and suddenly found that it was now completely unusable. In the end, our hero concluded that the purple light could soften various objects. Only now did he raise his head and realize that the girl had seen everything. Han Feng realized with horror that he had even forgotten that there was someone else in the apartment. The eccentric girl, frozen in place, looked with undisguised surprise at what had just happened right before her eyes. Despite her shock, the eccentric girl was still going to say something to the main character, who had accidentally revealed his abilities to her. It turned out that she was very happy because she had found another messenger, chosen by the evil king's true eye. Now Han Feng understood that deceiving this girl was easier than easy, so he began to play along with her fantasies. Suddenly, the girl got up from the sofa and gestured for the young man to stop. She began to talk about how they, as messengers, should support each other and share blood. Covering his eyes, the main character tried to explain why they couldn't live together, but his partner didn't seem to care at all. The strange girl ran into another room and slammed the door loudly, so Han Feng realized that all his persuasion was useless. Our hero tried to protest that he had not given his consent, but then resigned himself and agreed that she would stay here. In any case, he was now more interested in the purple light that had just softened his fall. Han Feng understood that it seemed he only had 2 types of light so far, and he still had to discover the rest. Now when he tripped over the wire and was about to hit the table, purple energy appeared. The main character tried to remember what he had felt at that moment in order to feel that light. At that moment, his hands glowed purple. So now it was clear that this energy appeared immediately after he remembered the dangerous situation. Han Feng was surprised when he saw how the wire reacted to the effect of this ability. Immediately after that, driven by curiosity, the guy went to the kitchen to continue his experiments. He picked up a cleaver, which was not an easy object to soften in this way. In a moment, the protagonist's plan worked, so he was very surprised when this power worked even on steel. The guy decided to try the modified kitchen tool on himself, but immediately realized that he was like jelly. He tried again and eventually discovered that the longer the purple light was used, the softer the object became. Now the main character realized that he had received a completely useless ability that only ruined things in his hands. However, twirling the dented spoon in his hands, Han Feng wondered if maybe that wasn't the case at all. He wondered what would happen if he mixed another light with purple, as he had done before with red and green. Han Feng decided to conduct this experiment on the cleaver, focusing all his attention on the process. A second later, he saw in his hands a knife that was completely intact, just as it had been originally. The main character looked at his reflection in the steel of the tool with surprise, because he did not expect it to actually regain its shape. At that very moment, he had new ideas for further experiments with this new power. For now, the young man decided to carefully test his sudden guesses on the most ordinary, unremarkable paper napkin. Han Feng now understood that mixing 2 types of light could change the strength of matter. Moreover, it turned out that the hardness of these materials was even quite good. At that moment, the main character had an interesting idea about his new ability. Meanwhile, the bandits had already collected some resources from defenseless residents and, it seems, had no intention of handing them over to the committee. They believed that there was no need to hand over the resources so that they could then be distributed to some old women and old men. One of the rebels noted that all this had to be kept secret, because they would be finished if anyone found out about it. But the second one pointed fearfully behind him. In the end, one of the bandits obeyed his partner and saw that the wall was moving strangely. Literally a second later, a truly terrifying, distorted face of an unknown creature suddenly appeared from the smooth surface of the wall. It began to deform more and more, making eerie sounds, taking on ugly forms, and truly terrifying the gangsters standing nearby. The creature approached the rebel who was standing closest and seemed to look into his very soul. The monster slowly reached out to the guys who, completely paralyzed, simply froze in place due to their primal, crippling fear. Now trembling with inexplicable horror, they seriously thought that right in front of them, contrary to common sense, the most real, soul-terrifying ghost had appeared. In the end, they ran away in terror, screaming desperately and frantically throughout the corridor. At that moment, the creature began to twitch frantically, as if it could no longer breathe. It turned out to be the main character, who decided to teach the bandits a lesson using his abilities. Now he felt that doing something like this with an entire wall was too much trouble. Stepping away from the wall, Han Feng immediately felt how exhausted he was from this experiment. But despite this, the main character gathered his remaining strength and picked up a heavy sledgehammer. The main character decided that now was the time to test the result of hardening the wall. Fully concentrating on his inner feelings and trying not to get distracted, he finally decided to begin the process. Summoning all his willpower and strength, Han Feng struck the wall he had just successfully reinforced with a crushing blow from the heavy sledgehammer. After that, our hero calmly stepped aside to look at the mark left by his blow. Now he understood that everything here was so hardened that even a piece of the wall did not break off from the huge sledgehammer. Meanwhile, the action moves to the underground parking lot, where all the rebels have gathered. One of them reported that many residents had almost run out of food, so he had only just managed to gather supplies. Suddenly, someone grabbed the stunned rebel firmly by the shoulder, causing him to flinch and freeze instantly. It turned out to be one of the Wang brothers, who had pinned the man down with one swift movement. The guy wanted to know where their ally had hidden all the stolen food, but the man continued to insist that he had no intention of hiding anything. He was still sure that the rebel was not telling the truth, because he had recently seen him carrying 3 large bags, but he had brought only one. The young man was still sure of his words, so he promised to beat the answer out of the men if they didn't tell him themselves. Suddenly, he felt someone's heavy, icy hand on his shoulder, clutching him with a death grip. It turned out to be Yang Shuiyu, whom the young man did not expect to see here at all. The committee chairman asked that the man be released first, because they could simply discuss all these issues. He understood the young man's indignation perfectly well, so he promised to deal with the problem. The young man threw the scoundrel to the floor with all his might and decided to listen to their mentor. Meanwhile, the head of the committee approached the rebel and held out his hand to help him up. With a smile on his face, he asked if their partner was okay after the scuffle. Li Ji did not scold the man and just smiled, waiting for him to tell him everything. In this way, the committee was able to obtain 2 more huge bags of supplies. The man apologized for his actions, explaining that his family of 5 did not have enough food. In addition, the leader did not punish the offender and gave him food for the day. He emphasized that rules are rules, and this man had given what he could gather, so he would receive a fixed amount of encouragement. Li Ji did not intend to punish the offender and gave him a daily ration of supplies. The man himself, touched, promised that he would carry out any orders Li Ji gave him if he needed anything. Then the leader decided to address the rest of the neighbors and asked those who had already received their supplies to go home. Wang Xiaowu and Wang Xiaowen immediately ran up to him and wanted to know how he managed to get this man to give up all his hidden food. In addition, the boys wanted to know why the leader had given him the ration after all, so he explained that the man had not actually done anything. Li Ji was well aware that there had been several rebellions and conflicts in the country's history caused by clashes between the interests of different classes. He understood that all this looked like normal collective behavior and explained that he simply told the man that he would be collectively condemned if he continued. This was not to mention the likelihood of being detained on legal grounds when the disaster was over. And until then, the offender would be subjected to reprisals from the robbed residents. Uncle Lo watched their conversation from the sidelines, not particularly wanting to get involved. He understood that among such rebels there would always be a leader directing their actions. In the most turbulent times, such heroes always appear, and Li Ji was no exception. All this time, the main character continued to wield a sledgehammer, testing his new abilities. Now the guy moved on to the windows, which he also successfully reinforced using the skill he had learned. Despite the fact that he had spent all his strength on this, the apartment was now completely fortified. At that very moment, Han Feng shuddered and was suddenly distracted by another insistent and loud knock on his door, which echoed throughout his chaotic apartment. He approached the entrance as quietly as possible, suspecting that someone had come for his supplies again. The wary guy cautiously looked through the narrow peephole and asked loudly throughout the apartment who had decided to come to him at such a late and completely inappropriate hour. It turned out to be Hyuna, who had come to say that she had been thinking a lot lately and realized that she could no longer suppress her feelings for the main character. Now she seemed to understand that only through adversity could one understand true love and see who truly loved, who could sacrifice the last thing they had. Memories from his past life immediately flashed before the main character's eyes. The girl suggested that he simply open the door and touch her heart if Han Feng didn't believe her, but he immediately realized that she was saying the same thing as last time. Our hero understood that besides Hyuna herself, the man could be behind the door. He quickly rushed to his rifle because the moment had finally come when he could finish off these 2 scumbags. In the end, the guy stopped abruptly because he realized something important. He understood that there was no light, so the enemy would obviously be hiding somewhere, while he would be exposed, which was too dangerous. If he relied solely on the electric shock, they would have to touch the door handle at the same time, which was clearly impossible, and Han Feng was not so sure about its effectiveness. The main character came to the conclusion that he needed to calm down first, and then, since he had finally waited for this moment, it was better not to rush and think everything through carefully. He understood that the biggest threat to him now was not Li Hyun herself, but the man hiding in the darkness. But at the same time, the guy couldn't just go out to determine his opponent's position, so he had to figure it out somehow in advance, while still in the apartment. Finally, a truly brilliant idea came to Han Feng's mind, like a bright flash in the darkness, about how to quickly and effectively solve the problem. Rummaging through his memories, the main character realized that the man was hiding somewhere behind the door. Quickly guessing where the treacherous enemy might be hiding at that moment, he silently and extremely carefully approached the wall. The young man was well aware that it would inevitably take him a long time to successfully pull off this extremely difficult trick. The main character decided to use the purple light because he was sure it would work. Hyun was still standing at the door, continuing to beg Han Feng to open it for her. Meanwhile, her partner wondered if this guy was worth them spending their energy on robbing, but the girl was sure that our hero still had food left because she remembered his truck with supplies. The guy was immediately delighted when he heard all this, because such an amount of provisions would definitely last them a long time. All this time, they had no idea that the main character had a completely different plan. Han Feng was finally able to fully control his powers and confidently control the wall. Meanwhile, the bandit asked Hyuna if she had heard any strange noises just now. He reasonably suspected that all this strange, frightening noise was actually coming from somewhere behind them. At that moment, the main character's fast and powerful fist appeared in front of his face, so he didn't have time to react to the threat. The girl didn't see what happened in time, so she jumped aside in sudden fright. She ran up to her partner to ask if he was okay and asked him not to scare her like that. At that moment, the apartment door finally opened, so Hyun immediately shifted her attention. Han Feng suddenly appeared out of the darkness with a fire extinguisher in his hands, which he pointed in her direction. The girl did not expect anything like this, so she just froze and watched our hero's actions. Suddenly, he decided to use the fire extinguisher in his hands directly against Hyuna herself, causing her to scream loudly. With tears in her eyes, she begged him to stop and not joke around like that. In the end, the girl inhaled the air, causing her to literally stop breathing for a second. After that, she simply fell to the floor and began to cough violently, unable to even look around. When the haze around her cleared a little, Hyuna was finally able to see where her partner was. Now she could see that the guy looked really pathetic after that sudden attack. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he begged Hyuna to help him, because he knew he couldn't handle it on his own after such an injury. The girl in turn froze in horror and couldn't do anything about it. At that moment, the main character's hand appeared out of the darkness and reached out to her. Han Feng suddenly and very roughly grabbed her by the hair in her tangled scarf, trying to pull the frightened girl closer to him with force. Hyun was not going to give up so easily, so in an instant she broke free from the young man's grasp, leaving only a strand of her hair behind. She didn't waste a second and quickly ran away in an unknown direction, screaming for help. Our hero sighed discontentedly because his main target had run away too quickly. At that very moment, the beaten and barely breathing guy reminded him of himself again, letting out a painful cry of unbearable agony. Han Feng was not going to leave it at that, so he struck his enemy in the stomach again with all his might, asking who had given him permission to get up. Coughing, the guy asked the main character to wait, so he paused for a second before his next attack. This scoundrel, choking with rage, began to speak hoarsely about his influential father and brazenly threatened the protagonist, promising him swift and maximum punishment. Obviously, Han Feng didn't care at all, so he didn't hesitate to deliver another powerful blow. The guy didn't stop for a second because he didn't give a damn who his father was, because now he was dealing with a completely different person. The scoundrel still did not calm down and tried to come to some kind of agreement with the enraged main character. Trembling with fear, he began to say that he had no complaints against Han Feng. These words enraged the young man even more, because he was the one who should be asking why he had been killed for no reason. Mercilessly raining down blow after blow, Han Feng asked in an icy tone why these people had decided to kill him so cold-bloodedly and cruelly. There was not a trace of regret left in our hero's eyes. Now he only wanted to know the answers to the questions that had been gnawing at him from the very beginning. It seemed that this guy was already in such a state that he simply couldn't answer him, even if he wanted to. In the end, Han Feng decided not to waste any more time or energy, so he grabbed a baseball bat. He stopped in front of the beaten scoundrel and stared at him intently for a while. The guy gathered all his strength and asked why the main character was being so cruel to him, trying to find out what his motives were. Han Feng couldn't believe that this despicable person still dared to ask such questions. He ordered the scoundrel to stop pretending to be an idiot and finally delivered the fatal blow. The main character was very angry at the fact that his killer dared to say anything about motives. It was incredibly difficult for the guy to recover from what had happened, so his ragged breathing did not calm down at all, and his heart continued to beat wildly in his chest. Suddenly, Han Feng realized the whole situation too well, so he couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. In the end, unable to control his nausea, he vomited the entire contents of his stomach right in the middle of the corridor. At that moment, he heard a rustling sound behind him, which meant that he was not alone. Han Feng immediately forgot about all the unpleasant sensations and glanced behind him to see what was happening. It turns out that his new neighbor had been sitting nearby the whole time and saw exactly what our hero had done. Suddenly, the girl asked him without any emotion if he needed help. The young man understood perfectly well that it was a very harsh sight, but this girl didn't seem to care, so he definitely didn't want such a strange person to stay in his house. The main character began to tell the eccentric girl that those people could return at any moment to take revenge, so it would be better for her to leave so as not to be in danger as well. In response, the girl only mumbled indistinctly, expressing her uncertain attitude toward the situation, but she was in no hurry to leave. Han Feng tried to be as serious as possible, so he emphasized that she should stay at his place for her own good. The strange girl had no intention of listening to the main character, so she replied that she wanted to stay here. The guy continued to say that it was too dangerous here, because they could both just die. It seemed that these words finally angered the girl, so she slammed her glass on the table. She asked Han Feng not to worry about it, because the evil king's true eye would definitely help them. After that, the girl just got up and left because she was tired and wanted to sleep. The main character was unhappy that she had simply ignored him, so he grabbed her arm sharply. He asked the eccentric girl to stop pretending to be stupid and evasive, because they were talking about real problems now. The girl just looked at Han Feng's hand, which was clutching hers tightly. In the end, she simply asked our hero to go with her to the next room. The young man was surprised by this request, but did not resist and simply asked why she needed this. When he saw what the eccentric girl was hiding behind those doors, he was so shocked that he didn't say a word. Now the events returned to the underground parking lot of the complex, where it was still a mess, so everyone who had already received their rations was asked to go to their apartments. The room was still noisy, as quite a few residents still wanted to receive supplies. Among those waiting in line was Hyona, who was now looking around excitedly. When her turn came, she introduced herself as a resident of apartment 601 in Building 4 and asked for one ration. The other residents, hearing her words, immediately began to actively discuss the girl behind her back. Hyona paid no attention to any of this because she couldn't understand why her partner had suddenly lost consciousness and hadn't responded to her all night. But what worried her most was the moment when Han Feng suddenly opened the door. The girl remembered perfectly well that the apartment was lit and warm, so it was obvious that this guy had something to generate electricity. Now she was angry that the main character had prepared for this disaster in advance and hadn't even said anything about it, giving her useless junk with the trash. Hyuna was so preoccupied with the need to find out as much as possible about all this that she didn't even notice when she bumped into one of the residents. The man walked a little ahead and suddenly froze in place, then quietly asked her to stop. It turned out that he recognized Hyuna, so he wanted to talk to the tired girl for a bit. This neighbor informed her that they had built a fire in the lobby on the 5th floor and asked if she would like to warm up with them. She had no desire to sit with anyone, so she replied that she would rather warm up at home. It seems that the man didn't really want to let the beauty go and offered her to stay at his place for a few days. He advised Hyun to think carefully because he had plenty of food and emphasized that he had always liked her. The girl couldn't stand the fact that this tenant wouldn't leave her alone, so she pushed him away because she definitely didn't want any of his leftovers. The man was very angry at these words because he could clearly see that she had shamelessly taken supplies a second time. Everyone heard what the two were saying, so they immediately tensed up because they couldn't allow anyone to take someone else's food. Hyona herself couldn't take it anymore and attacked this scoundrel who wouldn't leave her alone. The man certainly did not expect the girl to lash out at him with such malice and considerable force. This enraged him even more, so he swung his arm to hit the insolent girl in return. At that moment, another girl intervened in their conflict and slapped the man hard across the face. She pushed the scoundrel aside and shouted at him that he shouldn't hurt girls. More and more people began to pay attention to this brawl, realizing that someone was in trouble. People began to suspect that some kind of fight had broken out and asked for Mr. Zhang to be called. It turned out that a nurse had come to Hyun's aid and immediately asked if she was injured. Jinyu immediately handed the girl her business card and asked her to contact her if anything hurt. Hyun did not want to take the nurse's contact information and, covering herself with a scarf, tried to leave as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the man attacked again, only this time targeting the girl who had saved Hyuna. He didn't stand on ceremony with the fragile nurse and pinned her to the floor with all his strength for daring to interfere in other people's business. Swinging at the girl, This scoundrel began to scream frantically that he would kill her right then and there. Finally, someone from the crowd mustered up the courage to intervene and pulled the vile attacker away with force. It turned out to be Li Ji, who simply could not stand by and watch all this. After dealing with the scoundrel, he explained that he had always believed that the most disgusting person was someone who allowed himself to hit women. At that moment, Yang Shuiyu finally arrived and ordered everyone to step aside. The man immediately reported to the leader that Jung had dared to pretend that she had the right to claim supplies, adding that he had seen her with the rich man who was raising the prices of materials. Li Ji was greatly angered by his words because he believed that a man who beat women certainly had no right to complain here. Suddenly, he stopped because he saw that the leader had decided to deal with this scumbag himself. Li Ji asked the man what he thought of their organization, because their original mission was to protect everyone and prevent people from starving to death. The man immediately began to apologize to Mr. Zhang and admitted that he was wrong, and the leader himself asked him to just walk by next time. After that, the leader turned to Li Ji and Jin Shui, noting that they had suffered for nothing, and asked if they wanted to join the committee. Brother Li immediately turned away because he was not interested in looting, so he would not join them, even if he were starving to death. The nurse also admitted that she couldn't accept Mr. Zhang's approach, but noted that she was still willing to help others as a medic. The leader sighed heavily, realizing that he was unable to recruit such useful people. Then Hyona approached him, wanting to know if she could join their committee. The girl slipped back into her role, so she leaned close to the leader and began to say that she had always admired him, but had never had the opportunity to tell him. Li Ji gently pushed her away and asked if the young lady had misunderstood something, hinting that she was of no use to them. He didn't waste any more time and, turning away, emphasized that she was of no value to them. The girl did not respond, but she was annoyed by this answer, because all her plans were falling apart. In the end, she realized that she had to go all the way. So she confessed that she knew a place where there were many supplies, which immediately interested Brother Zhang. Meanwhile, Han Feng was actively examining the thing his new neighbor had shown him. It turned out that this girl knew how to manipulate space, so now they were looking for the right item for our hero. In the end, she pulled out an ordinary mannequin, which made the guy angry because it was not at all what he had described. In short, this eccentric girl had the ability to store things in another space. She could open a kind of black hole and then suck everything she saw into it. But the main character couldn't understand why she needed so much junk, which was now in his house. In any case, the young man was curious about what was inside and why the girl still couldn't find the thing she needed. The eccentric girl admitted that she had never explored this space, which was truly enormous, and that was why Han Feng suggested sticking his head in there so he could look around. The young man was still afraid, but he tried to calm himself down by thinking that the girl herself calmly put her hands in there, and it didn't hurt or feel good to her. A second later, part of his body simply disappeared into this black unknown hole. The main character carefully opened his eyes to see what was in this unknown space. The guy felt that he was completely fine and was surprised to realize what was happening here. The space was indeed very large, so there was a huge amount of supplies here. The main character himself did not expect the size of this storage facility to be so enormous. Now he understood perfectly well what kind of person could have cleaned out that supermarket in just one night. Suddenly, the young man's eyes began to water profusely, and he completely forgot about all his joys. He began to literally suffocate because this space did not seem to be designed for humans to be in. The protagonist's whole body began to shake violently as he desperately tried to get out of this black hole. After a while, the guy finally managed to do it and was able to breathe fresh air. Han Feng immediately fell to his knees and began coughing violently, while involuntary tears streamed down his face, contorted with pain. He was very angry that his partner had not warned him that there was no oxygen in that space, but she saw no problem with it because she could not feel it with her hands. At that moment, the girl was distracted from their conversation because she seemed to have found something interesting in her boundless storage. Pulling a box out of the black hole, she calmly informed our hero that she had found what he was so interested in. Han Feng immediately forgot all his previous grievances because he was incredibly happy with this discovery. It turned out that this was not all, so the guy watched closely to see what the eccentric creature would do next. At that moment, numerous boxes poured out of the hole like an avalanche, literally filling the entire room in a matter of seconds. The main character could not find the words to describe his shock at what he saw. The events of that evening then rapidly moved to one of the dark, damp stairwells of the building. The bandits, who had previously fallen for Han Feng's prank, returned to the 18th floor. They followed their comrade who had not yet encountered the monster and asked uncertainly if he really wanted to go there. The man just laughed at his partners because it was the 21st century and they still believed in ghosts. He emphasized that Mr. Zhang had asked them to check everything here because he trusted them, so they simply had no right to let their leader down. The frightened gangsters were still reluctant to go there because they thought that the girl might have simply deceived the head of the committee. It turned out that Han Feng had already been following them with the devices they found in their partner's storage room. The guy knew that these people would come back, so he was glad that they decided to follow the corridor. Then he announced the transition to the second part of the plan and emphasized that he would start, and then the girl would make her exit. The main character understood that they needed to calculate the timing perfectly for everything to work. To carry out his plan, he carefully set the timer for exactly 2 minutes, watching closely as the digital display began its countdown. Meanwhile, the leader of the group asked his cowardly comrades if they had heard any noise, and they, of course, immediately thought it was a ghost. Then some frightening and completely unknown lights appeared from the darkness of the floor, ominously illuminating the frozen walls of the house. It turned out that they were remote-controlled toy cars with explosives attached to them. All the gangsters immediately froze, not understanding why all these toys were flying at them. Finally, one of the cars crashed right into the face of the man standing in front. Because Han Feng had carefully calculated the timing, the dynamite fuse had just burned out. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion, followed by the screams of the rebels who had not managed to escape. It turned out to be just compressed paprika, which temporarily blinded the intruders. It didn't end with the cars, because our heroes also had drones equipped with such explosives. The leader of the group managed to see this threat, so he immediately shouted for his partners to run away. It wasn't that simple because the drone was controlled from the apartment and could easily catch up with them. There were 22 seconds left on the timer, so the eccentric woman sitting at the controls asked if she should drop the explosives. The main character realized that they still had time, so he asked his partner to fly closer so that these people would definitely learn their lesson. It turned out that this bandit was not easily frightened, so he tried to shoot down the device, which made Han Feng panic because he didn't want the equipment to be damaged. His partner had to work hard to dodge these rapid attacks. In the end, the rebel's weapon hit one of the drone's blades, breaking off a small piece. The girl then reported that control of the left side had been lost, so she was no longer able to stabilize the drone, but Han Feng demanded that she save their only drone. In the end, the drone simply flew out the window, and the time on the timer was running out. The main character tried to support his partner so that she could hold on to the device, but it was already too late. When the timer ran out, fireworks suddenly went off in the street, intended for those gangsters. Despite the interference, the drone was still flying steadily, but it was becoming more difficult to control with every passing second. Chudachka reported that the right propeller had completely failed, so now it was descending, and the guy asked her to find a suitable place to land so as not to crash the device. Finally, she reported that she had managed to find a spot outside the stairwell window. Han Feng didn't waste any time and said he would go there right away because this drone was too important to them. Suddenly, the girl reported that there was a corpse there, so the young man immediately looked closer at the screen. He asked his partner to zoom in on the image to see who the person was. The main character was shocked when he realized that it was Li's brother, who looked very emaciated. The young man couldn't understand why his only friend was here. This was very upsetting to Han Feng, because he began to suspect that Li Ji had also been robbed. Now the young man was even more determined, so he quickly got ready and warned the girl not to open the door to anyone. The main character rummaged through all his belongings to gather everything he needed for this outing. At that moment, he heard his partner approach him, so he immediately looked up at her. The girl wanted Han Feng to take a device with him to keep in touch with her. The young man did not refuse this help and thanked her for her concern. Our hero understood that it was too dangerous, so he took a gun with him for self-defense, but hoped that he would not need to use it. Soon, Han Feng began to descend to retrieve the drone and check on his friend. All this time, his partner was watching every floor, checking to see if it was clear. Meanwhile, the guy himself was thinking that, according to the drone's measurements, they knew that it was almost minus 50 degrees Celsius outside, so a person without protective measures would die in just half an hour outside. The main character understood that the situation with Brother Li was very bad, so he needed to hurry to get there in time to help. The bandit who had managed to escape Han Feng's trap had already warned others to be careful if anyone else was planning to go there. Zhang Xueyu listened carefully to all these reports and thanked the residents for their concern. The leader then moved on to other committee issues and listened to the other participants. He calmly distributed all the necessary materials because he had promised that they would never treat people with donations unfairly. Hyeon still tried to find out if she could join the committee after her help, but the head refused her again. The guy explained that they still couldn't confirm that it was her friend's doing, and also noted that if it weren't for Uncle Lou's words about someone moving resources, he wouldn't have believed it at all. In the end, he turned to the others and suggested that they go there together and inspect the floor. Lee Ji also asked the guys to bring tools for Hyona because he hoped that during this operation she would demonstrate her value to the organization. The girl was surprised when she heard these words from the head of the committee, as she did not think she would have to do this. One of the Wang brothers brought a pipe for Hyuna so she could defend herself. She simply accepted that she would have to go through all this to prove her trustworthiness. Lee Ji emphasized that every person was an important part of their team, so he asked everyone to watch out for their safety as they climbed. After that, everyone went up the stairs to that ill-fated, mysterious floor. Lee Ji walked confidently ahead, carefully lighting the way for everyone with a flashlight. Soon, one of the twins saw the body of Lee's brother and immediately brought it to the leader's attention. Everyone was shocked when they saw that it was Lee Ziyi lying unconscious in the middle of the landing. They tried to help the poor guy in trouble as quickly as possible, so they gave him hot water from a thermos to warm him up. When Brother Lee came to, he coughed violently because the heat burned his mouth and lips. He started yelling that it was too hot and immediately moved away from the thermos to avoid the pain. Finally, Lee Ji realized that something strange was going on, so he carefully looked around. All eyes in the committee were fixed on him, waiting for some kind of explanation. It turned out that this guy was not at all happy that these guys had saved his life. Then Brother Wang intervened in their conversation, unable to understand what was wrong with Lee Ji, because he didn't even thank Mr. Zhang for saving him. Brother Lee admitted that he would only thank those from whom this young man had recently stolen resources, and asked him to stop pretending to be a hero. The young man was not at all pleased with such insolent words, so he was already preparing to teach a lesson to the scoundrel who dared to insult their leader. Zhang Xueyu still had no intention of giving up, so he asked Brother Lee again to join them, but he was adamant and repeated his refusal once more. In turn, the young man asked Li Qi to stop being so shameless and refuse this opportunity. These words further angered the rebellious resident, because he certainly did not want to be forced to join their committee. The head was very persistent, so he stopped him and asked if Brother Lee had any misunderstandings with them. Li Ji considered him a real scoundrel, because he saw no difference between dying of starvation and receiving food once every 3 days while continuing to suffer. The main character had been sitting upstairs the whole time, eavesdropping on the entire conflict. Now he understood that Zhang Xueyu didn't really care about his wards since they only got food once every 3 days. In addition, the guy realized that this made sense because the committee wanted to attract young people, but so far only the old, sick, weak, and disabled were coming. Meanwhile, Brother Wang couldn't hold back again and grabbed Li Ji by his clothes because he thought that he didn't appreciate their kindness at all. He asked one last time if Brother Lee was going to join, but Lee didn't answer and hit him hard with his forehead. As the young man fell to the floor, the rebel continued to shout that he refused to go and asked what they would do to him for it. The other committee members looked at Brother Lee with wide eyes, not understanding why he was behaving this way. Zhang Xueyu just sighed heavily, realizing that the conversation with this stubborn man had finally reached a dead end. Nodding his head, he signaled to his men to begin dealing with Li Ji. Little by little, all these armed men began to surround the rebel, who was completely unarmed. Despite this, Brother Lee was not afraid at all, and declared with confidence in his voice that he was not afraid at all. Han Feng understood perfectly well that this was a bad situation, because his comrade was in such poor condition that he could collapse at any moment. The guy wanted to help Brother Lee, but he couldn't defeat so many opponents. At the same time, he remembered how many times his friend had saved him, so he couldn't just stand by and watch Li Ji risk his life. Our hero sighed heavily to gather his thoughts and think about what to do in this situation. In the end, the gun came in handy for Han Feng, so he took it out of his jacket pocket. The young man took careful aim and, grabbing the icy railing, waited for the moment to act. Even under the threat of death, Li Ji did not lose his enthusiasm and waited for them to attack him. Suddenly, he looked at the staircase leading to the next floor and noticed something interesting. Literally a second later, a deafening shot rang out in the enclosed space of the corridor. The bullet hit the floor right at Brother Wang's feet, who fell to the ground in shock and fear. The others didn't really understand what the sound was and began to guess that it was a gun, which was very hard to believe. The main character decided to stop hiding and, pointing his weapon at the crowd, ordered them not to move. Everyone in the hallway instantly froze in their tracks, holding their breath and waiting with growing trepidation to see what would happen next in this frightening and completely unpredictable silence. Only Li Ji looked in surprise at the young man who had come to his aid. Everyone else obeyed Han Feng's order without question and now simply stared at the strange pair in complete silence, trying to guess how this sudden confrontation would end. Haiyan immediately recognized the young man and was surprised that he had left the house after all, and with a gun at that. The main character understood that all this was too dangerous, so he gave the key to the apartment to his friend so that they could slowly retreat. Meanwhile, the rebels began whispering among themselves and turned to Mr. Zhang, asking what to do next. Han Feng was unhappy that they had allowed themselves to do this, so he fired another shot at the floor beneath their feet. In a stern voice, he reminded everyone that no one was to move, ordering them to drop their weapons on the floor and kneel. No one dared to defy the protagonist, so everyone obediently followed his orders. In this way, the young man was able to create an opportunity for himself and Brother Li to quietly retreat to his home. A second later, they disappeared from view, and all the committee members also stood silently and did not move. Curious, all the rebels looked up to see where Han Feng had gone. Li Ji was the first to stand up and immediately asked his subordinates if they knew who this guy was. After him, Hyona spoke up and explained that it was Han Feng and that they were on their way to his house. Brother Wang immediately lashed out at the girl because he was very angry that she had not warned him that this man was armed. The girl immediately began to say that she also did not know about this, and Zhang Xueyu asked everyone to calm down because he was sure that the young lady would not lie. The leader immediately took control of the situation and hinted that a man with a weapon must have supplies. The other committee members immediately picked up on this and began to suspect that this was the same person who had raised the prices of materials. In turn, Zhang Xueyu realized that they might have found the very person Uncle Lu had mentioned earlier. Brother Wang immediately asked if they should stick to their original plan, as he was afraid that this person would simply shoot them with a gun. The leader was not afraid of such a turn of events, because he understood that if this man were capable of murder, he would have already done so. He didn't believe that the two would hide in the apartment the whole time, so he suggested that everyone return and prepare some security measures before going back. In addition, Zhang Xueyu promised that they would clear out the insolent man's house as soon as possible. Meanwhile, our heroes still couldn't get inside, but Li Ji couldn't open the door because his hands were shaking. Han Feng asked his friend not to panic because it seemed that no one was chasing them, so he was able to immediately insert the key into the lock and feel the warmth from inside. The young man urged Brother Li not to delay another second and to get inside as quickly as possible. His partner was very surprised when he noticed that there was a working radiator in the apartment. He also saw a generator that supplied the entire apartment with electricity. The young man looked with admiration at the very room that was filled to the brim with supplies. He asked in shock what was going on with the main character's house, but the latter couldn't explain because it was too long a story. At that moment, Brother Li was distracted from the supplies because he noticed that the door to the other room had suddenly opened. It was Han Feng's neighbor, who decided to ask where the drone was that the guy had gone outside for. Only now did the main character realize with bitter regret that in all the commotion, he had completely forgotten about his main task, for which he had risked his life and come to this cursed place. In turn, Li Ji asked with sincere surprise what kind of equipment he was talking about. Han Feng had to spend 2 whole hours explaining the latest events, while his friend ate his fill after such a long period of starvation. His friend thought that predicting this whole disaster and even making such extensive preparations was too cool, so now he agreed that diligent study was indeed useful. The main character apologized to his friend and explained that he couldn't tell him about his supplies. Brother Li was not offended by the guy at all, because if it weren't for him, he would have died of hunger sooner or later. His friend emphasized that Han Feng's attitude towards him was already very kind, which left the young man at a loss for words. In the end, our hero asked Li Ji not to say such things and offered him to eat as much as he wanted, because there was plenty of food here. The comrade couldn't hold back his tears at the young man's kindness, while the girl watched this heartbreaking scene emotionlessly. Finally, Brother Li gathered all his emotions and began to talk about how the situation in their complex was now completely different. He asked if the main character remembered the information he had sent him before the power was cut off. The guy added that since that day, the guy with the surname Jiyo had been going around stealing supplies in the name of collectivism and noted that there were still those who disapproved of his actions. After several people left the group, the leader did not seem too concerned about it. But behind Li Ji's back, he sent Jin Qinwu to take care of them, saying that it was to reduce the threat to them. The main character, upon hearing the second name, immediately realized that it was the older brother of the university twins. In fact, Han Feng was not surprised by the fact that the committee had developed so quickly, with such underground tricks. Then Brother Li emphasized that evil would be punished and asked our hero if he knew who they were going to rob. The young man immediately asked who his comrade was hinting at, and he said it was Li Jinghao. This strong man was actually a professional boxer who had once been a distinguished middleweight champion and still retained that frightening strength. The main character suspected that the committee members must have been severely beaten, but it turned out that the scoundrel Zhang refused to admit defeat and lose face. With his support, these people enthusiastically continued to march towards Li Jinghao to fight him. As a result, they were all brutally and mercilessly beaten by a professional boxer who knocked out each attacker in a matter of minutes with precise and devastating blows. Because of this incident, Li Jinghao also gathered a group of pursuers, among whom were two people who were quite well known. One of them was named Zheng Yanyu, who was a fan of this boxer and had been involved in underground boxing for several years, becoming famous for his speed. The other was Jin Zhongchai, who was also an ardent fan of their leader, and it was rumored that he was endowed with divine power, as his body was as strong as a real monster. With the authority of these two and Li Jinghao, they had already become a separate faction in their area, and this group of people truly hated the hypocritical Zhang Shui. The scoundrel Zhang thought about how to resolve this conflict, and in the end simply decided to rob the main character's supplies, and recruiting Li Ji would be a temporary scheme. Now Han Feng thought it was not surprising that the head of the committee wanted to recruit the Li brothers, because it seemed that his group was not doing very well. At that very moment, they all suddenly heard a strange metallic clanking sound at the front door. The weirdo who was monitoring everything from her phone showed them the screen, which showed that someone had come here. Looking closely, the main character realized that it was the committee members who had come, already prepared for their operation. Han Feng immediately jumped up in a panic because he needed to quickly electrify the front door to create a deadly trap for anyone who tried to enter. The girl gently grabbed the young man by the fabric of his jacket so that he would not rush. Our hero couldn't understand what the problem was, and then his partner explained that she smelled something suspicious. The guy didn't have time to ask her any more questions, because in the next moment, they all fell to the floor due to a powerful explosion. Han Feng couldn't believe that someone dared to use explosives against him. The strange girl, who continued to sit calmly in her place, explained that these people must have used homemade explosives, which were not that powerful. At that moment, the young man looked more closely at the broadcast and noticed a familiar face among the crowd. Now he was absolutely certain that it was Hyun who had brought Zhang Shu here. The main character quickly reached the generator and asked his friend to move away from the door. As soon as he activated the high-voltage trap on the metal door handle, terrible, heart-rending cries of pain instantly rang out from the dark corridor. The rest of the group immediately scattered in horror from their unfortunate partner, who had been severely injured by the trap and was now convulsing helplessly. Li Ji watched the whole scene in surprise and didn't even know how to act in this situation. He understood that they needed to resort to the most severe methods, so he asked Brother Wang to set explosives at the edge of the door connecting to the wall. They decided to use 2 bags at once to ensure that the explosion would work. When everyone had moved to a safe distance, there was a powerful explosion, which they hoped would open the door to the apartment they so desired. When the smoke cleared, all the committee members could see that everything was intact, except for the walls, which now had cracks in them. Mr. Zhang's subordinates began to panic because everything was still intact. The leader looked at the results of their efforts with surprise and tried to figure out what to do. He understood perfectly well that there were definitely no problems with the explosives, so now he suspected that this guy had prepared for defense in advance. Zheng Shuiyu decided to use 3 bags at once and was going to indicate the exact location for the explosion himself. He was going to continue increasing the amount of explosives used because he was eager to capture the main character today. Meanwhile, the exhausted Han Feng and Li Ji actively carried all the furniture to the door so that the enemies could not get inside under any circumstances. At that moment, another powerful explosion was heard, so the boys had to crouch down and cover their ears with their hands. Our hero tried to ask his friend if the explosions were getting louder, but he couldn't answer because he couldn't hear anything. When everything quieted down, the guy heard an even more frightening sound coming from nowhere. Li Ji quickly figured out what it was and asked our hero to look at the wall, which was already at its limit. Han Feng understood that if this continued, the cracks would become larger and larger, which would definitely not lead to anything good. He explained that blocking it was pointless and asked them to remove their belongings as quickly as possible because he had an idea. Brother Li understood that the whole process would take too much time, but their partner immediately decided to come to the rescue. He thought it was some kind of joke because a little doll like her should quickly go back and hide in the bedroom. Of course, the girl did not listen to Li Ji and calmly used her abilities, which shocked him greatly. In a second, the black hole swallowed up all the things that were blocking the way to the front door. With the same unwavering calm, this eccentric girl announced that everything was ready. Brother Li was very frightened by this spectacle and still couldn't believe that all these objects had really been sucked in. When he turned back to the main character, he saw him flying towards the door with his superpowers. To begin with, Han Feng was going to soften the walls as he had done last time and see if he could change their shape. He understood that he needed to control the area of impact. Otherwise, the hardening process would take a long time. The main character waited for the right moment and then added green light to the purple. The young man was very happy when he saw that his plan had worked. And now he understood that purple and green energy not only strengthened the walls, but also restored them. Brother Li now understood that his friend was a very talented guy and wanted to know if it was magic or superpowers, but even Han Feng himself couldn't explain it. At that moment, the eccentric girl interrupted their conversation and advised everyone to lie down on the floor again. Everyone immediately obeyed their partner's command and covered their ears before the next explosion. The main character saw that the wall was cracking again, even though he had just reinforced it. Then the eccentric girl explained that now their enemies were blowing up the floor because they had figured out that it wouldn't work with the walls. Han Feng understood that if this was indeed the case, then his powers would be useless, no matter how hard he tried to repair the wall. He didn't waste any time and turned to the others, asking if they were willing to trust his dangerous idea just this once. The girl did not resist and only mooed approvingly in response. Brother Li, in turn, was ready to do absolutely anything to help his savior, so he simply asked him to explain this idea. The main character, having made sure that he would have support, asked his partners to listen carefully to what he was about to say. The committee members did not stop for a second and continued to break down the door to Han Feng's apartment with renewed vigor. After a while, they finally managed to break down the door, so the way into the apartment was clear. Brother Wang, who was in charge of the whole operation, asked his teammates to pay attention to safety and collect all the supplies they could find. The leader asked everyone else to be careful anyway, as their opponents could have set up an ambush. After a while, the committee members began to report that there was no one in the living room, and there were no supplies either. Meanwhile, Wang, having cleared the kitchen, reported that there were only boxes of seeds and trash there. He was very angry with Li Hyun, who had lied to all of them. But the girl herself was sure that there must be supplies. She suggested that something might be hidden in the bedroom, so the rebels cautiously went to check that part of the house. Suddenly, someone's foot kicked straight into the head, knocking one of the bandits off his feet. That person was Li Ji, who, according to their premeditated plan, unexpectedly jumped out at the enemies first. Right behind him, the main character himself came out decisively, holding a loaded pistol tightly in his hands. A second later, Han Feng pointed his weapon at the enemies so that they would not dare to move. Everyone immediately rushed to protect their leader so that the guy would not hit him under any circumstances. In the end, the bullet ricocheted off the massive shield, which proved to be too strong and reliable. The young man emphasized with confidence in his voice that all these people had to leave. Otherwise, he would no longer be so polite. Zhang Shuiyu was surprised when the main character said this, because he believed that he had not been polite at all up to that point. He reminded him that all this time the guy had been hiding his supplies, neglecting the community, causing many residents to suffer and go hungry. The committee leader said that they had come here today to demand justice for the other residents. He believed that the main character should give up his supplies if he had even a shred of conscience, because only by working together could they defeat this apocalypse. Han Feng couldn't help but agree that this man's words were righteous and benevolent, but in the end it all seemed like ordinary theft. But now it was completely useless to talk about it, because these people were just a group of hungry wolves who wanted to let off steam, and the main character was their target. He understood that he was just a target for these madmen, So if he manipulated them correctly, he could direct them where it was convenient for him. Han Feng decided to pretend that everything they said about his supplies was complete nonsense, and asked who had told them that he supposedly had a lot of food. Then Hyona herself spoke up, reporting this and reminding him that when she was here last time, the young man's house was warm and the lights were on, and she promised to kill him if he didn't tell the truth. The main character could not tolerate such behavior from his former lover, so he shot her right in her shield. He thought the girl was completely shameless since she was saying such things. Han Feng immediately started shouting that if the girl hadn't deceived him by exchanging his supplies for seeds, he wouldn't be in this situation today. Brother Wang immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this fabricated story because he began to suspect that Hyun had deceived them after all. Zhang Xueyu immediately intervened and asked his subordinates not to start internal squabbles, noting that he had a simple way to verify all this. He turned to the guys who had been attacked by our heroes and asked them to search Han Feng's room. The committee chairman hoped that the guy would not refuse, since he was not going to lie to them. Then one of the committee members reported that there was only one piece of trash and a little girl in the room. The strange girl immediately got into her role and started calling the main character her brother. She snuggled up to Han Feng and started saying that she was very scared and wanted to eat, and the guy promised to find food as soon as all these people left. The rebels couldn't believe that they had worked hard for half a day only to end up with no supplies. Zhang She sternly addressed the frozen Miss Li and asked her in an icy tone for at least some kind of explanation, piercing her with a furious gaze. Now that things had turned out this way, the girl would have to explain herself to everyone present. Xu desperately tried to prove that she hadn't lied, because she had seen everything with her own eyes. She couldn't understand where it all went wrong and began to suspect that Han Feng was just playing with them. The girl was sure that she was in this situation only because of the main character. She decided to take matters into her own hands, so she quickly jumped out of the crowd and ran towards the young man. Han Feng did not expect Hyun to act so quickly, so he did not have time to react when the flashlight blinded him. Taking advantage of this moment, the girl quickly snatched the weapon from our hero's hands. She pointed the gun at the guy and demanded that he show her where he had hidden his supplies, because she suspected that he had pulled some kind of cunning trick. Everyone watched in horror as Hyuna threatened to shoot the main character if he didn't tell her. Han Feng remained in character and asked seriously if she really wanted to know the whole truth. It turned out that the guy was going to say that she had stolen all his supplies a long time ago. The girl began to shake with anger and scream that our hero was brazenly lying, so she would have to finish him off. Suddenly, someone hit Hyun, instantly knocking the firearm out of her weakened hands. It turns out that everyone believed the main character's words after all, so they restrained the girl to prevent her from doing something bad. All this time, Han Feng was staring intently at the gun lying nearby. The guy tried to quickly grab the weapon back, but someone else was faster and had already taken it. It was Zhang Xueyu, who couldn't allow him to get his gun back. The main character looked up at the committee leader in surprise, realizing that he had missed his chance after all. Meanwhile, Hyun was tied up and dragged by her hair for allegedly lying to everyone. Brother Wang had already swung his heavy bat with all his might to strike the defenseless girl. The leader had to immediately intervene and stop the young man, because he could not allow such violence on principle. He emphasized that the committee was not a violent group and that this room was not a place of execution. Zhang Xueyu, holding a gun to Hyun, emphasized that they should at least give her a chance to start over. In addition, he even apologized to the main character for what had happened today. The leader handed the gun to Han Feng and emphasized that in this situation, they were all victims, so he would soon give the guy a proper and detailed explanation. The young man watched all this with surprise, because he did not expect everything to turn out this way. He calmly took his weapon back from Zhang Xueyu, who was now acting too calmly. In addition, the head offered our hero to join the committee, which surprised him even more. He also added that the young man did not have to answer right away and suggested that he simply think about it at his leisure. Zhang Huiyu asked Han Feng to tell him what he thought of the offer when he came to pick up his supplies tomorrow. Finally, all the rebels left the apartment, leaving our heroes in complete silence. Finally, an excited Li Ji asked his friend how he was feeling after all this. It seemed that the guy himself was not worried about it at all and was just glad that it was all over. Very soon, they turned the heating back on in the apartment, so the main character could rest after all this commotion. It turned out that they had all simply moved to the apartment of a girl who happened to be upstairs, and moreover was much more spacious than Han Feng's home. Han Feng understood that if it weren't for their partner, they wouldn't have been able to pull it off. His plan was to first take all the stuff out of the apartment, but leave the trash and boxes where they were. The young man also asked Brother Lee to open the window in the room to lower the temperature, but his friends still couldn't understand what he was up to. Finally, the main character explained that they had to pretend that there had never been any supplies there, so that their enemies would break down the door and see that it was empty. Now the guy explained his decision by saying that Jung had organized such a large-scale raid that when they came in, it was obvious that public unrest would begin. That's why they immediately started looking for the culprit, and Han Feng showed his gun so that Hyun would take the initiative. Brother Lee emphasized that there were too many opponents, so they could simply take away our hero's weapon, which was the worst-case scenario. In any case, the young man simply hoped that if Jung got the gun, he would want to resolve everything peacefully so as not to tarnish his reputation. His comrade then pointed out that the leader could simply shoot, but Han Feng had even anticipated this, so he used up all the bullets in the gun. Now he understood that the main character wanted the gun to be taken away from him on purpose, and he emphasized that this was only part of his plan. The young man planned for them to simply pretend that they were barely making ends meet in order to disguise their main task. It turned out that he was thinking on a larger scale, so he was going to destroy the entire committee. Now the events move on to the next day in the complex's underground parking lot. The controllers tried to get everyone to line up and not push, while Zhang Xueyu handed out supplies to everyone. At that moment, there was always a lot of noise here, so anyone could sneak in to steal something. Thus, two intruders managed to sneak up behind the head of the committee. Meanwhile, other members of the organization were walking here after visiting the supply storage room. In the end, it turned out that the two were Han Feng and Li Ji, who were trying their best to hide their presence. Exchanging glances with obvious relief, the guys immediately gave each other approving gestures, confirming their silent agreement. After that, Brother Lee said that, according to his observations, the first 4 floors had already been cleared, the 5th and 6th were occupied by the administration and residents, and he had not been able to get to the 7th and 8th. He suspected that the warehouse might be located there, but there were guards on the 5th floor, so he was going to go up first and distract them while our hero knocked them out with a baton. When our heroes began to climb the stairs, they noticed that no one was there, so Han Feng assumed that the guards had gone to lunch. Even on the 6th floor, there was no one around, but the guy still asked his partner to be quiet. They reached the 7th floor, but even here there were no people at all, so the main character began to doubt that she had supplies on these floors. Li Ji had already resigned himself to the fact that they hadn't run into any guards, but he still couldn't understand why there wasn't a single soul here. In the end, he suggested that Han Feng search the entire floor and asked him to shout if anything happened. The young man was finally able to breathe a little easier because he was worried that he would have to fight after all, but now he could calmly explore the place. It turned out that he simply understood that there were too many people in the committee, so it would be better for them to destroy the entire organization from within. The main character explained to his partners that the committee was friendly as long as there were supplies, so if their team found the warehouse and robbed it, it would be the end of them. Now the guy realized that this was easier said than done, because it was completely unclear which apartment the supplies were in. At that moment, he turned around at some strange noises in the hallway and saw Li Ji running towards him. It turned out that Li's brother had already managed to find the place, but their problem was still not solved. There were doors with the word warehouse written on them, but the main character was in no hurry to go inside because he was afraid it might be a trap. His friend had no idea what the problem was because he completely trusted the sign, but Han Feng didn't think they would have even left a key in the door for them. The guy thought they had simply forgotten to take it out, so he suggested opening the door themselves to see what was inside. The main character immediately hit his partner on the arm with a pipe to stop him from doing so. Then he pointed out that there was thin wire wrapped around the key and handle, which looked like a typical trap. The young man also overheard the two talking about checking the warehouse doors, suspecting that they might have meant this very trap. In any case, Han Feng asked his friend not to touch anything for now, but to go upstairs and see what they should do next. First, our hero planned to check if the warehouse was there, and then think about how to open the doors. He kept talking about how they should take all the supplies from the committee when the other members of the organization came out of the neighboring door. Both our heroes and their rivals were greatly surprised by this sudden encounter, frozen in place by the unexpectedness of it. The guys didn't waste a second, so they immediately ran away while the committee members tried to catch up with them. They ran so fast that they soon found themselves at the stairwell. Turning around, Han Feng noticed that the thug was already too close and was about to hit his friend. The guy couldn't let that happen, so he put his arm out, taking the full force of the blow with the iron pipe. Brother Lee immediately avenged his partner and delivered a powerful kick to his opponent. When they finally managed to break out and lock their enemies inside, the main character began shouting that Li Ji himself had said that no one was here during the distribution of supplies. The problem was that someone was already coming up from the lower floors, so they had to leave immediately. The main character immediately suggested going to the top floor, because there should be no one there. Thus, they found themselves on the 8th floor, where it was still quite calm. Li Ji immediately pointed to Han Feng's arm, which he painfully felt seemed to be broken. He quickly opened the doors to this block because he understood that they needed to hide somewhere. His partner immediately pointed behind the young man in horror, trying to say that there was something there. The main character turned around in surprise to take a closer look at what could have caused such fear. He didn't have time to see anything clearly because someone's icy hand suddenly grabbed his face. In the end, this person dragged Han Feng into the impenetrable darkness, while Li Ji screamed in horror nearby. The main character was unable to resist, so he fell to the floor with a crash when the stranger dragged him inside. After that, the mysterious stranger slammed the door behind him, separating the friends on different sides. Han Feng felt incredible, sharp pain from the hard fall. Li Ji tried to shout to the young man and asked him to hold on while he found a way to save him. Meanwhile, the man whose face was hidden by the shadow of his hood asked what these guys were doing here. Our hero couldn't think of a good lie in time, so he said they had come to get supplies. It was obvious that this man did not believe this version, so he stepped on Han Feng's hand with all his might to teach him a lesson. The man asked if he really thought he was dealing with a naive 3-year-old child, and was sure that the boys had deliberately skipped the 5th and 6th floors, which meant that they knew something about the committee. Now our hero realized with horror that this mysterious pursuer had been following them all this time. These words surprised the stranger, because he couldn't believe that they really thought there was no security here. Finally looking around, Han Feng was shocked when he saw what was happening around him. It turned out that there were already quite a few people here who had been beaten up by this strong security guard. At that moment, voices could be heard outside the door, trying to catch the intruders who were attempting to break into their warehouse. Only now did the main character realize with a shudder that Brother Lee had been in no less danger than himself all this time. Meanwhile, the mysterious stranger slowly moved away from the defeated young man toward the window. For some unknown reason, he suddenly decided to throw it open, allowing the icy cold air to rush into the room. The main character noted that they were on the 8th floor, so he couldn't understand what the man was going to do, but the man explained that the height here was only about the 4th floor. He climbed out onto the windowsill and pointed out that the snow was now at about the 3rd or 4th floor level, so it wasn't a long way to fall. The stranger emphasized that it was up to Han Feng himself to decide whether he wanted to jump or be beaten to death here. At this critical moment, the committee guards began to knock harder and harder on the closed doors. The young man turned around and saw with growing alarm that the mysterious man was no longer there. A few seconds later, they finally managed to break down the door, so the main character had no choice left. The enemies were already running forward at full speed to catch the guy, who was now sitting on the very edge of the window, at any cost. In the end, Han Feng jumped down decisively, desperately trying to escape from the committee members. The young man immediately used his superpowers to try to soften his fall somehow. Meanwhile, the stranger also landed safely, despite the considerable height. The stranger looked at Han Feng with undisguised surprise as he fell with a thud into the deep snow right behind him. The main character successfully used his powers, so the snow softened under his weight and it wasn't so painful. The guards saw that the guy had survived after all, and now noticed that he was not alone. The man headed somewhere without saying a word, while Han Feng tried to understand what was going on around him. It turned out that he was going to return to the house by breaking a window on the lowest floor. At that moment, the main character began to realize how strange and difficult his situation was. In any case, he had no choice but to follow this eccentric man. Meanwhile, the guards broke down another door, trying to find Han Feng and his mysterious partner. They realized that the intruders had escaped, so now they were going to go downstairs and catch up with them, and then report this to Mr. Zhang. Meanwhile, our exhausted heroes had already safely reached the shelter and were warming themselves by the bright fire. Han Feng already understood that this man was quite strong and intelligent, since he was able to get them out of this situation. It was this man who saved the boy from going to the wrong floor, because they needed to go to the 5th floor to avoid being caught. The stranger explained that the guards would think they had run into her, so it was likely that there would be an ambush there. It was difficult for the main character to hide his emotions, so his new partner immediately saw that he was afraid. It turned out that all this time they had been sitting in a room with a frozen corpse, but the man did not attach any particular importance to this. Finally, Han Feng wanted to know why he had helped him, but the stranger admitted that even now he wanted to kill him. He noted that the fact that the young man had not fallen into the trap on the 7th floor proved that he had a good head on his shoulders, so he asked what our hero knew about the comet. The man emphasized that the young man did not have to talk and hinted that in that case, he would have a new human shield. Han Feng began to think and realized that, judging by the beaten guards, this man had come either to steal supplies or to annoy the organization, and their presence with Brother Lee had interfered with his plans. The main character decided to ask his savior directly if he had anything against these people. The man thought for a moment and replied that, in principle, the same could be said about his attitude toward the committee. He began to talk about some secret of Zhang Xueyu, so Han Feng immediately became interested in his words. The mysterious stranger immediately smiled ironically when the young man naively asked him about it. It turned out that he had begun to suspect the main character of being acquainted with the leader of the committee, and that there was some connection between them. In an ominous voice, the man repeated that Han Feng must reveal everything he knew about the committee. Otherwise, he promised in a cold tone that the young man would inevitably become as frozen and dead as their ill-fated companion in this room, whose stiff body in the corner served as a reminder. In the end, only the protagonist himself could now decide what his future would be. The young man decided to lie and told a heartbreaking story about how Zhang came to his house with explosives and took all his supplies. Immediately after that, he put his gun on the table to supplement his story. He had supposedly taken out the weapon to take revenge for all this because he simply saw no other choice. Han Feng hoped that this mixture of false facts and the gun would make him credible. After listening to our hero, the man sighed heavily and noted that an unloaded gun would certainly not scare the committee. He also added that the fact that they had not taken the weapon from the young man only confirmed this once again. The main character was able to breathe a little easier because it seemed that the stranger had believed him after all. Then he asked why the head of the committee had done so, and the man suggested that it was to show his leadership position or that they had more powerful weapons. Han Feng then said that this time he had brought his friend along to deal with Zhang, because without him in the committee, everything would be more or less peaceful. In fact, the committee's original intentions were good. At least they really helped some people survive. But Zhang's ideology makes everyone believe that only through violence can a better life be achieved. So even if the apocalypse ends, these unscrupulous people cannot return to society. That is why the main character was convinced that this organization must be completely destroyed. For a while, the man just sat there and said nothing, pondering Han Feng's words. Getting up from his seat, he asked what they could all do if the committee did fall. The stranger explained that in their world, the strong dominate the weak, so he thought the guy's idea was ridiculous, despite his hatred for Zhang. The main character asked if he had ever thought about what would happen to society if it were not controlled in any way. The man did not answer Han Feng's question because he sensed that someone had been standing outside the apartment door the whole time. Suddenly, something flew at him, clearly trying to distract his attention. The big man only had to move slightly to the side to avoid the bag hitting him in the head. Immediately after that, he fiercely attacked the insolent man, who not only dared to secretly eavesdrop on their important conversation, but also brazenly attacked him first. Surprisingly, the man hiding in the shadows easily stopped this incredibly powerful blow. The man looked with undisguised surprise at these unnaturally fragile hands, which with incredible tenacity resisted his brute force, preventing him from delivering the decisive blow. Then he decided to act differently and used his other hand against his mysterious opponent. At that moment, the main character intervened in their fight and asked his partner to stop. It turned out that the young man immediately recognized her as Jin, a nurse he had known for a long time. The girl was also incredibly surprised when she suddenly saw this familiar face, which she did not expect to meet in this place. She immediately bandaged Han Feng's broken arm, apologizing for eavesdropping on their conversation. It turned out that the girl had gathered supplies for Grandpa Lee and came to give them to him. But as soon as she entered, she saw that he had already died. The man noted in his stern voice that the nurse was partly to blame for this man's death, because he believed that selfless devotion to one's work was just a joke. Xinyu calmly replied that he was quite right, but she still did not regret the decision she had made. She was very confident, so she was not afraid of being called cruel or heartless, because only by surviving could she save more people. The man did not expect this girl to be so brave, so he did not even know how to respond to her words. Now the main character realized that she had to join Mr. Zhang after all in order to come here. In addition, she was able to obtain a lot of supplies, so she had no reason to refuse such an offer. The girl also said that Zhang Xueyu had expelled many elderly people, and Grandpa Li was one of them. And by the time she found out about it, it was too late. In fact, the man agreed with the leader's decision because the committee would definitely be able to hold out longer without the burden that was dragging it down. Putting all these facts together, the main character immediately remembered the new force that was opposing the committee. Now the whole picture came together, and it was clear why the leader was expelling the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and leaving supplies for the young and strong. In addition, Zhang Xueyu used explosives to break into the protagonist's house, so it was quite possible that he was going to declare war on his enemies soon. Han Feng understood that if this was true, he would have to find weapons for himself quickly, but the man couldn't understand what it was all for. He asked if our hero was really going to go alone, and what he would do if he didn't find anything. The young man replied sharply that he did not want to be buried with the other residents, and if he found an arsenal of weapons, he would have a way to survive. For a while, the man looked silently and appraisingly at this unusually self-confident young man. Finally, he suggested that the main character go ahead if he was so eager to die. Before leaving, the man said that in this apocalyptic world, Zhang's committee was only a small force, and that in the future, there would only be more battles for survival. He emphasized that only those who could survive to the very end would be victorious. The main character and the nurse watched all this with surprise but did not object. The girl immediately turned to Han Feng and asked if she could help him in any way. With a smile on his face, the young man immediately refused her because he did not want to drag such a beautiful woman into his troubles. These words angered Zhang Xueyu too much because she understood that the committee could be in danger if all this was true. The girl's face literally said that she was not going to back down from her goal. The main character did not expect this cutie to be so brave, so he did not even know how to respond. As the frosty air seeped into the apartment through the window, the guy thanked the nurse for her help and mentioned that he had a job for her. Meanwhile, the committee had already learned that one of the violators was Han Feng. At that moment, someone in the crowd coughed loudly, so everyone immediately turned their attention to that person. Shining a flashlight in that direction, they immediately realized that the guy they had just been discussing had come to them. After that, the committee members immediately took the main character to one of the dark corridors of the house. The main character had to endure severe beatings because they were going to teach him a lesson for his recent actions. Brother Wang was very angry that the young man, whom Mr. Zhang had already let go once, dared to steal supplies from them. He decided to show what happens to such scoundrels and wanted to see if Han Feng would steal anything else. At that moment, his partner ran into the apartment and reported that Mr. Zhang had just asked everyone to gather upstairs. Brother Wang sighed discontentedly, but in any case, he could not disobey their leader's order, so he immediately forgot about beating up the main character. For a while, the guy lay motionless on the floor, checking to see if they had really left him alone. When Han Feng made sure that everyone had left for the meeting, he immediately used his powers to heal his body. He exhaled calmly as the sharp pain finally began to subside. The main character was going to immediately go in search of the weapons warehouse once he had healed all his injuries. After healing, Han Feng used purple light to destroy the rope and free himself from it. The young man felt that he didn't even have a fracture now, but the treatment was still too energy-consuming, so he almost lost consciousness. He thought about how he would need to practice this so that it wouldn't happen again every time someone opened the door to the apartment. It turned out that it was the committee members who had brought another prisoner here to wait for instructions from Mr. Zhang. The main character managed to quickly pretend that he was still tied up, so they didn't notice any suspicious changes. The guy quickly turned around to look at his new neighbor, who had also been captured. Looking closer, Han Feng immediately realized that it was Li's brother, whose face was already too difficult to recognize. A second later, he finally woke up from the young man's powerful slap, which worked surprisingly well. Only his friend asked our hero to hit him on the other cheek next time, because he simply couldn't feel the left side anymore. For now, the guy decided to move on from this topic and ask what happened after he was dragged into the dark room. Li Ji said that he had no choice but to break down the elevator door and hide there. After that, he noticed a hole in the floor, which turned out to be very deep. Fearing that the guys would come in, the guy climbed down the rope, despite the great height. Brother Lee thought it would lead him somewhere on the first floor, but he ended up in an empty underground parking lot. But it wasn't that simple because he noticed a pile of sealed boxes in the middle. Opening one, Leeji saw that it was filled to the brim with sausage, each stick as thick as his forearm. He was about to take one for a taste when he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Unfortunately, the guy didn't have time to react, so he lost consciousness and only came to after Han Feng slapped him. Now Leeji understood why everyone respected this committee so much, because there were piles of sausages there. The main character immediately suspected something, because he didn't understand why they would rob his apartment if they really had so many supplies. He asked if his friend had seen any writing on the packaging, but he hadn't noticed anything. So Han Feng suspected that this place was Zhang's secret warehouse. At that moment, the guys heard unfamiliar voices behind the door, saying that Mr. Zhang suddenly wanted them to get rid of Li Ji, even though he had previously planned to lure this guy to their side. Our heroes looked at each other with horror, realizing that these people wanted to kill one of them. A second later, the doors finally opened, and the committee members appeared in the doorway. They shone their flashlights around, looking around in surprise because they couldn't find the guy they had left in the apartment. These guys tried to find him somewhere under the bed, unaware that our heroes were watching them from around the corner. At the most opportune moment, Brother Lee suddenly jumped out at the stunned enemies, unleashing the full power of his skills on them. They quickly tied up the two, and then Han Feng explained that now Zhang himself had to go down to them to check the situation. Li Ji wanted to know what they were going to do with the boxes he had mentioned, but the main character asked him not to worry for now, because first they needed to meet their partner. At that moment, the guy contacted the girl, who immediately reported that some girl had shown up again. Then the weirdo explained that she meant the one who had grabbed the gun and then wanted to kill the main character. Han Feng immediately realized that she was talking about Li Shui, whose image immediately popped into his head. He begged their partner not to open the door under any circumstances, but at that moment, interference began. The main character desperately tried to shout to her, his voice breaking into a hoarse cry, but all he heard in response was a frightening white noise. Han Feng understood that they needed to rescue their friend urgently, so they began to move carefully towards their apartment. When they stepped into the hallway, they heard a noise and couldn't figure out where it was coming from. It turned out that a large number of people had already gathered on the landing, preparing to defend the committee's supplies from an unknown enemy. Han Feng immediately suspected that this could all be because of Li Jinghao, and Li's brother noted that the situation was definitely not in their favor. In the end, the guys decided to put on masks so as not to attract unnecessary attention and blend in with the crowd. At that time, everyone was trying to get the elderly and sick upstairs so that they could be successfully protected in case of danger. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, so our heroes stopped and peered into the crowd. Soon, they were astonished to see that one of the committee fighters had fallen from someone's crushing blow. It turned out that all this commotion was indeed caused by Li Jinghao's gang. Brother Li immediately grabbed the main character, realizing how serious the situation was. Meanwhile, Hyun was still waiting for someone to open the door to Han Feng's apartment. Leaning against the door, she realized that she couldn't hear anyone inside, so she began to suspect that the main character had indeed left. At that moment, Jin Shu arrived and was surprised to see the girl there. The nurse asked Hyuna what she was doing there, but she couldn't answer that question so quickly. In the end, she replied that she had come here to find something to eat. This answer surprised Jinjo even more, because it made everything seem even more confusing. She wondered if that was why Hyun had brought so many people here, who were standing sternly behind her. The girl herself didn't see a problem with this, so she asked what the nurse herself had forgotten here. She immediately thought that Han Feng might be sick and remembered that the two might have known each other before. Hyuna began whispering something to her new partners, who kept glancing at the seemingly defenseless cutie. After that, a couple of men began to approach the nurse, who immediately tensed up and was ready to defend herself against her attackers, who were interfering with her work. They apologized to Jin Shui, but still carried out Hyun's order, who planned to use her to lure the main character out. Obviously, the nurse was not going to give up so easily, so she warned her attackers that they would regret it if they didn't let her go right now. The men didn't have time to react before they were suddenly thrown in different directions. With all her strength, the girl suddenly slammed their massive bodies into each other, instantly freeing herself from their tight grip. Hyun and the others watched in shock, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Jinghyun emphasized with confidence in her voice that she didn't care what they had planned and asked them to let her go about her business in peace. The girl had no intention of leaving it at that, so she immediately reached into her pocket for a knife. She furiously tried to cut the nurse, who only managed to cover herself with her hand at the very last moment. Jin Shi watched with undisguised surprise as the soft filling of her jacket scattered in white flakes in all directions when the sharp blade cut through the thick fabric. Now Hyuna understood that their opponent was very strong, so she asked her teammates to be careful. At that moment, the door to Han Feng's apartment finally swung open, but behind it was only impenetrable darkness. Then everyone felt that something was wrong with their weapons. They were literally shaking in their hands. Suddenly, all the blades, heavy shovels, and sharp axes simply flew out of their hands as if obeying the call of a powerful invisible magnet. It was the girl who suddenly used her hidden powers to instantly suck all these weapons into a miniature black hole that appeared right in the air. After that, she used another skill, which increased the gravitational force many times over. Hyuna immediately felt her clothes being pulled in as well, but she couldn't resist the force. In the end, the relentless gravity became so powerful that everyone present began to be irresistibly pulled into the black hole. Now the events moved to the basement, where a violent brawl has already begun. There was complete lawlessness here, so in the ensuing chaos, everyone was just furiously beating each other up. Our heroes were already running away from Zheng Yanyu, who was too slow to catch up with them. In fact, Han Feng couldn't understand how his opponent could still be running after them when he had just hit him with all his might. Li Ji agreed that the guy's blow was indeed good, but it still wasn't enough for their plan. In fact, the protagonist himself did not expect that the blow, enhanced by his abilities, would be so powerful. At that moment, another crowd spotted them, who were looking for Han Feng and Li Ji. The young man began to panic a little because he understood that everything would be over if they were caught again. In the end, the main character sent his friend after the girl and stayed behind to delay all the enemies. When they saw the guy who had separated from Li Ji, they immediately rushed after him, trying to catch up. Suddenly, Han Feng climbed onto one of the abandoned cars and, shining his flashlight upward, asked everyone present to listen to him. Making an obscene gesture, the main character lied to everyone that he was one of those who raised the prices of supplies at the very beginning. For a while, everyone just stood silently and stared at the guy who had just confessed to such a terrible deed. In the end, Han Feng successfully made everyone present literally hate him, so he had to run away again. In fact, the young man had a clear plan, because he understood that the entrance and exit to the parking lot were closed by iron gates. He planned to use his ability, but suddenly someone managed to catch up with him and hit him right in the chest. The main character couldn't keep his balance and hit the wall with all his might from such a jolt. The people realized that they had cornered the guy, so they were already planning to grab him. Han Feng, holding onto the gate behind him, tried to stay on his feet after such a strong blow. It turned out that this was Han Feng's plan, and he now applied the purple light to the metal. A second later, the entire gate was glowing brightly, attracting the attention of everyone around. Then the strange glow suddenly disappeared, plunging the hall into an ominous silence. So absolutely everyone present tensed up, waiting to see what would happen next. The main character was the first to speak, suggesting that all the scoundrels attack him. Meanwhile, the gates began to deform little by little, as if they were about to explode. A moment later, a huge wave of snow burst into the parking lot with a deafening roar, sweeping away absolutely everything in its path and turning the entire space into a continuous icy chaos. Everyone present was horrified by what they saw, so they panicked and tried to escape from the snow avalanche as quickly as possible. It was useless because the snow, mixed with the debris it swept away, was moving too fast. Even the most experienced and skilled fighters were unable to escape this merciless force in time. Only a few lucky ones managed to hide from the avalanche at the last second. When the snow filled the entire parking lot, a frightening silence fell. The main character managed to survive this natural disaster, so now he was trying to get out from under the tons of snow. He tried to clear his throat because even he had been affected by this devastating natural disaster. Han Feng was more surprised by the fact that he wasn't even tired after softening such a large area, but suddenly someone addressed him. It was the same mysterious man who had somehow appeared in the middle of the parking lot and was now wondering if the young man was really so foolish as to die right there. The main character immediately tensed up because he now had the feeling that this man had been watching him the whole time. At that moment, Han Feng's enemies began shouting that the avalanche had passed and were already preparing to search for the culprit responsible for all this chaos. The man realized that this was too risky, so he quickly grabbed the young man by his clothes and dragged him along. This brought them to the corner of the basement, after which our hero immediately asked who he was and why he was helping. Finally, the stranger admitted that his name was Li Jinghao, and Han Feng immediately realized that this was the very person with whom Zhang Shuiyu was currently fighting. The man confirmed the young man's guess with a smirk on his face and held out his hand. The main character was incredibly tense when he found out who he was dealing with, so he couldn't understand what this man wanted from him. It turned out that Li Jinghao just wanted to offer his cooperation, even though he had refused it earlier. Han Feng suspected that he was just trying to trick him, but the man calmly explained that he had simply changed his mind. In the end, he began to get a little angry at our hero's behavior, so he firmly emphasized once again that he was offering the young man what he himself wanted. The young man looked closely at his new acquaintance and thought that if they worked together, they would definitely have a better chance of success. Han Feng, although he did not trust Li Jinghao, decided to accept his offer because, after all, they had common goals. Shaking his partner's hand firmly, our hero promised that from now on, they would act together. Meanwhile, the action moved to the second basement level, where preparations for the upcoming war were in full swing. The fighters reported that the entire convoy had already arrived at the site, so Mr. Zhang could continue to command their actions. Brother Wang reported that the door to the first floor was blocked by snow, causing the temperature to drop sharply, and all the other guys were panicking because of this unexpected situation. In addition, the young man reported that the two they were chasing had disappeared somewhere. The leader paid no attention to all these problems because they did not affect their original plans in any way. The main character and his new partner watched the whole scene from the sidelines and couldn't understand where the military jeeps had come from. Li Jinghao remembered that Zhang Shuiyu had said something about transporting residents. Even though it was quite cold outside, the man was going to find out all the facts, so he rushed ahead, leaving Zhang with our hero. All this time, Zhang Shuiyu was actively directing the process and ordered everyone to get ready. A moment later, the air on the second floor literally exploded with a loud shot, the echo of which filled the entire space around. Everyone present immediately began to panic when they heard gunfire, which meant that they were under attack again. One of them tried to calm his teammates down, telling them to be careful and not to run away. At that moment, Li Jinghao appeared next to him, moving too quickly and quietly to be noticed. The other fighters watched in horror as their comrade fell to the ground without even having time to cry out in pain. One of them managed to see the enemy, so he pointed out to the others which direction they should shoot. It wasn't enough, though, because Li Jinghao was already in a completely different place, preparing to attack again. In this way, the man was able to deal with a whole group of opponents, completely neutralizing them. The others shouted that they must not run away under any circumstances, as their main task was to protect Mr. Zhang. But even that didn't help because the main character was already behind the committee leader. Han Feng put a gun to the back of Zhang Shui's head, who froze after his harsh order not to move. It seemed that the committee chairman was not at all frightened by this turn of events, because he had been waiting for the main character. The young man asked if Zhang knew he was coming, but Zhang didn't seem surprised at all. The other members of the organization immediately noticed what was happening to their leader, but he asked them not to interfere and said that he was fine. Zhang then explained to Shuiyu that everyone already knew that our hero had prepared a large amount of supplies before the apocalypse began. He suspected that this Han Feng had his own informant, but then realized that he was very wrong, and now offered him a look at the handle of his gun. Only now did the main character notice that the weapon had been bugged all along, and Zhang Shuiyu hinted that this was the reason he had returned the pistol. Han Feng understood that his plan had been completely exposed, but he was more interested in who else this man had managed to capture and why. The leader asked our hero not to be nervous because he could have dealt with him long ago, but he was too smart. He still hoped that the young man would decide to join him while they sent people to those he did not want to name in order to survive. Han Feng understood perfectly well that they were trying to turn him into another piece of cannon fodder, so he refused the offer. Hearing this, Zhang Shuiyu sighed heavily, because he had hoped that the young man would change his mind after all. At that moment, soldiers poured out of the jeep, ready to capture the main character. It seemed that the young man did not expect a whole special forces unit in full combat gear to suddenly appear here. He was a little confused when he saw that all the guns were pointed at him. In the end, the main character had to run as fast as he could to avoid being hit by the whizzing bullets. As he ran past one of the concrete pillars, he was suddenly and roughly grabbed by the hood and pulled aside. It was Li Jinghao, who easily lifted the young man by the collar as if he were a helpless kitten. Han Feng was seriously frightened and asked what his partner was doing, but he calmly asked him not to panic. The man explained in a low voice that their opponents had only 3 convoys. He outlined their plan of action, explaining that he would distract the soldiers while the main character took action. The young man hoped that his comrade wasn't serious, because he didn't want to get shot in the head. In any case, Li Jinghao was not going to listen to him, so he already rushed forward. He was agile and nimble enough to dodge every bullet fired at him. The man walked straight towards his opponents, as if he was not afraid of the fact that they were all armed. All this time, it turned out that he had a weapon hidden on him, which he was able to use against these special forces soldiers. Even such highly trained men with automatic weapons could not withstand the power of Li Jinghao. The main character, who was watching all this from the sidelines, was convinced that this man was simply crazy. At this time, Zhang Xueyu told his men that their time was running out, so they needed to move out. Han Feng was already prepared for their enemies to try to escape, so he took his place to carry out the next step of their plan. He was sure that the committee would fail because he was going to use the purple light on the road. The asphalt immediately succumbed to our hero's power and began to deform under the wheels of the car. Zhang Xueyu still couldn't understand what was happening, and his assistant reported that the right wheel seemed to have gone underground. Then the chief looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the asphalt under the car had somehow collapsed. Han Feng noticed that if too much purple was used, the range of the skill would decrease, so it would not be possible to sink the wheels on both sides. At that moment, someone threw a fragmentation grenade very close to the guy. The main character certainly did not expect such a turn of events, so he watched in surprise as the shell flew towards him. The man who attacked Han Feng was nearby, and before disappearing, looked at him with a smirk on his face. The young man had no time to escape the danger, so he just watched as the grenade exploded right in front of his face. There was a powerful explosion, and the powerful shockwave literally threw the main character to the side. The guy felt his whole body literally start to tear apart from the extreme pressure and pain. He began to quickly lose consciousness, sinking into a sticky darkness. But to his surprise, he felt not agony, but only a strange and incredibly strong, tickling sensation all over his body. When Han Feng opened his eyes, he saw the very goat he had once seen in his dreams. All the animals were licking the young man's body from all sides, which made him feel too good. The main character forgot what had happened a second ago because he was having too much fun now. Suddenly, he finally realized what was going on around him, and this realization hit him harder than any explosion. Looking up, Han Feng saw a huge goat in front of him, which ran its huge warm tongue over him. The guy was terrified when the giant suddenly pulled him toward him using green light. In a second, this powerful force completely filled our hero's entire body, literally melting his flesh. In this way, Han Feng was able to successfully heal his wounded body after the explosion. The green light gently seeped through every cell of his exhausted body, carefully putting them back together into a single whole. Meanwhile, his rivals were already almost at the exit, trying to get out of the parking lot as quickly as possible. Brother Wang was glad that their car had a lot of horsepower. Otherwise, they would have been stuck in the protagonist's trap. He had no idea that the guy had managed to survive and wasn't going to let them go, just like that. Han Feng's hand appeared outside their window, now glowing red and capable of destroying even metal. After the grenade explosion, the young man gained new strength, so now he could easily destroy part of the car. Brother Wang was seriously frightened when he saw such a terrifying and unnatural sight. Han Feng was no longer in control of his actions because the red power clouded his mind. He wasn't even afraid of the gun pointed at him, so he just grabbed it with his hand. The main character was able to tear the weapon to pieces with his new powers without the slightest difficulty. The young man was seriously frightened because this destructive energy was even destroying his clothes. Zhang Xueyu began to shout for everyone to quickly get out of the car, of which almost nothing remained. Only one brother Wang remained inside, unable to move because of the cold that enveloped his naked body. The intense cold made it difficult for him to speak, but he still tried to call for help. In the end, all the heat accumulated in his body rapidly escaped, turning into frosty steam, so he suddenly fell silent mid-sentence and froze like a marble statue. The other twin immediately saw what was happening to his brother, who was standing next to Han Feng. He became incredibly angry with our hero and swung an iron pipe to stop him. The young man reacted quickly to this danger because his reflexes were now at their highest level. Such a simple weapon was useless against the main character, as he was able to destroy the rebar without any problems. Zhang Xueyu realized that all their attempts to stop this man had failed, so he decided to retreat with one of his partners to call for help. Our hero immediately noticed that his main target was about to leave, so he immediately left one of the twins alone. He was already going to use the purple color on another car, which contained other members of the committee. His opponents were going to simply crush Han Feng, naively hoping that it would work against him. A second later, they saw their entire vehicle covered in this mysterious energy. Suddenly, the enemies felt that the machine had simply melted, so I had no choice but to run away from there. Those who couldn't escape were simply trapped under the melted metal and tried to call for help. At that moment, Han Feng felt that someone had managed to hit his cheek and leave a small scratch on it. The green light immediately went to work and quickly healed the wound on the young man's face. The guys who were responsible for the main character's injury began to tremble with fear because they had finally run out of ammunition. Han Feng quickly turned around and ran after his new targets, developing incredible speed. The main character had to stop, however, because his opponents began shooting right at his feet. The soldiers had been ordered to protect Zhang's people first and foremost, so they quickly switched their focus to their main enemy. From the side, Li Jinghao watched closely as his partner tried to get out of this trap. Suddenly, he was also attacked from behind, so he immediately distracted himself from Han Feng's fate to fend off the sudden attack. Now, even an experienced fighter could not guess what Zhang Xueyu had in mind. Meanwhile, the soldiers did not stop firing, trying to hit the main character who was moving too fast. In the end, having waited for the right moment, the guy used the color purple against his opponents. The fighters did not understand why the asphalt under their feet had softened, so they panicked and tried to get out of it. In this way, Han Feng was able to distract his enemies and seize their machine guns. He didn't waste any time and used red light against them to destroy their weapons. After that, the main character used a combination of purple and green power to use this metal for his own purposes. The guy made his own weapon to use against enemies who were completely immobilized by the soft ground. He was literally obsessed with the idea of destroying every target in his path, so he didn't waste a second. The military could do nothing against such power, so they simply watched as the main character flew away. This turned out to be a fatal mistake for them, costing them their own lives. The whole stunt took too much energy out of the main character, so he had to stop to catch his breath. The young man did not notice that new enemies had already approached him from behind. It turned out to be one of the twins, who had finally come to his senses and wanted to avenge his brother again. He had already swung his bat at Han Feng, but it was all in vain because Han Feng had already fainted. The main character fell to the ground with a crash, without even being hit, because his exhausted body simply could not withstand the enormous pressure of his own awakened power. Now the exhausted guy was completely unable to resist due to sudden paralysis, so he instantly became an easy target for all his enemies. Brother Wang, with a maniacal smile, anticipated how the helpless Han Feng would finally get what he deserved. He swung his weapon with all his might at the main character to finally finish him off. But it wasn't that simple because Han Feng's strong partner quickly came to his aid. With just one precise and incredibly powerful blow, Li Jinghao literally knocked Brother Wang far away, causing him to fly several meters and crash into the wall with a dull thud. After that, the man lifted the main character to check if he was really knocked out and made sure that the youngster was completely out of commission. At that moment, his attention was diverted by new opponents who seemed unwilling to stop. Li Jinghao reacted quickly to this threat, hiding behind the nearest pillar with Han Feng, who remained unconscious. A moment later, Zhang Xueyu appeared in this part of the parking lot with powerful reinforcements. The leader asked his men to be vigilant and first gather with the remaining 3 fighters. Soon, he saw the body of a dead soldier at his feet, and this sight surprised the committee chairman, who did not expect to see an elite fighter defeated so brutally. The others also began to look around to see if anyone else was alive, but they quickly realized that the worst had happened. The soldiers immediately asked the head what they should do next, because the current situation was clearly not the best and required an immediate decision. Zhang Xueyu understood perfectly well that all the soldiers had died, and the location of the headquarters was still unknown to them. Finally, he announced to everyone that their plan had failed, so he asked everyone to return. Meanwhile, our heroes had already managed to escape to their hideout and lit a fire to rest and warm up after such a brutal battle. Only now did Han Feng come to his senses and scream because a hand grenade was flying towards him, but now he was lying in bed. The guy began to look around in confusion, realizing that he was not dead and was now in an unfamiliar place. Li Jinghao immediately noticed that the main character had come to, but he still couldn't understand how they had ended up here when they had been on the second underground floor before. He immediately replied that how could he know the answers to these questions if the guy himself didn't understand anything, and also noted that he had some information about Zhang Zuiyu's plan. The man pointed to the soldier he had managed to capture and hinted that his comrade would tell him more about it. He had already learned that the soldier had been sent by the base to negotiate with Zhang Zuiyu, and now he ordered him to reveal what agreement had been reached between them. The soldier said that all this was done in order to exchange food and weapons for local residents, so the main character immediately asked what it was all for. The beaten and broken soldier replied in a trembling voice that these people were supposed to help them build a base. Han Feng immediately wondered why, in such a situation, instead of reducing the population, the authorities were, on the contrary, increasing the workforce. The guy thought that the military was taking them for fools, but the soldier immediately explained that it was all for the sake of restoring civilization and saving humanity, so they weren't doing anything wrong. Then Li Zhenghao intervened in their conversation again, breaking the soldier's finger to put even more pressure on him. This caused the prisoner to scream loudly, and the man asked what would happen if the task was not completed. Overcoming the pain, the wounded soldier managed to say that if his unit failed, the base would immediately send more people here. Li Zhenghao, moving as close as possible to the soldier, asked if there could be people with superpowers among them. The prisoner looked away and pretended not to understand what superpowered people he was talking about. The main character immediately concluded that the base had people with abilities. Judging by the soldier's behavior and considering the actions of the authorities, it was obvious that they were enemies. But that was far from the only problem that really interested Han Feng at that moment. The young man clearly understood that his partner was too cruel, because very soon, without the slightest hesitation, he killed their prisoner. Our hero believed that perhaps there was no need to kill this man, but Li Zhenghao had no intention of believing in these fairy tales about saving people. The man asked him not to harbor any illusions, because he believed that this was just a new force that needed to be either destroyed or driven out of its territory and a new place found. Han Feng did not argue with his partner, so he decided to return and consult with the others. The guy decided to set off immediately, which was also quite a difficult task. On the way, the main character thought that this Li Zhenghao was also a dark horse, because it was unknown what his people were doing. Han Feng began to suspect that the Special Forces soldier might be telling the truth, so perhaps searching for shelter outside was the safest option. He had already reached the second basement level when he suddenly remembered that there should be several military jeeps and bulldozers down here. Moving carefully between the rows of abandoned vehicles, the young man noticed someone's shadow gliding by, flashing for a moment in the dim light. Han Feng suddenly felt that his careless approach to the shadow could have been a carefully planned trap, but it was too late. At that moment, the guy was suddenly attacked from ambush, but he managed to notice the swift lunge in time. Without wasting a second, the main character immediately used his superpowers to defend himself. He used a combination of purple and green light to create a strong shield in front of him. Han Feng was surprised because he felt that he was not hurt at all. He never thought that using green and purple light at the same time would have such an effect. Li Ji suddenly intervened in their fight, stopping them and shouting that they were all on the same side. Then our hero, his friend, and Nurse Jin discussed all the new details about the situation. Han Feng told everything about Zhang Shui, which made his friend angry, and Jin Shui suggested that the fact that people were being taken to a safe place was not so bad. In turn, the young man noted that the words about helping to build the base belonged to the soldier, and if all this were true, Zhang Shui would have fled first. In addition, he emphasized that it was unclear why they needed security, so he agreed that many things were simply impossible to explain. In general, the guy believed that these people definitely couldn't be trusted, but they couldn't be completely ignored either. Li Ji immediately asked what to do if people from the base really did come here, but the main character thought that was all secondary. Han Feng also emphasized that if they didn't find transportation, they wouldn't be able to leave anyway, so everyone listened to him and started searching the parking lot. The guy climbed into one of the bulldozers and immediately saw that the keys had indeed been taken, while Li Ji had already called our hero downstairs. It turns out that his comrade had already found a huge case with various types of weapons. The main character suggested that Brother Li first call the weirdo over so she could take it all away. He noticed that the car had completely melted and couldn't believe that he had done this to a pile of metal. Li Ji tried to call the girl, but noticed that she was busy with Jin Shui. The guys approached and saw that there was a huge rag hanging there, behind which strange sounds were coming from. The main character immediately asked the eccentric girl if she had a powerful flashlight in her huge warehouse. After that, Liji began counting to 3 so that they could pull the cloth off the passageway at the same time. Our team finally managed to do it together, so in a second the rag flew down. They were all shocked when they saw what was hidden behind this homemade curtain. Now everything became clear because there was a huge passageway here that seemed to lead to an existing base. It turned out that these people had secretly dug a large tunnel under the residential complex, which meant that they were definitely not so simple. The main character began to fear that if what the soldier had said was only the tip of the iceberg, their home was definitely in danger. Liji resolutely went deeper into the tunnel and immediately gestured for everyone to follow him. He pointed out that there were even drainage pipes on the frost-covered ice walls. Chudachka tried to climb forward, but at the last moment, Han Feng managed to grab her because it was too dangerous. Liji asked his companion not to take any risks and suggested that they return for now to better prepare themselves. Very soon, our heroes quickly prepared everything they needed and now wondered if they might need anything else. Han Feng asked everyone to take as many weapons as possible, which should have been enough, and then remembered that he needed seeds and a piece of pork. Chudachka was in charge of the whole process, listening carefully to the young man's entire list. The main character began to notice that she was getting better at controlling her abilities, because the girl was already easily and accurately taking things out of her spatial pocket. When everything was gathered, the guys went on an outing, while Jin Shui and the eccentric girl remained in the fortified hidden room. They couldn't just let the guys go on such a dangerous mission, so they watched them closely until the very end. The eccentric girl confidently assured the guys that they didn't need to worry about it. She promised that the evil king's eye would protect his subjects, but the nurse didn't understand anything. The main character understood that now the threat came not only from Zhang Shuiyu, but also from the tunnel. Since the complex was no longer safe, they needed to try to find another way to salvation, but through the tunnel. In general, Han Feng planned to see how things would turn out and then decide what to do next. The guys hoped that it would be at least a little warmer down below, but it turned out to be just as cold. The main character saw that there was solid permafrost here, so he immediately thought about how to dig a whole tunnel here. 15 minutes later, our heroes found a passageway through which they had to climb somewhere upward. 30 minutes later, they came to a fork in the road and realized that they had entered a real maze. An hour later, the guys were climbing a normal staircase again, having passed through endless empty corridors. Brother Li, who was climbing first, reported that the hatch seemed to be covered with snow, so there were no signs of it having been opened. He began to realize that they had been wandering around for so long that they were now simply lost. But Han Feng remained calm and tried to distinguish which pipes were more likely to lead to a residential area. Finally, the guys stumbled upon a new passageway that was very different from the others with its brick wall. Liji finally announced loudly that there was something interesting ahead. Hanging on the wall was a huge sewer map with all kinds of passages marked on it. His friend reported that in half a day of their expedition, they had managed to reach the neighboring complex, and ahead of them was a gym. Then the main character whispered to him and asked him to quickly turn off the flashlight. A second later, the deafening roar of a powerful military transport engine echoed through the narrow tunnels. They sped along the underground roads and seemed completely unaware of the stranger's presence. Our heroes stood still, leaning as close to the wall as possible so that they would not be seen under any circumstances. When the vehicles finally passed, the guys were able to breathe a little and calm down. Liji suggested that these vehicles were heading for the Hancheng complex, and Han Feng noted that they could be accomplices of the 3 soldiers they had recently dealt with. Then, putting all these facts together, his partner concluded that these trucks were being used to transport people to the base, and the main character suggested going ahead and finding out for themselves. The guy was still afraid that they could easily be caught, but Brother Li said with confidence that they didn't need to follow the vehicles because he had another way. He said that a year ago, an old woman from the Hancheng complex had fallen into the sewer, and Li Ji had to pull her out. Han Feng was surprised that his friend remembered the place even after a year, and he emphasized that he had an excellent memory, which is why he was such a nerd in high school. After a couple of seconds, the guy reached the manhole cover, which unfortunately was frozen shut. The main character sighed heavily and suggested looking at the next passage, and Brother Li agreed with him and suggested that he had simply missed it. So his partner tried many more hatches but still couldn't find the one that would lead them to their destination. After a while, Li Ji finally found a passage that was not frozen. He quickly climbed out and carefully looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Finally, they found themselves in the underground parking lot of the Hansheng complex. So now all that remained was to find Old Man Wang. The main character gestured for his companion to be a little quieter, as it was unknown whether there were enemies here. Crouching down and trying not to make any unnecessary noise, the boys began to move cautiously forward between the rows of abandoned cars. Suddenly, Han Feng stopped when he saw what was happening ahead. There were also corpses here, so now our heroes knew that the battle was not only in their complex. Moving further forward, the main character saw that some kind of construction was taking place here. The residents of the residential complex, under the strict supervision of heavily armed soldiers, were slowly digging a new passage. The soldiers were upset that the tunnel was not yet ready, because they could not even eat properly in this place. Seeing this whole picture, the main character began to understand that the residents of the Hansheng complex had also been subjugated by the soldiers. At that moment, the guy began to feel that the ground beneath their feet was shaking strangely, and Brother Lee asked him to take a closer look at the construction. The special forces ordered everyone to step aside because the tunnel had to be broken through from the other side. The workers began to scatter in panic as the massive concrete wall gradually crumbled under the pressure of something huge and furious, trying to break out from the other side. In the end, one man did not manage to escape in time when the wall and scaffolding collapsed from the powerful impact. When the dust cleared, a super soldier appeared before everyone, his eyes glowing green like Han Feng's. Brother Lee was shocked when he saw all this madness, and the young man was now completely unsurprised by the fact that such a huge tunnel had quietly appeared in their neighborhood. Besides, the main character definitely didn't want to stay here, because if they were caught, they would surely be finished. The super soldier immediately demanded a reward in the form of treats for completing the task, but the soldier refused because the tunnel was not yet fully secured. Their strange partner was very angry at this sharp refusal, and a dangerous spark immediately flashed in his eyes. He began to punch the icy ground with all his might, causing cracks to spread in all directions. The soldiers immediately began to panic and now shouted for everyone to aim at the fat man. The main character understood that the situation was becoming more dangerous with every passing second, so he gestured that they should retreat. Li Ji did not object and now tried to crawl forward carefully so that they would not be noticed. The giant's blows kicked up too much dust, which got into Li's brother's nose. He couldn't hold it in, so he sneezed loudly, which definitely attracted the attention of their enemies. At that moment, Han Feng's face was filled with genuine horror and shock because he clearly understood that there was no escape for them now. The soldiers immediately rushed to grab the two men, while the men tried to get back into the sewer as quickly as possible. Li Ji desperately tried to apologize to his friend, but now was definitely not the time for unnecessary chatter. The young man noticed that the fat man had almost caught up with them, so they had to focus on getting away from him as quickly as possible. It wasn't that easy, because the super soldier still had enough strength to destroy the ground beneath his feet. Brother Lee did not have time to react to the sudden danger, so he stumbled awkwardly and fell to the ground with a cry. The main character helped him up and asked his friend to run ahead while he held off their opponent. The guy had timed it right and was now going to use his powers against this giant. Han Feng covered the entire broken floor with purple light, turning the surface into a viscous energy field to trap the enemy. The giant managed to react to this turn of events in time, so he had to grab onto the walls around him to stay on the surface. In the end, the viscous material almost completely engulfed the super soldier, who was now unable to move. He did not expect this little guy to also have abilities, but he was not going to give up so easily. The giant desperately tried to cope with the main character's move, but felt something strange happening to his leg. He grabbed the floor beneath his hands with all his strength to try to change the situation he found himself in. The Special Forces soldier used the green light to recover so that the foundation would finally harden. In the end, he became enraged that some youngster dared to go against him and now threatened to finish him off. Our hero tried to resist his opponent, but it was far from an easy task. After a few seconds, Han Feng realized that things were going very badly because the giant was gradually getting out of the trap. Li Ji, who was running ahead, began to notice that his comrade was in serious danger, so he couldn't just leave. At that moment, he noticed a piece of rebar under his feet that could help in this confrontation. Meanwhile, the main character began to feel that the Special Forces soldier was gradually weakening, so he planned to put in more effort and completely neutralize him. Han Feng didn't even have time to put his plan into action when Brother Lee jumped out in front of him, wanting to help him in this fight. With the rebar in his hands, the comrade fearlessly jumped forward right at their dangerous enemy. He delivered one crushing blow directly to the giant's head, putting all his fury and remaining strength into it. It turned out that the super soldier's skull was so strong that it could withstand even such a powerful attack. Han Feng silently watched this terrible scene from the sidelines, his mouth wide open, but without uttering a single sound. In the end, the attack was completely useless and only angered their opponent even more. Our heroes had to run away again, without even looking back, because the giant's strength had only become more ferocious. The young man irritably reminded his brother Li that he had asked him to run away, but Li explained that he couldn't just run away while his friend was fighting. In the end, the tunnel simply collapsed under the pressure of the Special Forces soldiers' strength, and because of the thick curtain of dust that rose, nothing could be seen around them. Soon, the coughing of our heroes could be heard from under the rocks, who had managed to survive the collapse after all. Han Feng immediately jumped up to his comrade to see if he was injured, but he was fine and happy that they had gotten away from that fat guy. Brother Li hoped that their opponent would not crawl out from under the rocks again, but the main character could not dismiss his fears, so it was better for them to get away from there as quickly as possible. But first, the young man wanted to understand where they were now, but that was not a problem, because Li Ji knew the area well. The guy emphasized that he had memorized the map of the underground tunnels well, so he asked Han Feng to leave this matter to him. He quickly ran ahead, although the main character did not particularly trust his feelings and knowledge. 10 minutes later, they were still wandering through various passages, but Li Ji knew for sure that they had reached the drainage pipe in their area. 20 minutes later, there were more and more pipes, so he was sure they were going in the right direction. After 40 minutes, the guy began to suspect that something was wrong, because he remembered that after this section, they should have reached immediately. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly felt a breeze, which immediately caught his attention. Han Feng did not hesitate and immediately went in the direction from which he felt this fresh breeze. Very soon, the guys reached the place where the piercing cold wind was blowing, which literally shocked them. The main character saw a bright light ahead, so it was likely that they would be able to get outside through this passage. Li Ji was not afraid of this unknown at all, so he couldn't understand what they were waiting for. He quickly climbed up and advised Han Feng to be careful because it was too slippery here. When the guy jumped to the top, he was immediately surprised by the fact that there was much less snow. The main character, seeing what was happening outside, also agreed that everything had changed here. Li Ji quickly jumped down and immediately noticed that the snow had already compacted here, so he immediately called Han Feng to join him. The young man was in no hurry because he wanted to look around a bit and immediately saw that the Dingfeng Tower was nearby. He explained that it was the tallest building within 5 kilometers of their area. This fact meant that our heroes were actually going in the opposite direction. The main character used stones and snow to show that the Happiness Complex in Hanchuan was located inside the 3rd Southern Ring Road, and now they were almost outside the 4th Northern Ring Road. He understood that they would only be able to get home on foot and would have to walk through the Jingshan district, which was located on high ground. It was also obvious that they would not make it there today, but Li Ji emphasized that he had connections in Jingshan, so they would find a place to eat and rest. After that, Brother Li quickly went ahead because he had walked in such a snow before, so he was not afraid at all. A second later, he slipped and fell into a pile of snow, while the main character calmly watched. Han Feng helped his friend up and warned him that there seemed to be ice under the snow, so they needed to move more slowly. In addition, he saw that the snow was getting heavier, so they needed to find somewhere to spend the night. Without wasting any time, our heroes set off to find a place to stay before nightfall. A few hours later, Li Ji reported that they were only 3 kilometers away from Jingshan. He was sure that it would only take an hour to get there. The main character began to feel the cold creeping under his clothes, so time was running out. The snow intensified again, so the guys had to speed up as much as possible if they didn't want to freeze right there. At that moment, they stopped abruptly because they saw something in the middle of the snowstorm. It turned out that they weren't the only ones trying to get out, so there were other brave souls who were much less fortunate. Our heroes froze in place for a few seconds, looking at this frightening picture. After examining their bodies, the main character concluded that these people only had equipment and no food, and then a strong blizzard hit. Brother Li also understood that the blizzard was no joke, so he suggested spending the night in that cottage village in Jingshan. He was afraid that they might also freeze to death here, so he suggested that they hurry to their destination. The guys left the frozen bodies behind and headed further into the unknown. Soon they reached an abandoned residential area where they could spend the night in any empty house. The only problem was that it was located on high ground, so they had to make an effort to reach their shelter. Han Feng noted that Jingshan wasn't even covered in snow, so he wondered what had happened to the people in this area. At that moment, they saw new silhouettes in the blizzard, which, unlike the previous ones, were moving. The main character laughed at the thought that these were Brother Li's connections, but even he had no idea. His partner didn't wait and quickly ran towards them to find out if they were any of his acquaintances. Han Feng tried to stop him, but it was useless because he was too impatient. He understood that his comrade was a complete fool, because two people appearing out of nowhere was definitely not a good sign. A few seconds later, the main character realized that they had indeed gotten themselves into an unpleasant situation. It turned out that they were bandits who had already taken Li Ji hostage and were now threatening Han Feng with violence if he moved. The young man did not hesitate and immediately reached for the gun in his back pocket. The villains immediately noticed his attempt and fired a warning shot at his feet. The man who was aiming at the main character shouted at him to stand still and not move around. The second bandit immediately reprimanded his partner because he had no intention of dragging the wounded hostage upstairs. In addition, they suspected that the main character was hiding something because he kept his hands behind his back the whole time. In fact, Han Feng was not afraid because he knew perfectly well that his regeneration could easily withstand a shot to the head. The main problem was that Li would definitely not survive after that, so it was definitely not worth the risk. In the end, the guys had to agree to the gangsters' terms and go upstairs with them. The villains were sure that no one would be wandering around in such weather, so it was obvious that our heroes would have weapons. Han Feng couldn't understand why the bandits still wouldn't let them go, since they had already taken all their belongings. But it seemed that the bandits had their own plans. Li Ji also didn't understand what these strangers were talking about, but the main character couldn't help him with that. The young man suggested that they were going to keep them as reserve provisions, which greatly frightened his partner. He remained calm anyway, because at least they would have a good place to spend the night. This snow-covered hill offered a panoramic view of the entire Hanchuan. It turned out that their shelter even had electricity, so they used the remote control. A second later, the gate of one of the cottages creaked open, and the whole team was able to go inside. Han Feng was surprised by this fact, because the power had been cut off throughout the city long ago, so they were powered by a generator or something similar. Once inside, he began to look around and saw that the villas appeared to have been completed very recently. A little further on, our heroes were greatly surprised when they saw the bandits' hideout. There were serious fortifications here, so Han Feng couldn't understand how these two could have built something like this. The main character immediately thought that they could turn this place into a fortress if they got rid of the bandits and brought the weirdo here. The guy's confusion angered one of the villains, so he hit him on the head to bring him to his senses. It turns out that these two guys brought our heroes here to help them with construction and digging holes. They also promised to release Han Feng and Li Ji when they finished all the work, as well as give them food. The main character didn't really trust them, but the bandits confirmed their intentions and asked the guys to work without any tricks. One of them decided to take a break while his partner watched over the hostages. In fact, the bandit was unhappy that his comrade was resting while he was working all the time. Then he rudely told our heroes to start working, but Brother Li fearfully reminded him that they were actually handcuffed. The bandit didn't care at all, so he threatened them with his weapon and ordered them to dig again. In the end, the guys started doing their job, digging snow around their hideout. Li Ji doubted that they would be released after work, but the main character himself did not know if they would survive, so he just continued digging. At that moment, Han Feng noticed a strange pile of snow mixed with something strange nearby. The main character looked closely, trying to make out the strange details through the white cover. Finally, he realized with chilling horror that it was not just a snowdrift, but a whole pile of bodies. When Han Feng came to his senses, he immediately asked his friend to take a look at the discovery. Li Ji also realized what it was, but the main character immediately tried to calm him down so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The boys began to guess that these bandits had killed all these people, so they definitely couldn't sit here idly. Otherwise, the same fate awaited them. The young man had already figured out how to get out of there, so he immediately shared his idea with his partner. Almost immediately, they began to put their plan into action, so they staged a heated argument. They pretended to be arguing about not being able to divide the work between themselves. The bandit immediately approached them to find out what was going on and calm the hostages, barking at them to shut up. He told our heroes they could argue as much as they wanted, but they had to finish everything before dawn. After that, the guys immediately calmed down and watched intently as the bandit returned to his post. The man stood with his back to them, continuing to shout threats and wave his gun, but he had no idea that a shovel was already flying toward him. After that, there was a dull thud on the street, causing snow to fall from the roof of the house. The second bandit had no idea what had happened to his partner, so he continued to read his book calmly by the warm fireplace. He wasn't worried at all that something bad might happen to his friend. A second later, the man heard someone enter the house and point a gun at him, which immediately distracted him from his reading. Our heroes immediately laughed at the fact that the bandit seemed to be in a good mood. In the end, both robbers ended up in handcuffs and now sat obediently, waiting to see what our heroes would do next. Thus, Han Feng learned that the two were here because of their debts. Li Ji tried to find out if all the corpses outside were their doing, but the bandits immediately began to make excuses and say that they knew nothing about it. The main character decided to believe their version, which immediately pleased the robbers, and they continued to prove that they would never have done such a thing. The young man immediately hid his weapon because now he understood that they weren't such bad guys after all. In addition, he even allowed the bandits to leave peacefully since they were not guilty of anything. Brother Li couldn't believe that his friend had so easily believed these dubious fellows, so he asked again if he really wanted to do that. With a predatory grin on his face, Han Feng confirmed his intentions, and the malicious gleam in his eyes made his cunning plan clear. It turned out that our hero really was going to let them go, but completely naked so that they would simply freeze to death. Han Feng sarcastically advised them to hurry home and dress warmly, while Brother Li thought that his friend was a real devil. Then Li Ji asked what they should do next, and the main character didn't make anything else up, so he suggested they hurry home. He reminded them that their team had originally planned to just take a look at the tunnel and come right back, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they were stuck in the city and didn't know what was happening in their neighborhood. As they set off, the main character could only think about whether their girls were all right. Meanwhile, events returned to their neighborhood, where the team was still waiting for our heroes to return. Jinji was afraid that something bad might have happened to the guys on the way, because they had been gone for too long, but the eccentric girl was sure that the evil king would not let his apostle die. Li Jinghao believed that now was not the time to worry about their partners, because their own situation was much more important, and the girls were not calm at all. He reminded them that after Han Feng entered the tunnel, an entire army came out, and among them was a man who could command the soldiers. It also seemed that Zhang Xueyu was on good terms with this army, so now all the residents of the area obeyed them unquestioningly. That was why the main character's entire team had now become enemies of the entire neighborhood. So Li Jinghao asked the girls to pull themselves together. The man believed that the residents of the house were complete fools if they really believed that the army had come to rescue them, so most likely they would die without understanding anything. Chudashka believed that the truth no longer mattered, because those people would not be able to do anything, even if they had suspicions. The residents were the kind of people for whom unquestioning obedience meant a much better chance of survival in this harsh world. The girl was too tired after the recent events, so these were her last words before falling asleep. Jinja, who now called her QQ, quickly covered the eccentric girl with a blanket so she wouldn't catch a cold, while Li Jinghao could only think about how he had ended up in a team with two losers. The man was tired of sitting in one place, so he got up and went to the window to think about what to do next. He thought about what the weirdo had said about the residents who had decided to obey the military. One of his most difficult battles, which took place before the apocalypse, immediately came to Li Jinghao's mind. The enemy was not easy to defeat, possessing quick reactions and strength, so it was difficult for him to withstand such an onslaught. The coach tried to shout to his fighter not to forget all the lessons he had learned, because he certainly hadn't been taught to stand there and take blows to the head. This did not help the boxer at all, so he received another blow to the face. After that, Li Jinghao collapsed exhausted onto the ring while the referee began the countdown. The coach did not give up and tried to do everything possible to get the fighter to get up and continue this fight, which was too important for both of them. These memories were not the most pleasant for the man, so he stopped and angrily stubbed out his cigarette on the glass. Finally, he turned to his partners and suggested they move, because their enemies were surely searching the house and it was too dangerous to stay in one place. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of their temporary shelter with all their might, and the noise seriously frightened everyone present. A second later, the door flew off its hinges, unable to withstand the powerful blow from outside. Jinye and Li Jinghao watched in shock, waiting to see what would happen next while Kukyu tried to recover from her sleep. In fact, the man did not expect them to be found so quickly. The strange woman seemed completely unable to understand what was going on around her, so she thought it was just time for lunch. Then a huge hand appeared from the impenetrable shadows of the corridor. It was the same huge super soldier who had just smelled the scent of living people and was sure that someone was hiding in the apartment. Meanwhile, the other soldiers in the underground parking lot were busy loading supplies. The manager asked for everything left to be stuffed into the remaining boxes, while his subordinates had already almost completely filled 2 trucks. Meanwhile, the commander had already been informed that the count had been successfully completed and that the exact number of refugees and boxes of food was now known. The leader was pleased with the results, so he ordered everything to be loaded onto the transport and taken to the base. After that, the stern man with a cigar in his mouth decided to continue his conversation with another person, asking where the 3 scouts they had sent earlier were now. Opposite him sat an agitated Zhang Xueyu, who argued that it was all Han Feng's doing. The commander had no idea who could have taken down 3 Special Forces soldiers and asked the committee leader to lie more convincingly, since he had already taken it upon himself to do so. Then the guy started talking about the main character's abilities, because many had seen this guy melt metal with purple light. In the end, Zhang Xueyu couldn't take it anymore and jumped up from his seat, trying to justify himself, because he had done everything according to the military's instructions. He continued to talk about the preparation of sausage, which was of dubious origin, but the commander immediately shut him up so that the committee chairman would not say anything unnecessary. Then the guy just resigned himself to it all and emphasized that he had nowhere to go, so there was no point in deceiving anyone. The commander decided to calm him down because Zhang Xueyu had already obtained a lot of food for their team and had become one of them, and the leader had no intention of cutting off his trusted people. He promised to send his subordinates to find this Han Feng and deal with him personally. That's why the giant soldier came to our team, which seemed to be quite well hidden. After breaking down the door, he scanned the entire apartment with his heavy gaze and now wanted to know which of these pathetic little people was Han Feng. Li Jinghao understood that he was responsible for his teammates, so he quickly grabbed Chukyu, who was still in shock. He hid the girls behind his back and asked them to stay away from the soldier, because it was obvious that he was some kind of lunatic. The man understood that a normal person would not be able to break down a door reinforced by Han Feng. In addition, this fighter had an animalistic smell, so Li Jinghao began to doubt that he was even human. Years of experience told the boxer that they were dealing with a dangerous guy, so it would be best to get out of there as quickly as possible. He tried to break the window with his hand, but in the end, he only felt severe pain in his elbow without any result. Li Jinghao couldn't understand why the glass wouldn't break, so Chukyu explained that Han Feng had reinforced it as well. Then the man agreed to hold off their enemy while the girls tried to escape. It turned out that Jin Shui decided to try to simply talk to the giant, explaining that there was no one here named Han Feng. Then the soldier calmly turned around, believing the girl, and apologized for the unnecessary trouble. The nurse breathed a sigh of relief, glad that her simple plan had worked. Before leaving, the giant glanced at the apartment number once more and made sure he hadn't made a mistake. This angered the soldier even more, because our heroes turned out to be insolent deceivers. He used his powers again and promised that everyone would die if Han Feng did not surrender voluntarily. At that moment, Li Jinghao finally managed to open the window, giving them at least some chance of escape. He quickly grabbed his partners and shouted for them to run away as fast as they could. With all his strength, the man threw them out the window and remained in the apartment to try to delay the enemy. At the last moment, the nurse saw that the giant was already too close, so she desperately tried to warn Brother Li about it. The man only managed to turn around at the very last moment, so he saw the super soldier swinging his huge arms at him. The giant shouted that he hated dishonest people and liars more than anything else in the world. Meanwhile, Han Feng and Li Ji had no idea what was happening to their comrades. During this time, the guys had already found skateboards, which helped them move much faster. The main character praised his partner for this idea and admitted that today he saw him in a new light. Li Ji explained that he used to sign contracts worth tens of billions, so he often traveled with clients to ski resorts. Soon they found themselves near the Happiness Residential Complex. The main character happily announced that they had arrived, so all that remained was to find a window and climb inside. It turned out that they had arrived just as one of the windows upstairs broke, and their partners flew out of it. QQ didn't panic and quickly used her abilities to save their lives. From her endless storage, the girl threw out a huge number of rolled-up mattresses. That was why she remained completely calm while Jin Shui continued to scream frantically, Han Feng realized at the last second that they needed to jump aside, and Li Ji followed suit. Finally, the girls fell into a pile of mattresses and remained completely unharmed. The main character immediately ran to them to see if they were okay and find out what had happened. Jin Shug, coming to her senses, said that some large creature had broken into the apartment and tried to grab them. The guy didn't even have time to respond when Shukyu announced that the enemy was already coming towards them. With a crash, a huge giant fell nearby, so there was no time for unnecessary conversation. The main character was completely fed up with all the crazy stuff that kept happening to him. Before he could come to his senses, someone's strong hand grabbed him roughly by the collar and dragged him away. It was Jin Shui, who was trying to save her friends from the monster that was already closing in on them. The soldier was even more angered by being called some kind of monster because he considered himself a good boy. Kukyu asked the nurse to hurry up a little because the enemy was almost catching up with them. The girl was annoyed that her partner was still upset about it, because in that case she could have run on her own. Then everyone turned to Han Feng to come up with a way out of this trap, which was no easy task. The giant, keeping up with our heroes, shouted furiously that he was very hungry and wanted a snack. It was this crazy shout that gave the young man a brilliant idea on how to finally deal with this rival. Han Feng stopped abruptly and asked his companions to run ahead, because he had a way to save them all. Then he quickly found the right bag in his pockets and used the green light on it. The guy tried to lure the little guy to him to feed him, just as he wanted. The giant was too stupid, so he easily fell for this trick and opened his mouth wide to catch the bag. The super soldier immediately sensed that it was soy, the taste of which he liked. With a smirk on his face, Han Feng apologized to him for such a modest reception. At that moment, the giant suddenly felt something start to tear his cheeks from the inside. A second later, green soybean sprouts sprouted from his head with a wet crunch, turning into powerful stems in a split second. The giant began to scream in horror from the pain, not understanding what was happening to him. With trembling hands, he desperately grabbed the hard stems and tried to tear them out of his own flesh. The super soldier pulled on the soybean with all his might, trying to uproot it from his body, causing thick, dark blood to instantly gush out of his open mouth. The giant was enraged by Han Feng's actions, so now he was going to turn him into mincemeat. Suddenly, he looked ahead and saw that no one was there anymore, because the main character's entire team had quickly seized the moment and run away. Now the giant considered them all not only deceivers, but also real cowards. Meanwhile, the rest of the special forces came to the super soldier's aid, trying to block all the entrances. The commander understood that it was impossible to run far in such cold weather, so they assumed that our heroes had hidden in the nearest buildings. After that, he approached the giant and asked him how he had managed to get so badly injured. The soldier said that he had eaten a bean thrown away by Han Feng, and a whole bush had grown in his mouth. The leader was immediately interested in this ability, because with such a skill, it might be possible to solve the problem of food shortages. He then contacted the rest of the team and asked them to bring the prisoners they had captured on the upper floor. Meanwhile, the whole team had already hidden in one of the buildings and was now trying to warm up. Han Feng was still trying to find out what had happened and where Li Junghao had gone, and Jin Shui told him everything that had happened after the boys left. The girl assumed that the soldiers had learned about the main character from Zhang Shuiyu, after which they decided to send that monster. Then the bruiser found the girls and Li Junghao and smashed the reinforced door in two, causing it to collapse like cardboard. The guy could believe it because, until the very end, he was sure that even an explosion couldn't break it. The nurse continued her story with tears in her eyes because she remembered how Brother Li stayed behind to cover their retreat, and now it was unknown whether he was alive or not. The main character understood that the dead could not be brought back, but in order for their comrade's sacrifice not to be in vain, they had to get out of there at all costs. The girls immediately began to protest against this decision because they couldn't just abandon Li, who had saved their lives. Li Ji also supported his teammates because he believed that friends should cover for each other. Han Feng sighed and explained that it wasn't that he didn't want to go back for their comrade. The young man believed that surviving an encounter with such a monster was already a miracle, so they couldn't take any more risks. Meanwhile, the special forces had already brought their captive to try to lure out the main character. The commander addressed Mr. Han Feng through a loudspeaker and informed him that they had found a wounded man who was his friend. He also emphasized that they knew our hero was hiding somewhere nearby, explaining that there had simply been a big misunderstanding between them. At that moment, the guys tried not to let Jin Shui, who was already rushing to help Li Junghao, despite the unequal forces, get too excited. QQ, who was standing calmly by the window, was still worried about their savior, who was in the hands of the enemies. The commander continued her speech to Hanfeng, explaining that their organization really needed specialists like him. He also promised that his wife, children, and brothers would be given special high status if he agreed to cooperate, which surprised everyone because they had no idea that our hero had a family. The young man himself was also confused, because everything this man said did not correspond to reality at all. The commander finished his speech and waited for Han Feng to give his answer. She immediately noted that it seemed like Li Jinghao's good friend didn't care about his friend's life at all. Then the man admitted with a smirk on his face that he had only known this young man for a couple of days. The leader immediately hit him because he thought he was lying to them, since in that case, Li Jinghao would definitely risk his life for his woman and children. The prisoner was not afraid of the military at all, so he also said that they were not Han Feng's wife and children, but just people he had also just met. This made the commander even angrier, so he threw him forcefully into the snow because they had wasted their energy on this whole operation. Then he turned to the main character again and suggested that he should not risk his life for people he barely knew, offering him the other girls instead, of whom there were plenty at their base. Now it was necessary to restrain the main character, who had become too carried away with the women and now thought that surrendering was not such a bad idea. QQ, who had been watching the whole scene from the sidelines, resigned herself to the fact that no one here could be trusted. Then the girl said that she did have a plan to save Li and asked if the others would join her. At that moment, everyone calmed down and asked in surprise what she had come up with. Meanwhile, the commander continued to mock Li Jinghao, who was now completely defenseless due to his injuries. He asked if it was normal that the young man was not responding to any of his commands. The man suggested that the soldier simply looked like a scoundrel and asked what they were up to, since they were recruiting new people when it was impossible to feed so many people in such a situation. The commander emphasized that saving people was their duty, and such selfish people, of course, would not understand their good intentions. Li Jinghao just laughed sincerely at this blatant and ridiculous lie. Then, without hiding his contempt, boldly sent the scoundrel away. Then the soldier grabbed him by the hair and realized that the man would die soon anyway, so he might as well share the truth with him. With a crazed look in his eyes, he began to talk about how there were more people in the modern city than could ever be eaten. Li Jinghao was shocked when he learned such a terrible truth about their entire criminal organization. The commander didn't say another word, shoving a gun into his mouth and emphasizing that the living eat grain and the dead become that grain. After that, he slowly bent his index finger to pull the trigger and put an end to this protracted conversation with one precise shot. At the last moment, he was distracted by soldiers who began shouting that something was falling from the sky. In the whole pile of stuff, they saw bottles of alcohol, cigarettes, and food. There were even vegetables and meat, which they hadn't seen since the global cooling. The giant ran forward first, believing that there were real treasures in front of him, while the others stumbled, trying to be the first to reach them and grab such useful things. Then the commander simply fired a shot into the air, trying to get the attention of his subordinates, who seemed to be completely ignoring him. He warned them that if they let their guard down now, their rivals could attack unexpectedly at any moment. At that moment, he saw something strange happening on the upper floors of the building. The windows began to shake strangely and rhythmically in their frames, and behind them, a loud rumbling sound could be heard growing louder. A moment later, a huge bulldozer flew out of the building, smashing everything in its path. At the wheel was the main character, who had decided to put his partner's plan into action. QQ explained to her team that first they had to scatter bait for the cold lambs from the air. The main character translated her explanations into normal language and explained to the others that she planned to throw all kinds of tasty treats and supplies at the soldiers from above so that they would fight among themselves. Then the girl planned for Han Feng, in his steel monster armor, to break through the flock of lambs, rescue the poor guy, and take them to their new home. The guy explained that all he needed to do was break through the crowd in his car, pull Li Jinghao out, and then pick up the rest. Li Ji agreed that it was a great plan, and the nurse couldn't understand how he managed to figure out their strange partner. QQ couldn't wait any longer, so she announced that, on the king's orders, they had to begin the operation. The main character didn't want to rush, because there were already many holes in the plan, but he also wasn't sure that the soldiers would be fooled by the scattered supplies. In addition, he wondered where he could even get a vehicle, but as it turned out, QQ had managed to find an iron beast, Han Feng was shocked when he saw a whole bulldozer, because he was expecting something smaller. In any case, he thought it was even cooler, so he was already looking forward to taking revenge on his enemies. With a roar, the machine landed on the ground, scattering snow in all directions. After that, Han Feng quickly turned around and began scooping all the soldiers into a huge bucket. The soldiers shouted loudly, but still tried to grab a stack of rice or other food. One giant remained, and the commander immediately ordered him in a rage to catch this insolent scoundrel. The super soldier spread his arms wide and, tensing every muscle, prepared himself for this difficult confrontation. He was sure that there was no one stronger than him in this world, and he clung to the bulldozer's bucket with all his might. The main character thought that his opponent was completely insane, since he had decided to compete with such huge machinery. Despite the size of the machine, it had to work hard, spewing black smoke from its exhaust pipes to counteract his strength. Finally, Han Feng managed to push the super soldier aside, completely clearing the way to their main goal. The giant rolled over a couple of times in the air, fell into the snow, and now posed no threat to the guy. The commander did not give up until the very end and ordered our hero to stop if he valued his friend's life. The young man continued to pretend that he did not hear his words and simply rode on, straight towards him and Li Jinghao. Then the soldier realized that nothing could stop Han Feng, not even threats from him. Even such a stern man panicked at the young man's confidence, so he didn't know what to do next. In the end, he resigned himself to the fact that Han Feng had won this duel and jumped aside at the last moment. Thus, the main character was able to scoop up a pile of snow and his friend into the bulldozer's bucket without any problems. After that, he sped up to get away from the commander as quickly as possible. Li Jinghao settled comfortably into the bucket, realizing that everything felt strange somehow. Only now did he see the purple light around him and realize that all the metal had suddenly softened. Meanwhile, Han Feng warned his friend to hold on tight because the speed was about to increase. The man began to panic because the main character was driving straight into the building. At the last moment, the guy skillfully turned around so they didn't crash into anything. He did not forget that he had to save the rest of the team, so he invited his friends to jump on board. Li Ji quickly jumped onto the roof, grabbing Qiu with him, while Jin Shui almost slid down. At that moment, their vehicle came under heavy fire again, and a hail of bullets pounded the metal. Li Ji turned around and reported in alarm that the enemies were catching up with them again. The commander of the soldiers only ordered his men not to stop firing. He had no intention of letting these scoundrels get away. The soldier explained that the snow was deep, causing the wheels to spin, so they couldn't really pick up speed. The man couldn't understand where our hero had dug up such a bulldozer, because even their base didn't have one like it. Then the driver finally noted with surprise that it was one of their vanguard vehicles. In any case, the commander was going to follow the tracks and find our heroes at all costs. At that moment, the soldier turned to his commander in fear to warn him about an unknown obstacle ahead. The leader immediately realized with despair that they would definitely not be able to catch up with our heroes. A second later, various heavy cylinders and canisters rained down on their vehicles. There were literally endless numbers of them, so no vehicle could remain intact. Their entire team came to a sudden halt and now tried to understand what had just happened. The commander and his driver looked confusedly at their completely wrecked car. Finally, the commander asked irritably where all this junk had come from right in their path. Obviously, Tsutsui was behind it all, once again brilliantly using her infinite spatial storage. The girl believed that enemies should tremble before the true power of the evil king's eye. It all looked less than epic when she sneezed loudly after her successful stunt. Thus, the whole team was able to successfully break away from the military pursuit and calmly ride to their destination. Qiu lay down right on Han Feng, who was not particularly pleased with the fact that her snot was dripping down his forehead. Everyone else was talking at once, either sincerely thanking the main character for saving them, asking permission to drive the vehicle for a bit, or inquiring with interest about the final destination of their current journey. The guy calmly explained that he and Li had found a nice little house on the hillside and suggested waiting there, asking for the others' opinions. Everyone agreed with Han Feng's decision at once, except for Jin Shui, who noticed that a light on the dashboard was flashing, warning of low fuel. The main character did not expect them to encounter this problem so soon, so he stopped abruptly. Then the young man turned to Qiu, who was still lying on top of him, to ask if she had any fuel. The girl replied that she did, so everyone watched her hopefully. Then the entire cabin was filled with bottles of thick yellow liquid that did not look like fuel at all. A second later, Han Feng angrily shouted that he didn't mean sunflower oil, but it was too late because the bulldozer had already stalled. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, the main character stared at all the bottles of oil in front of him. Then he turned to the girl again and asked her to get his fuel supplies, not all of this. Everyone watched intently as Choo-Kyu rummaged through her storage, fulfilling the young man's request. Suddenly, her face showed excitement, and the main character couldn't understand what the problem was, because before she had calmly taken anything out of there. Finally, the eccentric girl explained that she had thrown out all the fuel along with the refrigerator and generator. Everyone present was shocked when they heard such terrible news from their partner. Han Feng asked again if the girl had really used up her entire year's supply of fuel. Kyoku showed him that she had a little gas left, but our hero knew it was useless, so he was ready to build her a monument if the car started with it. She also said that all the junk that looked like charcoal was still there. The main character couldn't understand what the hell he needed this bucket of trash for. Picking up one of the coals, the young man realized that maybe it could really help in their situation. Han Feng immediately began to think about how these plant remains could burn. He figured that in that case, the thick black sludge from the meat could also catch fire. The guy quickly turned to his partner and asked her to immediately get the bucket and meat. In a couple of seconds, the main character had all the necessary tools so he could start his experiment. He immediately thought that it would be quite difficult to make something big out of meat, but it was very easy to ruin it, so Han Feng, using the green light, quickly got a whole bucket of black liquid. This once useless garbage was now their last hope for getting transportation. All the other team members huddled in a corner, unable to understand what our hero was doing, because the sludge smelled terrible. Han Feng didn't go into details and simply replied that he was experimenting. After that, the guy didn't waste any time and brought a lighter to the homemade fuel to test it. In the end, the entire liquid ignited with a bright flame, giving our hero hope. He couldn't contain his joy because his risky plan had finally come to fruition. Li Jinghao couldn't believe that the guy would really pour this unknown liquid into the tank and was skeptical about the idea. Han Feng calmly replied that they had no other choice anyway. He explained that they could either drive like this or simply walk, which was too dangerous. Without any hesitation, the main character, confident that their path to safety was finally open, poured the fuel into the tank. The engine started after all, and thick gray smoke poured out of the exhaust pipe, instantly mixing with the frosty winter air. Li Ji was immediately delighted that his friend had been able to save them and began calling the young man a true genius, while the latter pretended that he did not need all this praise. After that, their heavy bulldozer confidently drove forward again, easily cutting through high snowdrifts and clearing a path through the deserted streets. It was already dark, so they had to turn on the car's headlights to light their way. QQ calmed down a little, so she asked her friend if she wanted a snack. She pulled various types of snacks out of her storage compartment and asked what the girl preferred. Li Jinghao couldn't stop marveling at all these abilities, so he asked how much the eccentric girl kept in her storage. Finally, he guessed that this girl was involved in the news when someone robbed the entire store overnight. Meanwhile, the main character asked all his partners to pay attention to him. He announced that the coveted house on the hill was already clearly visible through the veil of snow. Everyone was very happy to hear this news, and Li Ji suggested that his friends step on the gas so that they could reach their destination faster. Han Feng didn't think twice and pressed the gas pedal with all his might, forcing the heavy vehicle to drive towards their new refuge. Suddenly, strange noises were heard, and thick black smoke poured out of the exhaust pipe. Black sludge began to ooze out of all the cracks in the bulldozer, making transportation impossible. The main character reported in confusion that the engine seemed to have stalled, while all his upset friends stood silently behind him. They had only a little way left to go, but now everyone had to leave the vehicle and walk to the top. On the way, the guys also met the two bandits, who were now covered in a thick layer of snow and ice. With heavy hearts, our heroes reached the cottage, exhausted by the difficult journey in the cold. They were all shivering from the bone-chilling cold, but they were glad that they had at least made it to shelter. Without wasting any time, someone lit the stove so the team could warm up. Everyone except Li Jinghao gathered around the only source of heat and breathed a sigh of relief as they felt the pleasant warmth finally fill their bodies. They savored every second of that moment because the journey to get there had been simply awful. Then Li Jinghao finally spoke up, smiling as he agreed that it was a good location. He explained that the wind blows the snow away, so it doesn't accumulate on top, meaning the house won't collapse, and it's impossible to get underneath it either. Finally, he asked the others if they planned to settle in this place. No one answered his questions because the guys were busy with the new shelter. Han Feng had already gone to check on the generator, so Li Jinghao resigned himself to the fact that no one was listening to him and decided to pretend he hadn't said anything. In fact, the young man had not planned for the weirdo to throw out the generator with fuel, but they were lucky because the bandits had left supplies in the house. The main character fiddled with the buttons for a moment, and after a couple of seconds, the machine started working. Meanwhile, the rest of the team had almost finished rearranging the furniture, trying to make the empty cottage look lived in as quickly as possible. Han Feng returned to the guys and asked if any of them were hungry, offering to throw a real feast. QQ immediately said that she wanted to take a shower, so she asked the guy to teach her how to use the boiler again. Jinshu's eyes lit up when she heard about this opportunity. The girl was very embarrassed by her reaction and explained that she had not been able to bathe properly since the disaster began. Various images of the beauty immediately popped into the main character's head, causing him to blush as well. Now Han Feng had no intention of delaying and wanted to do his best for Jinshui. Together with QQ, they went to another room and saw that the water pipes had frozen and burst, causing the boiler to malfunction. Then the guy quickly turned around and went to see what was happening in the bathroom. The situation here was no better, as absolutely everything was covered with a thick layer of ice. Han Feng noted that the pipes had burst here too, but at least there was a bathtub, which was already pretty good. In any case, our hero already had a plan to take a warm bath, so he turned on the heater to start with. After that, the young man threw some snow into the bathtub and asked Chiyo-Q to get one more thing. The girl quickly found a powerful heater, which was to be the main element in their plan. They quickly threw several such devices into the bathtub, so the water began to heat up little by little. Soon, the young people noted with disappointment that the water was heating up too slowly. The main character put his hand in and felt that it was practically ice cold, so he asked how much longer they would have to wait for it to heat up. Suddenly, a sharp electric shock ran through Han Feng's hand. The boy's hand immediately burst into red flames as he jerked it out of the water. He looked at his palm in surprise, realizing that some kind of spark had just happened. Then Chukyu announced that the bath had finally heated up, and the protagonist couldn't understand how that was even possible. Han Feng began to suspect that it was the effect of the red light after all. Very soon they had completely furnished the bathroom, so the girls could finally enjoy the warm water. Jinji tried to take off her clothes as quickly as possible so she could take a bath. QQ, on the other hand, was quite calm and couldn't understand why her friend was so excited about it. The girl also said that she had bath salts and asked what scent Jin preferred. In addition, she had shampoos, conditioners, shower gels, cosmetic oils, and moisturizing kits from different brands. Jinja hugged QQ tightly because she certainly did not expect a whole spa treatment to be waiting for her. After that, they immediately plopped down in the bathroom, finally relaxing and enjoying the long-awaited warm water. The nurse noted that Chiyo-Q was very small and cute, but she admitted that she was actually 21. The girl still wanted to say that her friend was just a child. Halfway through her sentence, Jin-Yu finally realized what Chukyu had just told her. She was shocked by this news because the girl definitely did not look her age. Kyugyu calmly explained that the power of the evil king's eye gave her eternal youth, but then admitted that she just had a childish face. It turned out that the main character had been standing at the bathroom door the whole time and now knew the true age of the oddball. At that moment, Lee's brother appeared nearby, so Han Feng had to pretend that he hadn't been eavesdropping on the girls at all. The guy immediately guessed what his friend was doing, but our hero said he was just passing by. Li Ji thought the young man was a complete weakling and now wanted to show him how a real man does it, but Han Feng stopped him in time. In the end, they just went back to playing video games while Li Jinghao sat on the couch and watched them. The man couldn't understand how the guys could be in the mood to play games in such a tense situation. Han Feng explained that they would be living here for quite a long time, and if they didn't find something to occupy their time, they would simply die of boredom. He also asked if Li Jinghao was going to stay here or return to his people. The main character understood perfectly well that he was a very unusual person, but he just wanted to live his life. So if their new friend didn't get them involved in anything, he could live here as long as he wanted. The man realized that it was time to reveal his true identity and admitted that he had actually come specifically to study people's abilities. Han Feng immediately stopped him and reminded him that he didn't want to know who he was because he didn't want to get involved in all these problems. For a while, they looked at each other in silence, understanding everything without words, while Brother Li desperately tried to shout to his comrade to help him in the game. In the end, Li Jinghao sighed heavily, but did not object to the main character's decision. He promised to come down from the mountain when his arm got a little better and promised not to tell anyone about this hideout. Annoyed, Li Ji asked his partner to be at least a little more careful. because they had lost because of him. At that moment, the girls finally came out of the bathroom and asked if the boys were going swimming. Lee's brother immediately suggested that the young man go with them, because that way they would save water. But Han Feng was not particularly keen on the idea. In the end, the main character was forced to bathe with his friend. After that, the whole team got together and ate well, celebrating their move to a new hideout. And finally, after all the trials they had endured, the exhausted heroes were able to fall into a peaceful sleep. Over the next few days, Han Feng reinforced the walls, roof, and fence of the villa. At the same time, he remodeled the sauna in the attic, so now the whole team could relax there as well. In addition, the main character could now steam in it and calmly observe the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, Han Feng saw an unfamiliar silhouette through his binoculars. This mysterious person couldn't get very far and fell right in the middle of the snow. They decided to rescue the poor fellow, and it turned out to be their acquaintance, Li Ji. It turned out that it was Chen, one of Lu's men, the man who had once helped our hero obtain a weapon. Only when his comrade explained everything did Han Feng understand who they had picked up. Meanwhile, the man came to his senses and now could not understand whether he was alive or where he had ended up. Li Ji was delighted when his acquaintance came to, and the latter certainly did not expect to see him here. The main character tried to calm down the agitated Chen, who had already recognized the guy who wanted to buy weapons. The man sat down on the sofa, and Brother Li immediately began to ask what had happened to his old friend. He then told him that a few days ago, their agency had been attacked by soldiers, and many brothers had died, including their boss, Lu. Boss Lu, following the advice of his friend Han, had bought a bunch of stuff in advance to survive the apocalypse. Thanks to this, they not only survived the crisis themselves, but also saved hundreds of people. But the other day, out of nowhere, soldiers raided the place, took everything they could, and killed people. To protect everyone, Director Lu led his people into battle, which resulted in the deaths of many of his men. Lu himself was shot in the leg during the fierce battle and was taken prisoner by the soldiers. As a result, their entire team scattered and agreed to meet at another warehouse. It turned out that he was in one of the houses in the cottage village where our heroes were staying. Now Han Feng understood why this man was at the foot of the mountain. He was just waiting for his comrades. Li Ji immediately tried to find out if Lu was alive, and his comrades suggested that everything was fine because the boss needed the military alive. This news reassured Brother Li because it was the only thing he wanted to hear. Tears welled up in his eyes because this was the very person who had once saved his life. Li Ji could no longer sit still and pulled his friend to go save Lu right away, but his friend thought he had lost his mind. Chen asked if he had any idea how many guns these people had, and emphasized that it was literally impossible for the two of them to pull this off. The young man asked the old man not to lose heart, because as long as there was even a glimmer of hope, they couldn't give up. Li Zhenghao also realized that they were talking about Liu, the boss of the Unity Hall. It turned out that he was the one who had bought the boxer's freedom when he was involved in underground boxing. The man immediately promised that he would join their team if the guys decided to go and rescue Liu after all. Ripping the bandages off his broken arm, he noted that he had many acquaintances in the city who could help. Xian immediately recognized that he was standing in front of the very same mad dog from the ring, the one who had 30 consecutive victories. The main character tried to hold back his laughter when he heard his acquaintance's nickname, and the latter embarrassedly tried to justify himself, explaining that it was a long time ago and not entirely true. Li Zhenghao introduced himself to the man and asked him to do without nicknames, and Li Ji was glad that he had decided to join them, because they would definitely save Liu with such a strong team. Han Feng couldn't believe that this man was such a good person, that everyone would follow him through fire and water, so now he suspected that something bad would happen if he didn't go with his comrades. At the same time, the young man realized that this operation was too dangerous, so he thought it would be better to save his own skin. In the end, he explained that he was already being hunted, so it would be better for him not to go into the enemy's lair. Li Ji was a little upset by this news, but our hero promised that he would help with supplies in order to save Liu. But in any case, the guy was not going to tell a stranger about all their secrets with the eccentric, so he took his friends aside to warn them about this. That's why they decided to feed the guests some mediocre food so that he wouldn't suspect anything. The room for Qian was furnished with only the bare necessities, without any luxuries. After resting, the main character distributed all the necessary supplies, including even weapons. From the very beginning, the old man knew that Hanny would have such excellent supplies, but the guy himself could not understand why he was taking so many cigarettes with him. The man explained sternly that money was worthless now, and cigarettes were the main commodity on the market. After that, the whole team set off and said goodbye to the main character. Before leaving, Chen promised to return with the people from the Hall of Unity and thank Han Feng and his wife. Jinju asked again if the young man had a wife, but Chu Qiu pulled her back and explained that they were talking about the girl herself. This news stunned the nurse because she had no idea that they had been talking about her all this time. The girl was very embarrassed by this misunderstanding and was already planning how she would explain everything later, while Han Feng and the eccentric woman couldn't understand what was going on with her. After that incident, the main character installed cameras on the road to monitor the entire mountain. There are also cameras around the entire perimeter of the villa to spot anything suspicious in time. Thus, they continued to live quite peacefully until one day. Han Feng was sitting at his console as usual when he heard his partner screaming. A second later, a frightened Jin Shui ran into the room screaming that it was the end for them. With trembling hands, the girl held a knife and tried to say something about Chu Qiu. It turned out that the problem was that the eccentric girl had announced that they had used the last of the cabbage from their supplies, which was a nightmare even for Han Feng himself. Then the main character asked how many vegetables and fruit she had left. The girl replied that there was still a lot, but it turned out that there were only 3 carts, one of which was completely filled with cucumbers, which Qiu herself loved very much. In the end, Han Feng concluded that they had eaten everything and soon there would be nothing left. The guy assumed that he could only make wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat, and that he had completely failed with the rest of the fruits and vegetables. He understood that they urgently needed to figure out how to grow more cabbage, and Jin Shui noted that their well-being depended solely on them. Then our hero returned to the sofa and began to think about what to do with these important supplies. The young man carefully picked up a cabbage leaf and, using the green light, hoped only for God's help. In the end, all he had left was waste that quickly crumbled in his hand. Han Feng wasn't going to stop there, so he tore off another leaf. It suffered the same fate as the previous one, so the young man was left with nothing but black charcoal in his hands. Qiu and Jin Shui watched with concern as the young man began to pick at absolutely any vegetable in an attempt to get something. After a couple of minutes, the main character finally calmed down and sat down sadly on the sofa among his failed attempts. The girl gathered her strength and tried to approach him to ask if he was okay. Han Feng began to shout desperately that it seemed there would be no more vegetables, and she couldn't believe that things were so bad. Qiu pointed out that there were still plenty of cucumbers and warned that they wouldn't die without vegetables because she had vitamins in her storage. Meanwhile, the nurse suggested growing vegetables themselves, but the guy couldn't understand how they would do that because it was too cold outside. Then she said that she grows vegetables on her balcony all year round, so if they could provide the right temperature and light, they could do something similar at home. Genius explained that this would require a balcony garden rack, soil, nutrient mix, and LED lamps for lighting. Qiu agreed with all of this, but wondered where they could get all these materials. Her partner and our hero didn't even seem to consider that the girl might not have such things. Because of this, the guys had to go outside and try to dig up some soil from under the snow. Han Feng reported that the ground was completely frozen, so it was impossible to dig it up. Jinju firmly grabbed the shovel and prepared to test her strength. In the end, part of the tool flew off at full speed and almost hit the main character right in the head. The girl now didn't know what to do in this situation, and Han Feng suggested going inside because it was too cold outside and thinking about their next move. Once inside, the guy immediately asked how many seedling containers the eccentric girl had made. Cut plastic bottles which Qiu had worked so hard on were scattered all over the room. The girl, holding scissors in her hands, replied that there were already enough containers. The main character praised her for her efforts because they didn't have any pots, so the plastic bottles should be enough. Jinji began to talk sweetly to her friend, but she didn't like it because she hadn't been a child for a long time. Qiu also asked where the soil her teammates had been looking for was, but the main character explained confusedly that everything outside was frozen, so they couldn't dig up the soil now. She immediately thought of heating the ground with a heater, but Han Feng knew that the effect would be weak. Jinju hoped that they would still be able to find a way to melt all the ice instantly. Suddenly, Qiu jumped up from her seat and pretended to ask the messenger, who controlled the hot water for the shower, to show his true power. Only now did the main character finally understand what his partner was talking about. The young man remembered how last time, when he heated the water for the shower, a red light suddenly appeared in his hands, after which the bath immediately heated up. Now he needed to find a way to use the red light to warm up the frozen ground. After 20 minutes of experimentation, Han Feng realized that he couldn't find any pattern. Now the main character tried to understand how this time was different from the last. The young man began to analyze the situation and realized that he had been electrocuted. He immediately turned to the eccentric girl and asked if she had anything electrical that could shock him. The girl immediately showed him a powerful outlet that could cause instant death, so our hero had to explain that he wasn't actually going to die. Then she offered him a simple magic wand with lightning, which could cause slight numbness and was a common low-voltage stun gun for self-defense. The main character was apprehensive because he knew that stun guns are usually very powerful, but Chukyu assured him that beginner-level lightning magic is very weak and completely safe. Han Feng decided to believe his partner and trust her this time, so he turned on the stun gun. He quickly used the red light and added electric current to test his theory. Within a second, the main character felt the water in the bucket warm up pleasantly, gradually filling the room with thick steam. Now the guy understood that this plan was viable, so he immediately went outside to put it into action. Han Feng didn't understand how, but it definitely worked, so he didn't waste any more time. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist electrocuted himself, activating his new ability. Then all the snow around the guy instantly melted and bare ground appeared before him. His fingers accidentally touched the icy water that remained after the snow. The main character happily grabbed the soil in his hands and began to shout triumphantly about his success. Thus, they finally prepared the containers for seedlings and all the soil. Cuckoo had already brought a lot of seeds and asked what they would plant with them, but Jin Shui warned that the house was not very warm, so most of the vegetables simply would not sprout. The girl chose tomatoes, lettuce, and eggplants, which were not very demanding in terms of temperature, and the main character immediately noted that she was a real expert in growing plants. The guys prepared an entire room to provide the vegetables with the necessary temperature and light. Han Feng explained that the basement was the best place to keep the heat, so now they would use this space specifically for their homemade greenhouse. Jingga noted that she was not sure if the temperature was high enough, and if there was not enough heat, the seeds simply would not sprout. The main character planned that his green light could affect these sprouts, and they would immediately produce a harvest. He got down to business and tried to carefully control the rate of energy release so as not to spoil anything. After a moment, he noticed that the cabbage had indeed grown without turning into another piece of trash. Then Han Feng didn't stop there and tried the green light on different vegetable seeds. Although there were failures, by constantly adding new seeds, the guy ended up growing dozens of seedlings. But as it turned out, after a few days, all these sprouts, as Jin Shui had predicted, froze. The girl explained that even with 4 heaters, the temperature in the room was only about 10 degrees. She emphasized that the temperature in the room needed to be raised to 20 degrees somehow. So the main character asked what she thought about the idea of adding another heater. Jin Shagun understood that if they did not improve the insulation of the house, it would not make much difference. The main character immediately explained that the basement was the best place in the house to retain heat, so the deeper they were, the higher the temperature would be. Then he jokingly suggested digging an even deeper basement, but his partner seemed to be serious about it. Han Feng understood that this was too much work, so he suggested that they first study how his light affects the stones at Tinar, and if nothing works, then they would dig by hand. He had known for a long time that green light, like red, had no effect on stones, while purple light softened them. Soft stones resemble mud, but they are still closer in condition to ordinary stones. That is why the main character tried to combine the 3 beams, changing the speed of energy emission, but it was all in vain. As a result, the stones remained unchanged, so Han Feng began to suspect that this was the difference between organic and inorganic objects. Finally, after several days of countless failures, a real miracle happened. The main character did not expect that if the intensity of the red light exceeded a certain threshold, he would be able to break the stone. Now the guy decided to apply his power to a much larger area. He was going to release the red light at full power and expand the area of destruction as much as possible to see what would happen. In the end, the young man succeeded, and the slab under his hands was covered with cracks. A few seconds later, it finally broke into small pieces as Han Feng clung to the stone with all his might. The effect was quite good, but the main problem was that the guy was exhausted after just one try. The protagonist didn't even know how many times a day he would be able to perform this trick. Despite all these difficulties, Han Feng continued his persistent excavation. The nurse also did her part and carried the excavated soil outside. After 7 days at a depth of more than 10 meters, they dug a basement with an area of more than 20 square meters. Then our heroes furnished it a little and it turned into a greenhouse for vegetables. Han Feng thanked Nurse Jin for her work, and she replied that all this was only possible thanks to Mr. Han. The main character was tired after all these days, but he had one pleasant bonus. He sincerely enjoyed every minute of this rare time alone with such an amazing beauty. As they climbed upstairs, the girl warned that they would be able to harvest in 2 months if all went well. Han Feng did not expect the process to take so long because they had already spent 2 whole weeks on the vegetables, so lately they had to eat only broccoli. The guy knew he just couldn't take it if things kept going like this. He immediately remembered that green light could copy broccoli, make seeds sprout, and possibly accelerate the growth of vegetables. Then Jin Shu suggested sprouting some beans, which could be eaten in 3 days. At that very moment, one of the girl's feet suddenly slipped off the clay step. The nurse couldn't keep her balance, so she fell right on top of the main character. After that, she was very worried about the condition of the guy, who now couldn't stop the blood from his nose. The main character tried to hide the bleeding, but Jin Shui was too observant not to notice it. She desperately tried to stop Han Feng so she could examine him, because she was a nurse after all. The young man still didn't want to show his problem, but suddenly stopped when he saw what Chukyu was doing. A pentagram was drawn on the floor of the room, with candles arranged in a circle around it. It turned out that the girl, as a messenger, was trying to summon the great eye of the evil king. The main character had no intention of interrupting his partner and watched this strange process with surprise. Standing in front of the laptop, she commanded the fifth eye of the king to appear before her. Finally, Han Feng stopped her and thought that the eccentric girl had completely lost her mind, but she explained that it was a ritual to summon the evil king's eye. The girl explained that one eye, which was just an ordinary camera, had already gotten out of control, so she was summoning a new one. On one side of the mountain cottage was a cliff, and on the other was the only road leading uphill. So Han Feng decided to place the camera on the road to see everyone who was coming up. The only problem was that the cameras often broke due to constant winds and snowfalls. The main character was very angry at the weather, so he couldn't wait for all this horror to end. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from the mountains, shaking everything around him. The guys immediately turned around at this sudden and sharp noise, completely unable to understand what was happening. Han Feng looked closely into the darkness ahead and saw that something strange was indeed happening in the mountains. Jinyu immediately asked what had happened, and the guy coming down the stairs explained that a huge white cloud had suddenly appeared in the mountains. He understood that there were definitely people there, so he suggested that his partner return home as quickly as possible, since they had already installed the camera. The events continue the next morning, when the main character has not yet given much thought to what is happening in the mountains. Now the young man was only thinking about how to grow vegetables as quickly as possible, so he immediately went down to the basement. To begin with, he decided to try to direct the flow of energy to germinate the seeds. As expected, Han Feng's attempts were futile, because the rhythms he had mastered hardly worked anywhere. Then, resigned to the fact that he would have to start from scratch, the young man immediately grabbed another pot of vegetables. In this way, he quietly spent half an hour experimenting with seedlings. The main character put a lot of effort into this process and still couldn't understand why he couldn't get anything right. The vegetables that he treated directly with light died and turned into garbage. At the same time, those that the guy didn't even touch grew significantly. Han Feng then suggested that perhaps very weak green light was needed for plant growth. In the end, the guy's guesses were confirmed, and it turned out that if you shine green light for more than 30 minutes, the vegetables stop growing. He decided to treat the garden with light every day, as it was impossible to grow everything at once. 5 days passed, and our heroes were already able to harvest their first crop. Han Feng couldn't stop rejoicing that his cabbage had grown so large in such a short period of time. The girls did not particularly share his joy, because the other vegetables bothered them with their strange shapes. The radishes and tomatoes were unusually shaped, but that wasn't the most impressive thing about them. None of those present could remember ordinary cabbage growing to such enormous sizes. The main character also noticed that, like the cabbage, all the vegetables had grown strangely, so he began to suspect that something was wrong with the green light. He decided not to worry about it if the vegetables turned out to be edible. And Jin Yue announced that they would have radish soup and beef stew with tomatoes for dinner that evening. After that, everyone gathered at the table and quickly emptied their plates of dishes made from homegrown tomatoes. Han Feng sighed with relief and agreed that it was worth their half a month of work. And Chukyu remembered that she wanted strawberries and melons, so she suggested planting fruit as well. The main character immediately reminded her that she had recently said that vitamins and pills would suffice, but she replied that only humans eat pills, and the great evil needs strawberries and melons. At that moment, Jinyu noticed that there was still a lot of cabbage left and asked why her partners had ignored this dish. Hanfeng replied discontentedly that he was tired of eating it, and Qiu simply didn't like this vegetable. The guy immediately remembered Li, who would surely be happy to devour the entire plate. He remembered that their friends had left the mountain more than 2 weeks ago, and now he wondered how they were doing. The main character understood that the guys had probably already run out of biscuits, and now he just hoped that they were safe. At that moment, another explosion sounded in the mountains, raising a cloud of thick smoke. Jinja noted that this had been happening for 6 days in a row, which was starting to worry her a little. Hanfeng believed that it didn't affect them, no matter what was happening outside, and that they could put up with the noise. 3 days later, the powerful explosions only intensified and began to rumble almost continuously, filling almost the entire space of the mountains. The main character was now not so indifferent to what was happening near their home. Today, these explosions roared for the umpteenth time in a row, and all this was happening without stopping. The young man quickly grabbed a ladder and went outside to check out the situation. Now he felt that he simply had to find out what was going on there. Hanfeng deftly climbed onto the roof of the cottage and pointed his binoculars at the distant mountain ranges. Then he saw multiple columns of smoke rising one after another above the mountain peaks. A second later, another powerful explosion occurred on one of the peaks, but the main character still couldn't understand what was happening there. The main character stayed on the roof for a while, watching this amazing phenomenon. He couldn't even understand who could have done something like this in such a remote place. The guy was surprised that someone dared to cause such a commotion in the mountains, and thought that they were not afraid of being caught. Hanfeng saw that the distance was quite large, but if it landed somewhere nearby, it would be the end. He didn't even know if their fortified house could withstand the shock wave from such a powerful explosion if the epicenter moved closer to their shelter. At that moment, the main character noticed that the fence was indeed low and thin, so it also needed to be reinforced. Then Hanfeng turned to the rest of the team and explained that he had no idea what was going on, but he decided to make the fence taller and thicker just in case. Qiu immediately asked where he was going to get the materials to build it, since she didn't have any cement, but the guy had already thought this through. He pointed out that the materials were already at hand, because they had stones left over from digging the basement. The main character decided to demonstrate how to stack these stones in a pile. After that, he simply poured water over the entire wall, which was supposed to act as cement. Now all that remained was to wait for everything to freeze, and they would have a new wall. When enough time had passed, Hanfeng decided to test its strength with a shovel. The guy explained that it was so cold now that an ice wall made of stones could be even stronger than concrete. Then the three of them got down to business and began to reinforce the fence using this method. They didn't have enough stones for the construction, so they had to dismantle the neighboring villa as well. Our heroes toiled for 3 whole days, but now they had a huge ice wall. Hanfeng was confident that with such a powerful and well-thought-out defense, they could rest easy for the time being. At that moment, there was another loud explosion, and everyone had to struggle to stay on their feet because of the violent shaking. The guy began to fear that now they were in trouble, so he quickly climbed to the top. Now he didn't even need binoculars to see what was happening around him. The explosion was close enough that the powerful shock wave made the cottage's massive walls shake. Coming to his senses, the main character realized that it had indeed reached them. Then there was an even louder whistle, so Hanfeng immediately lowered his binoculars. Now another shell flew into one of the nearest cottages with a deafening roar, turning the neighboring building into a pile of rubble. Fire immediately engulfed the entire building, destroying everything in its path with frenzied force. Some of the debris even flew into the reinforced wall of their house, which had just been completed in time. A small, sharp stone flew at full speed right past Hanfeng's head. The guy was so shocked that he couldn't move as blood ran down his cheek. He began to quickly climb down from the roof, realizing that they had not built the fence in advance for nothing. Otherwise, they would have been finished now. After that, the main character ran into the house in a panic, warning everyone that the shooting had started. The guys sat in the basement for half a day, but then they went upstairs to check the situation. The next evening, while Hanfeng was taking a bath, the shelling started again. The young man ran out of the room half naked to warn the girls that everyone should run to the basement immediately. On the morning of the 3rd day, the neighboring villa was blown to smithereens and another shell hit their fence. On the 4th day, the shelling started again, just as the main character was about to go to the bathroom. QQ also ran into the bathroom without knocking because she couldn't hold it anymore. In the end, these relentless shellings became so frequent that they caught our heroes at absolutely any moment. The main character had to jump out of bed and quickly get dressed to make it down to the shelter. They had to hide in the basement every day without proper food or drink, and there was no time left for sleep. That's why Han Feng armed himself and set out on a raid to see what kind of lunatic was shooting endlessly. Before leaving, he asked Jin Shui and Chukyu to be careful until he returned home. With the help of skis, the young man was able to descend the steep slope of the mountain on which their cottage area was located with incredible speed and agility. At that very moment, his gaze fell on a fresh crater from an explosion, which stood out sharply against the white snow. The main character noticed a strange piece of some material among the debris. He realized that it looked like scraps of military uniforms. So now he suspected that these explosions were the work of the army. Images of the giant and his commander, who could have been behind the bombing, immediately popped into Han Feng's head. Looking around, the guy saw that there were quite a few corpses here, so it was obvious that the battle had been fierce. To be on the safe side, it was better for the main character to climb the mountain and see what was ahead. It was quite a difficult task, so the guy had to catch his breath afterwards. The guy immediately grabbed his binoculars to see what was hidden in the distance. It turned out that there was a huge cave here that resembled a military base. Under the snow, he noticed the very cannons that had most likely been firing at their area. In fact, it all looked rather strange, and the soldiers were somewhat suspicious. Soon, all the soldiers ran inside on command, opening fire with their machine guns. Then a powerful energy blast burst out of the tunnel, scattering the soldiers in different directions. One of them flew at full speed toward the main character with a loud cry. Han Feng had to try hard not to get hit by the soldier's body. Just in case, the guy pointed his gun at him, even though he realized that it seemed like all the soldiers had been killed. Then the main character quickly returned to his observation point and saw that his guesses were correct. At that moment, he suddenly saw someone else coming out of the mysterious tunnel. The guy was very surprised when he saw these people, who looked like some kind of strange family. The woman who was leading two teenagers stopped abruptly and looked up into the distance. Lowering her glasses, she looked and smiled as if she knew for sure that Han Feng was watching her. The protagonist began to suspect that he had indeed been spotted, although it was too hard to believe, since he was a whole kilometer away from the base. He was absolutely certain that it was just a coincidence, because it was impossible to spot him. That's why Han Feng continued to watch these people through his binoculars. The strange girl with a powerful weapon in her hand seemed to be aiming directly at the main character. Aiming her massive cannon, she fired straight at the very top of the mountain. At the last second, the guy managed to take cover from the shell and now realized that he had indeed been spotted. He concluded that these three looked too suspicious, so it was better to stay away from them and just watch. As the main character was descending the mountain, he heard another strange noise. It turned out that there were other surviving soldiers here who were continuing the battle. In a panic, they tried to shoot back at these unknown people, retreating up the mountain. Very soon, they were close by and formed an avalanche that swept away everything in its path too quickly. This group seemed to be completely unafraid of the soldiers or their machine guns. The young man was already preparing for his attack, for which he used his superpowers. A second later, terrifying screams of soldiers who had been hit could be heard again from the top of the mountain. Han Feng raised his head and finally noticed a huge wave of snow approaching him. Then the guy resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't escape it, so he calmly lay down on the ground. The avalanche quickly picked up the main character and carried him somewhere ahead, spinning him in an icy whirlpool. Very soon he found himself at the massive concrete walls of a huge dam. Finally, the entire colossal mass of snow stopped, and a ringing dead silence reigned. Then there were some muffled rustles under all that thick layer of snow. The next moment, a red flash of light appeared from Han Feng's abilities. Finally, after considerable effort, the main character managed to escape from this icy trap. It turned out that he even managed to grab one soldier who had also slid down here. The young man tried to clear his throat because he had almost suffocated in all that snow. He was glad that at least this dam had stopped him, because it was unknown how far he could have ended up. When our hero was buried in snow, the other three remained standing, so he assumed that they knew how to control the snow and ice. Looking at the soldier he had managed to save, he hoped that this man would provide at least some useful information about all this. After that, Han Feng immediately went to one of the icy towers near the dam. The interior had long been abandoned, so it was easy to take shelter there and wait for the soldier to come to. The young man didn't have much time to wait, so he armed himself with a pistol and tried to wake his captive. The soldier was a little confused after what had just happened to him, so he didn't immediately understand what was going on. He immediately began begging the protagonist not to kill him and promised to tell him everything he knew. Han Feng was even a little disappointed by this reaction, because he had already thought of so many ways to interrogate the soldier, and he gave up so easily. The guy asked him to calm down and just tell him everything he knew about those women and the child, after which the soldier would be able to leave peacefully. Then the frightened prisoner began to shout that they were not humans because they possessed ice magic and fired energy projectiles, blowing up everything around them. The main character did not understand anything from his story, so he ordered to start with the white-haired woman and then separately about each one. Then the soldier explained that it was she who had fired an energy projectile so that one blow threw them all up. The girl in turn possessed explosive magic and could turn anything into a bomb. And the young man controlled snow and ice, creating avalanches like the one they had been caught in. The guy kept saying that they were definitely not humans, but some kind of monsters or mages with superpowers, while Han Feng thought about how this didn't make any sense. At the same time, the young man himself understood that he was not without sin with his powers. He decided not to judge people like himself, because it seemed that there were many like him, oddballs and healthy people. Then the main character decided to ask one last question and tried to find out if the army had shelled the villa on the southern slope. With tears in his eyes, the soldier tried to convince Han Feng that their camp had already been captured at that point, and their team was on its way from headquarters to help recapture it. Han Feng, recalling the events of the last few days, concluded that the explosions in the mountains were caused by their confrontation. The fighters he had met in the snow in the mountains had been killed by a woman with a child. Everything pointed to the fact that these people were behind the relentless shelling of their hideout. For the main character, it all seemed too strange, because he didn't even know these people. So putting a gun to the soldier's forehead, he asked harshly why some strangers would destroy their home. The soldier had no idea why all this was happening, so Han Feng resigned himself to the fact that he would not be able to learn anything else from him. In the end, he let his hostage go, and the soldier happily thanked him for his kindness and for saving him from the avalanche. For a while, the young man simply watched as the soldier left the shelter. The next moment, a shell flew straight into the poor fellow, leaving him no chance of survival. Soon, the air shook with even more explosions, and a full-scale bombing of the plateau began. One of the shells hit the top of the tower where our hero was hiding. Although the tower shook violently from the direct hit, its walls surprisingly remained standing even after such a powerful blow. It turned out that Han Feng had managed to react to this threat and used purple and green light to reinforce the shelter. The guy made sure that these shells clearly did not fly here by accident. They were deliberately directed here. Besides, he couldn't understand how those people were able to calculate his position when they were so far away. Meanwhile, the mysterious team was still at the same tunnel. The young man covered his ears and praised his partner, because she was, as always, on top of things. Meanwhile, the woman informed them that after the shelling, the anomalous activity in that area had not disappeared, but had even intensified. The young man acknowledged that their opponent was strong, since the avalanche and cannons had not killed him, but the girl was not worried because they still had plenty of ammunition. Then the woman ordered them to fire a few more shots, and if Han Feng still didn't die, they would go after him themselves because otherwise it might attract more enemies. The young man was worried that they would not be able to kill this man who was not even afraid of shells, but his sister was confident of their victory. Meanwhile, the main character continued to sit in his small shelter, waiting to see what would happen next. The shelling finally ended, so the boy could rest a little after reinforcing the walls that had now saved his life. Now he had no idea what to do with these three, because it was obvious that they were not going to leave him alone. In the end, Han Feng came to the conclusion that he would have to destroy these three in order to continue living peacefully. The main character didn't waste any time and immediately decided to draw up a simple plan. He already knew that there was a snowy desert in front of the dam, surrounded by mountains on both sides. The young man also took into account that he had three enemies, each of whom possessed some kind of superpower. The girl turns everything she touches into a bomb, but his fortified buildings should withstand these attacks. The woman shoots powerful energy charges at long distances, which is very dangerous. But the worst was the boy who could cause snowstorms and huge avalanches. The main character feared that if he triggered an avalanche from a distance, the entire dam would simply be buried in snow. Then Han Feng remembered his weapon and thought it would be a good idea to shoot at them with his rifle. The guy knew perfectly well that he was not a professional sniper, so he would definitely miss at a long distance. If they decided to hide somewhere in the mountains, then he wouldn't be able to see them at all. Leaning back in his chair, our hero sighed heavily because he had no idea how to get rid of these nimble enemies. Han Feng thought about setting traps along their path, but he didn't know where they would be passing. Then he had an idea to lure them downstream and open the floodgates on the dam, which was quite a good plan. The problem was that the main character didn't know how to lure his enemies into a trap, because if he also went down, there would be no one left to open the floodgates. After inspecting the dam, Han Feng saw that these mechanisms were huge, at least 7 meters high. He had heard that the ice in the Arctic was only 2 meters thick, and the water beneath it should be higher than the floodgates, just in case the main character decided to go down and test his theory himself. If the floodgates did not open at the right moment, the main character would simply meet his end, so it was better to be prepared. He decided to check this with a purple light, lowering it to the very bottom. After making a small hole, Han Feng saw that water was indeed flowing from there. Then the guy quickly sealed everything with green light to keep the dam under control. The main character was glad that his assumptions were correct, so now all he had to do was lure his enemies downstream. Meanwhile, the mysterious trio was rapidly descending the mountain to finish off Han Feng. Soon the woman stopped abruptly because they had already arrived at their destination. She informed her companions that the guy was in the second house on the dam. The girl was about to send our hero a welcome gift, but the woman stopped her, emphasizing that Yuan Yi would act first. The young man did not object and immediately sat down to touch the snow and control it. In a moment, he managed to create a small avalanche that was about to turn into a huge disaster. A massive stream of snow crashed into the base of the dam with renewed force, instantly sweeping away absolutely everything in its path. Han Feng's tower still stood, despite the enormous pressure of the snow mass. The guy used the old method of combining purple and green light to strengthen his shelter as much as possible. It took a lot of effort, but he didn't lose heart because he now knew that his rivals were somewhere nearby. Eventually, the snow subsided, completely covering the surrounding landscape and bearing the towers almost to the top. The main character wasted no time and immediately tried to clear the exit using his abilities. Very soon, Han Feng had a clear view, so he immediately grabbed his rifle. Looking through the scope, the guy was going to find out where his enemies were hiding now. He looked at the pile of snow up the mountain, but so far it had yielded no results. It didn't take our hero long to find the trio, so very soon his sights were set directly on the woman's head. Han Feng didn't think twice and immediately pulled the trigger of his rifle. Amidst the silence, a loud, deafening shot rang out, tearing through the frosty air with a sharp bang. The bullet flew forward at full speed, leaving a barely noticeable trail behind it. The main character managed to shoot accurately at the target, so the projectile rapidly approached the enemies. They didn't seem to be afraid of it at all, so the woman just adjusted her glasses. As a result, the bullet hit the energy barrier and ricocheted off somewhere to the side. The next shots followed, but none of them hit their target. The trio decided to descend even lower, because it was now clear that the avalanche had not destroyed the building. So now it was up to Zishi. All this time, the main character was carefully watching the approaching enemies through his binoculars. With a smirk on his face, the guy admitted that he had been waiting for them after his planned provocation. Han Feng was already prepared, so he quickly moved on to the next step in the plan. Turning the table over, he deftly climbed up with all his supplies. The main character used red light to destroy the ceiling, which was the only place that had not yet been covered by snow. This allowed him to climb to the very top of the tower, from where he could now successfully escape. He had to work hard to come up with exquisite insults for his enemies, so he hoped that his masterpieces of foul language would please the trio. Filling his lungs with air, Han Feng blurted out all the insults he had so carefully prepared. The team of superhumans was shocked when they heard what our hero was saying. Sai Si couldn't believe that this loser dared to open his mouth at them, so her fury grew even stronger. Suddenly, the girl noticed that her gun had disappeared, so she couldn't take revenge on Han Feng right now. Their leader was trembling all over from the emotions overwhelming her, so she asked her teammates if they knew what she hated most in this life. The woman couldn't take it anymore and shot the main character herself, responding with the same curse. The shell hit the tower directly, but the enemies did not yet suspect that the guy himself had long since left. Han Feng escaped from there with a parachute and was now trying to lure his rivals behind the dam. Zishi shouted angrily that their main target was trying to escape, so they definitely couldn't fall behind him. The woman didn't wait, and pulling the children behind her, chased after our hero, while Zishi tried to calm her down a little. Thus, they all soon found themselves downstream, just as Han Feng had planned. It turned out that the parachute was just a decoy, and the young man had already taken his position and was waiting for the right moment. Gathering his strength, the main character said goodbye to the guys before releasing all the water on them. With the help of purple light, he made several holes in the dam's reinforcement. With each passing second, it grew larger, so the flow of water became stronger and stronger, bursting out with a roar. The main character realized that one open sluice gate would not be enough, so he ran to the next one. In this way, he created 4 powerful streams that quickly began to fill everything with water. Han Feng's plan worked perfectly, so all he had to do was wait, watching from the top of the dam as the uncontrollable elements completed what they had started. The trio who were trying to find him went further downstream, unaware of the boy's cunning decision. They moved quickly, looking around carefully so as not to miss their main target. At that moment, Zishi shouted that she had spotted the insolent man, so their leader stopped immediately. She strained to analyze the surrounding area and reported that there were no energy fluctuations here. At that moment, Yuanyi finally heard a strange sound coming from somewhere upstream. The raging torrent of water mixed with ice and snow was unstoppable and had almost reached the group of superhumans. The trio noticed this devastating flood at the very last moment, when the roaring wave was already hanging over them. Only now did the woman realize that they had been deceived, so they needed to get away from there as quickly as possible. Yuanyi immediately bent down to use his powers to control the snow. He quickly lifted the entire team higher so that they would not be caught in the flood. As the water approached and began to form high waves, the superhumans panicked and began to flee from its path. At the last moment, the woman managed to stop the wave with her powers so that they could calmly leave. Everyone yelled at Yuanyi to move on, but it wasn't an easy task. The guy explained that all the snow around had melted, so there simply wasn't enough to even support their platform. In the end, he couldn't control the whole thing, so they all fell off the only island of snow. The woman wasn't going to give up so easily, so she grabbed Zishi first to keep her from flying away. She also grabbed Yuanyi, grabbing the frightened young man by the hood. Then the leader used her abilities to surround them with an energy barrier. This allowed them to take shelter from the flood of water at the last moment, which would have knocked them off their feet if not for this protection. After a while, the water calmed down a bit, turning from a devastating flood into a raging river. Meanwhile, the main character was in a fairly calm situation and was simply observing the result of his work. The mountains blocked his view, so he couldn't see what was happening down below, but he was sure that his enemies would freeze to death, even if they weren't flooded. Now Han Feng could calmly return to the cave and destroy all the cannons that had been used to fire at their cottage. He was already thinking about how he would return to his peaceful life and relax in the sauna in the attic. Before setting off, the main character made some improvised snowmobiles to make it easier to get around. Han Feng kept thinking that it would be nice if he could run on snow as easily as on land. Slowly but surely, the young man climbed the mountains, overcoming snowdrifts to return to the military base. By evening, he had reached the place where the battle between the military and the superhumans was taking place. Han Feng decided to grab one of the automatic rifles, which he would definitely need when inspecting the tunnel. The main character approached the entrance as quietly and stealthily as possible, not daring to act too quickly. He understood that there was most likely no one inside, but he wasn't entirely sure of his assumptions. The guy hoped that a bunch of people wouldn't jump out at him right now and shoot him. In the end, Han Feng didn't hesitate and crouched down to carefully use the purple light. To begin with, he decided to deal with the 2 cannons that stood in front of him. When the radiation touched the metal, the grenade launchers immediately became like rubber, bending unnaturally and losing all their rigidity. Next, Han Feng wanted to tackle the shells, but he was afraid that they would explode when softened, which could cause unnecessary problems. In the end, he decided to leave the shells alone, since they were useless without the cannons anyway. The main character did not stop there and continued to clear the military base. He did not expect such a huge military facility to be hidden here, so he became interested in what else was hidden here. Han Feng was greatly surprised when he walked a little further and saw what the army was hiding here. It turned out that there was an incurable amount of weapons and ammunition here. The main character was glad that they only used mortars, because no one would have known what would have happened if our hero had encountered more powerful guns. If their area had been bombed with such huge shells, no one knows what would have been left of it. No matter how much Han Feng reinforced their house, it would most likely have been instantly destroyed by a direct hit. For this reason, he did not hesitate and immediately used the purple light on the muzzles of these howitzers. The main character tried not to miss a single cannon so that nothing would threaten their shelter. After a couple of minutes, the guy managed to soften up absolutely all the weapons, so he could breathe a sigh of relief. Then Han Feng continued on his way and saw that at the very end, there were enough supplies to feed an entire army. Now he understood perfectly why the soldiers wanted to recapture their base so badly. In any case, our hero understood that he couldn't take everything with him, and it would be a shame to leave such goodies behind. Besides, it would be too dangerous if such a large quantity of weapons fell into the wrong hands. The young man immediately remembered the eccentric woman who would surely take everything away and create an exciting scene here. He immediately thought about going home for Chukyu because it was better to keep the weapons with him after all. With that, the main character decided to finish exploring the tunnel and calmly walked out onto the street, completely unsuspecting. At that moment, a whole bunch of stones fell from somewhere above, almost hitting Han Feng on the head. Looking closely, he saw that each cobblestone had a strange red light mark on it. When each of the stones lit up ominously, the guy instantly realized that something was wrong. A second later, a powerful explosion rocked the ground, with the main character at its epicenter. The silhouettes of the three survivors of the flood were just visible above the entrance to the base, which was now covered in smoke. Sai Shai was very angry with the insolent man, so she did not hesitate to blow him up and teach him a lesson for his actions. After that, she immediately turned to her partner to see if he was finally dead. The leader was shocked when she felt that the abnormal activity had not subsided at all. All this time, fragments were flying in different directions and were bound to hit Han Feng. But it wasn't that simple, because the main character managed to block the blow in time. When the smoke finally cleared, his silhouette could be seen, shrouded in purple and green light. The guy combined the glows and was able to apply reinforcement to his body, which was able to withstand such an attack. Coming to his senses, the main character realized what had just happened to the stones, which filled him with fear. Han Feng was glad that he had thought to strengthen his clothes because otherwise, he would surely have been dead. He immediately thought that these homemade projectiles were falling from above, which meant that the enemies were in the cave. The main character understood that he needed to act as quickly and calmly as possible to save his life. Even though his opponents had hidden, the young man had no intention of letting them go so easily, so he prepared to use his abilities. Leaning against the wall, Han Feng used the red light to cover almost the entire surface of the tunnel to reach his enemies. Because of this, the walls began to crumble little by little, just as the young man had planned. The woman with superpowers, seeing what was happening right under their feet, immediately realized that things were bad. When their shelter began to collapse completely, she immediately grabbed the children to try to protect them from the heavy fall. With a deafening crash, the entire mass of cobblestones fell straight into the tunnel. They were followed by a squad of superhumans who could do nothing against the force of gravity. All of them, unable to grab hold, fell down with a shameful noise, some hitting their backsides on the rocky ledges, others their heads. The woman immediately ordered the children to get up because the enemy was somewhere nearby. This turned out to be true because Han Feng, with a weapon in his hands, was hiding behind the nearest rock, already aiming at them. He wasted no time and immediately opened fire when the enemies tried to run away. Zishi and Yuan Yi ran ahead while their leader was still below, trying to dodge the bullets. In the end, the main character managed to hit the woman right in the leg. She collapsed exhausted onto the rocks, but the guy didn't even think to stop firing, so the rest had to dodge his shots. The children fell down with a crash and were now out of sight of the enraged Han Feng. Finally, the woman decided to talk to our hero, and accepting the fact that she was not in the most advantageous position, asked him to stop. Suddenly, she declared in a firm voice that their entire team was surrendering right now. The main character did not expect things to turn out this way, so he looked at his opponent in surprise and stopped. Then an enraged Zishi intervened, demanding that he release her sister immediately and threatening him with her explosive stone. The young man immediately remembered that the explosion of those stones was really powerful, but his reinforced jacket was able to protect him. The only problem now was that he simply wouldn't be able to dodge the explosion if he just shot their leader. If the main character tried to kill the girl herself, her partner would attack him in response. In addition, their guy was sitting above them, whom they definitely shouldn't forget about. Finally, Han Feng admitted that there was no enmity between them and asked them not to bomb his house so that they could live in peace. It seemed that the woman did not understand what he was talking about at all, but Zishi suspected something. Then the now agitated girl asked if it was true that our hero lived in that mansion on the mountain. The guy got very angry at this question, because if it weren't for the shelling, he wouldn't even be here. Finally, their team leader understood what the problem was and yelled at Zishi, who, as it turned out, bombed someone's house every single day. Then the girl admitted that the explosions gave her a thrill, and without them she felt bad. And also, as soon as she imagined that rich people lived there, she immediately wanted to blow them all up. Understanding the situation, the woman asked if our hero was with those soldiers, and he irritably asked if he looked like a soldier. She still couldn't understand why the army and Han Feng had appeared at the same time, and the young man asked if they were ready to believe that it was just a coincidence. A deathly silence hung between them as they realized what had just happened. The woman couldn't hold back her tears and, calling Han Feng handsome, explained that it was all just a misunderstanding. The main character immediately suspected that she was trying to play on his pity, so he asked her not to think that he would forgive her just because she was crying. It turned out that it wasn't because of her emotions, but because her leg hurt too much after being shot. Han Feng agreed to return to the shelter to help her, and they took one of the rooms at the military base. There were all the necessary supplies to successfully remove the bullet and bandage the wound. Han Feng did not let go of his machine gun, as he did not trust their calmness, because the woman did not even cry out when she removed the bullet, although anyone in her place would have screamed at the top of their lungs from the intense pain. He also noticed that the girl knew how to treat wounds, so it was obvious that this trio had a difficult past. After the operation was over, the woman carefully placed her feet among the blood-stained napkins. The main character decided to confirm their agreement once again and promised not to touch them if they did not bomb his house. In addition, as a sign of apology, the woman offered him to take everything he needed from this base, but Zishi was not at all happy with this decision. The leader's mood immediately changed, and she ordered the girl to kneel quietly because it was all her fault. After that, she immediately changed her mood and laughed at the little girl's mischief, hoping that Han Feng would forgive her. Then the main character decided to ask how they had found him before. The woman did not rush to answer this question and asked the gentleman to put away his weapon first, since they had already made peace. Han Feng emphasized that he still did not trust any of them and did not put away his weapon. Then she realized that the conversation was not going anywhere and admitted that it was a special skill of working with superpowers, promising to teach the young man if he wanted to. The woman said that even before climate change, there were people with unusual powers which they call abilities. They emit something like a magnetic field, and these vibrations can be used to determine the location of such a person. After that, the main character talked to her for a long time and roughly understood how to sense the vibrations of other people's abilities. The guy then suggested that over time, new abilities could be awakened, but the woman only knew that a person could have only one type of energy because different types were simply incompatible. Han Feng immediately thought that he had 3 types of light, which was impossible according to her. Finally, he decided to put away his weapon and introduce himself to the people who had helped him so much in understanding his superpowers. The woman introduced herself in return and said her name was Zhang Zhuoqing, a former teacher, hoping that they would get along. With a sweet smile on her face, she noticed that the main character had finally put away his machine gun. Finally, Zhang Zhuoqing decided to find out why the main character had called her all those horrible names on the dam. The young man certainly did not expect her to remember that situation, so he did not even know how to respond. Meanwhile, Zishi was delighted with this brewing conflict because she had already managed to place her explosive tags all over the room. She hoped that she would still be allowed to blow up our hero, but he hoped that they didn't want to die with him. The guy tried to stay calm and reminded them that the previous explosions hadn't even touched him, although he understood perfectly well that an attack of this magnitude would kill him. Zhang Zhuoqing, with a forced smile, asked him not to worry about it because they had already agreed to cooperate. She just wanted to hear an explanation for the insults from the main character, but he tried to pretend that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Han Feng emphasized that he couldn't say such things about a woman as wonderful, wise, and beautiful as Miss Zhang Zhuoqing, explaining that it was just a minor misunderstanding. Then she immediately turned to Zishi and asked who had ordered her to activate her ability against their ally. The girl resigned herself to the fact that she would have to calm down and promised that she would never forget how our hero had treated her little sister. Han Feng continued to play the role of a gentleman, even calling her a lovely young lady, which immediately worked on Zishi. Despite this, she tried to pretend that she wasn't so easily fooled by sweet talk, but the main character already seemed like a good guy to her. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi paid no attention to their conversation and continued to sleep peacefully. The main character was about to leave and promised to return in a few days to pick up the resources. Zhang Zhuoqing playfully reminded him that it was already late at night, so she suggested that he rest a little before setting off. Han Feng was embarrassed by this suggestion and noted that Ms. Zhang seemed to have planned everything much more carefully. Then Zishi interrupted their conversation and asked angrily if the main character was really going to stay the night. The guy didn't want to get into any trouble, so he immediately made up an excuse that he had some business to attend to at home. The girl immediately turned to their leader to ask why she hadn't told him the important detail about his superpowers. But she didn't want to do that because she knew that one day he would come back to them with a request. After that, the woman turned to Yuan Yi and told him to stop pretending to be asleep because Han Feng had already left. It turned out that the young man simply did not like talking to strangers, but she asked if there had been any changes in his body after frequent use of his abilities, because today had been quite a strain. Zishi didn't wait and quickly crawled over to her partner to check on his condition. In the end, the girl discovered that the only change was in his fifth point, while the embarrassed Yuan Yi begged her to let him go. Zhang Chuoqing noted that for their own safety, they should use their abilities less in the future. Meanwhile, the main character had almost reached the cottage area on the mountain while it was still late at night. The guy was already moving too slowly because he was starting to feel how tired he was. His heart could no longer withstand all this tremendous strain, and with each beat it became only heavier. Han Feng began to feel intense discomfort, as if he couldn't even breathe. The young man realized that he would not be able to make it home on his own, and remembered that a camera was hidden somewhere nearby. Finally, he found the right tree and tried to shout to his partners, hoping that they were somewhere near the computer. The main character was clearly visible on the screens, trying to call someone for help. It was late, so there was no one around to answer the laptop. Jinxi was resting peacefully in her cozy room, covered with a blanket and her belongings. QQ was sniffling in her messy room and also had no idea what was happening to their friend. Then the guy himself began to realize that it was too late and the girls were just sleeping, so he resigned himself to the fact that he would die right there. His heart really couldn't take it anymore, so he couldn't continue on his way. The main character suddenly grabbed his chest because it hurt too much, and this sudden spasm forced him to sit down. In the end, he finally lost consciousness, collapsing in the middle of the snow. The young man woke up under the warm light of a lamp with Jin Shui trying to stabilize his condition. Not understanding the situation, the main character cried out loudly and tried to get out of bed. This did not go well, so he decided to ask what was going on and how he had ended up there. When Han Feng finally came to his senses, he was very embarrassed because he couldn't understand why he was naked. Jin Zhig finally told him that she had gotten hungry during the night, and when she went to the kitchen, she saw what was happening on one of the cameras. She immediately forgot about her snack and hurried down the mountain as quickly as possible to pick up her companion. After bringing our hero home, the nurse completely undressed him to warm him up as quickly as possible. Jinj noted that the young man did not appear to have any injuries, so she could not understand why he had lost consciousness in the middle of the climb, and he said that he only remembered the pain in his chest. After that, our hero recounted all the events that had happened to him yesterday. The girl immediately began to suspect that it could have been due to overexertion, but QQ was not at all concerned about her partner's health and was happy that he had been able to fight off 3 people at once. Han Feng also emphasized that now those 3 were waiting for him to take some resources, which immediately excited the girl. Jinju immediately stopped them both, because now the guy definitely needed a quiet rest and no strain on his heart. Our hero spent the next 5 days under the care of a nurse, which helped him recover his strength much faster. Once, when they were sitting with Chugu in the sauna, he tried to test the skill that Zhang Zhuoqing had told him about, although it was too difficult for him. Finally, the guy felt Jin Shui, but he couldn't understand why she was sitting in such a strange position. It turned out that the girl was in the bathroom at that moment, and now couldn't understand where the feeling came from, that someone was watching her. Seeing these details, the main character agreed that it was simply a divine technique. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuoqing's team was still waiting for Han Feng to return. The woman thought he would return sooner, but it had already been 8 days since their last meeting. Suddenly, she felt that the guy was already somewhere nearby and had brought 2 other people with abilities with him. Soon, the young man himself appeared on the horizon, accompanied by his partners. The young man greeted Miss Zhang cheerfully and reminded her that they had come here for resources. Then he introduced the 3 superhumans to the girls he had told them about earlier, emphasizing that they were now their allies. Jinju greeted them respectfully, while QQ just waved her hand briefly in greeting. At that moment, the eccentric and Zhang Zhuoqing exchanged glances, which made it look as if they knew each other. The girl immediately turned away and said discontentedly that she shouldn't have come here. It turned out that the woman did indeed know her, so she immediately jumped out of her wheelchair, unable to believe her eyes. Everyone else was shocked by this reaction because they had no idea that the two were acquainted. Xiuqiu tried to be nice and suggested that the woman was mistaken because she was only 12 years old. In turn, Zhang Zhuoqing completely forgot about her injury and jumped up to the girl in one leap, thinking that she simply did not recognize her. She immediately grabbed Qiu because she was worried that she had suddenly disappeared from the institute, but Qiu explained that she was pursuing her new dream. The woman asked what the eccentric girl meant, and she explained that now she wanted to sit at home all her life, do nothing, and eat. Finally, the girl turned to her friends for help in escaping the situation. Our heroes asked Zixi and Yuanyi what kind of relationship the two had, but they had no idea either. After that, everyone went inside the base to discuss all the details of the situation. It turned out that Qiu and Zhang Zhuoqing were real sisters, which surprised everyone even more. In fact, the woman didn't know how to explain it all, so she said that Aku was her stepsister. The guys definitely did not expect this answer, so they all cried out in surprise at the same time. Zhang Zhuoqing admitted that she was an orphan who had been adopted at the age of 11, and that was how they became sisters. Then the others began to suspect that something was wrong and hoped that she was at least the older of the two. The woman laughed and admitted that they had misunderstood her because Aku was too small and cute. She said that the girl was actually a year older than her and showed a childhood photo as proof. Zixi was very touched by the couple, and the main character noticed that the eccentric woman hadn't changed at all since then. The guy began to think that this woman must be only 20, but she looked as if she had aged prematurely. In turn, the girl laughed at the fact that her partner and Aku now looked like mother and daughter, not sisters. Seeing Zhang Zhuoqing's scorching gaze, she realized it was better to pretend she had just made an unfortunate joke. In the end, the woman returned to her sister because a lot had happened since she left the institute. Before that, she gave Han Feng a meaningful look, hinting that he was getting in their way. At first, the main character didn't understand what it was all about, but then he realized that she was deliberately not letting him hear these details. Then he turned around and left, calling Nurse Jin to come with him to look for something useful in the cave. Qiu could no longer sit quietly in her sister's arms and intervened in the conversation to make our heroes stay. She explained that as companions chosen by the evil King's Eye, the boys needed to know all this. Han Feng was very happy that the eccentric girl was on their side, and Jin Shui apologized for causing unnecessary trouble. Zhang Zhuoqing accepted her sister's request and took a deep breath before speaking directly. After Aku left, their research was successful, but the professor was brutally murdered and the institute was completely destroyed. In fact, this information meant nothing to the main character, because he didn't even understand what it was about. The eccentric woman herself was not at all surprised by this news, as she had known about it for a long time. The woman was surprised by this and then decided to tell him that some powerful people in the city were hunting people with superpowers, but even that did not surprise Qiu. Then she went on to explain that when abilities are overused, energy begins to crystallize in the body. That is why they had developed a way to remove these crystals. But Qiu remained calm. Then the girl said that a few days ago, such a crystal had grown on Han Feng's heart, and she had successfully removed it. The main character certainly did not expect to hear something like this, so he immediately asked his partners why they had not said anything until now. Zhang Zhuoqing thought that she would not surprise her little sister with anything, because she suspected that she had even learned to determine the energy of other people with abilities. But this was the only thing that Qiu did not know. She asked Aku not to comfort her because she was sure that she knew such simple things. But the eccentric girl comforted little Zhuoqing and asked her to teach her this skill. The main character finally joined their conversation and asked them to explain everything from the beginning, rather than talking in such strange code. Qiu said sternly that everything had been terrible before, and Zhang Zhuoqing asked if the young man really wanted to know everything from the beginning. Han Feng replied confusedly that he was sure, wondering why the eccentric woman was acting so serious for the first time. Then the woman said that she and her sister had graduated from university that year and were known as brilliant beauties and scientists. 2 years ago, their institute accidentally discovered a woman with superpowers, and her own powers froze her. Last year, she and Aitsu suddenly developed the same powers, but her sister suddenly disappeared. At the beginning of this year, the institute managed to artificially create a person with superpowers. But a few months ago, their professor, who was in charge of research in this field, was killed in a women's restroom. The rest of the institute's researchers also either disappeared without a trace or were killed. Then the institute building itself was blown up, but the three of them managed to escape using their abilities. The main character suggested that someone might have taken a liking to the technology and, in order to get their hands on it, killed everyone involved and destroyed the institute. As far as Zhang Zhuoking knew, there was indeed an organization in the city called the Base, and it was they who had gathered many people with abilities. Hearing this name, the guy immediately remembered the giant and the commander, whom he had already suspected in many cases. The main character immediately asked if it was so difficult to take one prisoner from the soldiers they were fighting, and as it turned out, there was one. But he insisted that he was not from the base, but from an organization called the Union. Han Feng was even more shocked when he heard the news about the man from this group. Zishi said that this prisoner had once helped an entire neighborhood survive hardship, but then he was captured by people from the unions and turned into cannon fodder, and Yuan Yi confirmed that he was intelligent and pleasant. The guy was a little confused when he heard all this, because he understood that the Union was definitely not the kind of people who took people hostage and turned them into cannon fodder. Besides, he couldn't understand where such a gentle and intelligent person could have come from in this group. In the end, our hero asked where the prisoner was now and if he could meet him. Zizishai immediately led him to another part of the base where the prisoners were held. She approached the prisoner, who looked all too familiar, and said that they needed to ask him a few more questions, but he only wanted to know when he would finally be released. It was Zhang Shuiyu who kept repeating that the Union had captured him and his comrades, and that in order to survive they had to obey, so he was also a victim. Then the main character spoke up, unable to believe that his acquaintance had already become a platoon commander. The exhausted Zhang Shuiyu also immediately recognized the voice of Han Feng, with whom they had never gotten along. The guy started laughing at how the kindest gentleman had been captured when he and his brothers had gone out for a delicious meal and drinks. With a tired smile, Zhang Shuiyu admitted that he also did not expect to meet anyone he knew here. He tried to explain that at the time, he only wanted to get Han Feng's supplies to help a large number of people, and that he had acted solely out of good intentions. The main character thought that this guy was implying that it was his own fault for not giving them the supplies, but Zhang Shuiyu immediately emphasized that this was not what he meant, understanding that everyone considers their own personal safety a priority. Han Feng did not believe his words at all and thought that he was just taking him for a fool. Pointing his gun at the committee chairman, he asked directly why he was pretending to be a member of the Union if he had originally left with the people from the base. Sai Shi, hearing all this talk, became very angry because she understood how despicably they had been deceived. After gathering his thoughts, Zhang Shuiyu sighed deeply with his parched lips. In the end, the guy admitted that he wasn't going to deceive them all. It was just too long a story. At first, he really did get into the base and was appointed platoon commander, but their team was ambushed during the Union's purge, so he was forced to surrender and join them. Recently, people from the Union, disguised as soldiers, tried to capture this underground warehouse, and Zhang Shuiyu was also there, but they were quickly defeated. The main character didn't seem to believe any of these stories because the guy himself was too slippery. The captive himself understood that there was nothing he could do about the fact that no one believed him here. Han Feng was no longer going to put up with all this, so he suddenly grabbed Zhang Shuiyu by the hair. Hitting the guy hard against the bars, our hero ordered him to stop all this deception, because he was not standing in front of one of those idiots who had already been easily fooled. The prisoner, clutching the iron bars as if they were his last hope, desperately tried to prove that he was not deceiving them. The young man didn't really believe his words, so he didn't stand on ceremony and punched Zhang Shuiyu right in the face. From such a powerful blow, the guy flew helplessly into the depths of his cell. He fell right next to the bed, hitting the cold concrete floor painfully. Wiping the blood from his nose, Zhang Shuiyu continued to insist that he was not deceiving Mr. Han and was telling the truth. The guy got up, holding onto the wall, and emphasized that he was already a prisoner, and the main character knew everything about his past, so lying would put his life in danger. Han Feng still found it too difficult to trust such a despicable person, so he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Then he decided to use serious weapons to influence the prisoner. Pointing his gun at Zhang Shuiyu, the main character emphasized that he was giving him one last chance to reveal all the information about the base group. The guy confusedly adjusted his broken glasses and explained that he hadn't been with base for very long before the Union captured him, so he didn't know much. Han Feng was not satisfied with this answer, so he immediately shot him in the ear as a warning. The main character sternly explained that the shot had not blown Zhang Shui's head off, only because he might be useful in the future. If he still didn't tell the truth, the prisoner would no longer be of any use, so death awaited him. Zhang Shuiyu, clutching his shot ear, looked at the young man with an exhausted gaze and realized that he was not to be trifled with. Having dealt with the prisoner, the main character left, while the girl continued to admire how coolly he had dealt with the deceiver. Entering the room with the others, Zishi happily announced that they had returned. It turned out that everyone here was just relaxing and playing board games or reading books. The main character approached his companions and cleared his throat before telling them the shocking news about the prisoner. He informed them that Zhang Shuiyu was currently behind bars, which greatly surprised the girls. Zhang Zhuoxing immediately asked if they really knew their prisoner, and the girl confirmed that this was indeed the case. In fact, she did not expect them to be so brazenly deceived, and Yuan Yi had guessed from the beginning that handsome men were usually bad people. Sitting down on the bed, Han Feng explained that Zhang Shuiyu was now a member of the base, and that this underground warehouse also belonged to them. It was also said that the base's patrols were often attacked by the Union, so they were gathering forces to destroy them. When Kukyu and Jin Kui heard about the Union, they immediately thought that it was Uncle Li's doing. It turns out that Zhang Shuiyu said that Li Ji is now the head of the Union, which was even more shocking news. The main character admitted that he didn't believe it from the start and thought the prisoner was lying, so he beat him up again. Then Zhang Zhuoqing, still amazed by her sister's connections, asked if they were familiar with the Union and admitted that the guys had had quite an adventure. Han Feng went on to say that, according to Zhang Shuiyu, the base now occupies the international airport and has about 1,000 soldiers. They searched the entire city for supplies and residents, took young people into the army and provided them with normal food, and secretly processed ugly women, old people, and all kinds of corpses into food for the rest. Cixi and Yuan Yi were outraged by how disgusting this was, while Zhang Zhuoqing couldn't say a word about such shocking things. Han Feng, in turn, couldn't understand why his partners weren't surprised at all, and as it turned out, Uncle Li had already told them all about it. The young man became angry when he realized that this bastard hadn't even said a word to him about it. He quickly forgot about it, because the problem was that if the base destroyed the Union, it would be able to attack this underground warehouse as well. The villa where they were hiding was also nearby, so it could be discovered as well. That's why Han Feng thought he could take weapons from here and help the Union, and asked his friends what they thought about it. QQ replied confidently that the evil king's messenger supported his proposal. Then they went together to the cannons, which now stood with their barrels hanging down after Han Feng's recent manipulations. The eccentric girl did not hesitate and immediately used her ability to place everything in her storage space in a matter of moments. Zizi was delighted with her older sister, while Yuan Yi couldn't even find the words to describe his shock. After that, Han Feng began dragging his partner around the warehouse, because he wanted to grab as much fuel and food as possible. For a few seconds, the guy thought about what else he could grab, while Chukyu desperately held on so she wouldn't throw up. At that moment, Zhang Zhuoqing arrived with army radios that had a 30-kilometer signal range, so they would have a means of communication. The main character immediately tried to stuff the last box into Chukyu's storage, but it was already full. Meanwhile, Li Ji's squad had already been surrounded by people from the base, and Zheng Hao's brother was nowhere to be found, so he realized that he simply could not be the head of the Union. Their comrade burst into the room and reported that these scumbags had tied their people to an armored personnel carrier as a human shield and were already driving towards them. The enemies were indeed already at the walls of the building and were shouting that they would open fire on the Union if they did not surrender. They admitted that they were armed with thermal imaging devices, so they had spotted everyone long ago. Meanwhile, the Union detainees hung silently on the armored personnel carrier, waiting to see what would become of them. In the end, they decided not to wait and fired again at the building where the Union members might be. In fact, they hadn't spotted a single person on the thermal imaging device the entire time, so they began to doubt that anyone was there at all. The soldier's partner, who doubted this, asked him to stop talking nonsense, because in any case, they had to obey the captain's orders. In the end, he reported to the leader that the 4th squad had not found the target. He immediately replied that they should proceed according to plan and continue the search on the next street. The commander then asked the 1st and 2nd squads to report on the situation, but they also couldn't find the target. At that moment, the guy who had been sitting imposingly in the back seat all this time turned to him and casually asked why Captain Zhao was stalling for time. With a smirk on his face, he reminded him how his colleague had let a mutant escape last time, got scolded by the commander, and now couldn't even handle ordinary people. The commander explained irritably that it was an old city and the buildings were close together, so they couldn't find the enemies quickly in such conditions. He believed that it was enough to narrow the circle, and then they would definitely not escape. But all these explanations were useless for this guy. In the end, he decided to get out of the car because he was tired of dealing with these soldiers who couldn't do anything. Then the mysterious young man snapped his fingers, and a blue flame appeared between them. In any case, he dressed himself, confident that Commander Zhao would handle it this time, and wished him luck. When the guy left the car, the soldier began to complain about how insolent he was, and the captain pointed out that he was not really human. In the end, the leader ordered all units to narrow the search area and thoroughly search every house and basement. The story then returns to the main character, who, accompanied by Yuan Yi and Qiu, sets off on his journey. They use the young man's skill to get to their destination faster with the help of snow. Han Feng couldn't stop marveling at how quickly they had reached the city, and now he recognized that Yuan Yi's gift was indeed very useful. It turns out that before that, our hero offered fresh food, which not everyone can get now, so that the young man would help them a little. He adjusted their route with binoculars and now informed them that they needed to turn left, then drive 2 more streets, and they would be there. Finally, they stopped near an underground passage that led directly to the residential complex. Yuan Yi did not delay and again used the snow to move through the underground passages. The main character asked his companions to stay right behind him because there was a whole maze here in which it was easy to get lost. They moved forward slowly, and the guy reported that they had reached the city center and that someone might live there, so they could be attacked. Next, our team approached a pile of rubble, so Han Feng asked the others to step back so he could clear the debris with a red light. Thus, they finally found themselves on the second basement level of the Happiness residential complex. In fact, the main character never thought he would ever return to this place. He felt as if an eternity had passed, even though he had been here just recently. QQ immediately asked where they should look for the old man and the others. But it turned out that they didn't know their exact location, because Zhang Shuiyu had said that they were somewhere in the west of the old city. An hour later, our heroes made their way outside and stumbled upon one of the base's squads. Han Feng understood that these soldiers were surrounding Li, and if they followed them, they would finally find their old man. The only problem was that they had been following these soldiers for an hour, but still couldn't find their comrade. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded on one of the streets, which immediately caught the attention of the main character. The guy quickly moved his binoculars in that direction and saw a burning car. Then he looked at the roof of one of the buildings and realized that the Union had decided to attack the base's units. Finally, Han Feng saw the whole picture and realized that his comrade's entire squad was surrounded. At that moment, one of Li Ji's partners handed him a loudspeaker so they could respond to their enemies. Then he confidently addressed the creatures from the base and suggested that they try to kill him. The entire Union supported their leader because they were going to die, but they also wanted to take these scoundrels with them. Then Captain Zhao ordered all troops to kill everyone and take no prisoners. But they were in no hurry to carry out the order because they had been told to take the key from their enemies. These words angered the man, so he sternly ordered the soldiers not to forget how many brothers they had already lost. So they had no choice but to destroy the Union, since they were not going to surrender. In the end, the military decided to carry out the commander's order and already aimed their guns at the building. Everyone reported that the target was in their sights, so they waited for further instructions from their leader. Without hesitation, Commander Zhao gave a sharp command to open fire to kill. Before everyone had time to accept the captain's order, there was a sudden, powerful explosion behind them. The leader had to personally look out of the car to see what was happening. It turned out that it was all the doing of the main character, who was throwing grenades that they had managed to capture at the military base. The guy just laughed at all these losers and was glad that he was able to meet his rivals again. When the shells began to explode, the street was filled with the screams of soldiers scattering in all directions from their vehicles. Captain Zhao immediately remembered this guy, who had already managed to put a spoke in their wheels. The man understood that Han Feng clearly wanted to distract them in order to save the Union, but he was a mutant, so if they caught such a target, he would once again gain the commander's favor. He immediately ordered his driver to turn around quickly and told the rest to forget about those Union scumbags and go after that guy right now. The remaining soldiers obeyed their commander and immediately rushed after the snowball, which was now flying in the other direction. Using a loudspeaker, Captain Zhao informed our hero that the commander had said that if he switched sides, he could become his deputy. It turned out that only Yuan Yi was here, who thought it was too inhumane to send a child to distract such dangerous enemies. Han Feng and Chu Qiu remained on the same street and now landed on one of the roofs. It wasn't a particularly smooth landing, but at least they were safe and sound. Then they started waving to their comrade, who was with the rest of the Union members on another building. They all quickly climbed down, and Li Ji immediately ran into the arms of the main character when she saw him. In tears, he confessed that he had thought he was going to die this time, but thanks to Han Feng, he was able to escape. Everyone watched this scene in surprise, so Li's brother had to explain that they were brothers in arms with this man. Then the main character asked them all to follow him because he had prepared something for the Union. Li Ji hoped that it was at least some supplies because the guys were already very hungry, but he was even more surprised when he saw the help from Han Feng. He couldn't believe that his friend had really brought huge cannons here, and the others couldn't understand where the howitzers had come from in such a place. The guy quietly explained to his friend that he had asked the weirdo to leave the cannons here, but that her abilities had to be kept secret. Then the main character called on his brothers from the Union to finally counterattack so that the scum from the base would burn in hell. He was joined by Chu Qiu, who supported the messengers of the evil King's Eye, who were to fulfill their duty and bring the purifying fire of karma to this world. Han Feng asked his partner to stop acting tough, while the others whispered about what she had just said. Li Ji was already waiting for his comrade to teach him how to shoot a cannon so he could blow up all those scoundrels. The main character asked his partner where he got the idea that he knew how to shoot a cannon, which upset him, since he had just called his buddy the coolest guy around. In the end, Li's brother turned to his team and asked which of them knew how to shoot a cannon, but there were people there who definitely didn't know how. Then one of the guys admitted that he had served as an artilleryman, and Han Feng did not expect to find such specialists among them. All the members of the Union began to fervently support their brother and sincerely hoped that he would not let them down in this decisive battle. The guy was about to give a long lecture on these howitzers, but the main character stopped him in time and asked him to get straight to the point. Han Feng pointed to a tall building and explained that the guys from the base were sitting there. Then the guy asked if he could blow up all their enemies along with the building. Li Ji looked in that direction in surprise and asked how our hero knew they were there, but the young man simply left something interesting there. He was literally sure that the soldiers wouldn't budge when they saw his little surprise. Meanwhile, the base fighters reported that they had indeed lost the eggs in the vicinity, but had found something in the building. It turned out that the main character had left fuel and food as bait, so now no one could understand who could have stored all this in such a place. Captain Zhao suggested that they had stumbled upon the Union headquarters, while the soldiers wondered what to do with these resources. The commander explained that first they had to check if there were any traps, and if everything was clear, the soldiers would simply take everything to their transport. He emphasized that their organization was currently lacking absolutely everything. So no matter where the fuel and food came from, he simply couldn't refuse it. Only now did the man suspect that there was a suspiciously large amount of fuel here. Finally, the captain realized that they seemed to have fallen into a carefully planned trap. He began to look around fearfully, trying to figure out where the enemy was hiding. It was already too late to make any decisions, because at that very moment, the main character gave the order to fire. All the guns instantly obeyed Han Feng's order, firing a hail of shells. Meanwhile, the soldiers, who were calmly loading supplies onto the vehicles, were still unaware of the danger. Suddenly, they all heard a whistling sound above their heads and stopped to see what was happening. Then the shells began to fall one after another, destroying the buildings around them and turning them into ruins. One of the explosions was right in the room where the prepared supply warehouse was located. The soldiers were completely unprepared for such a turn of events, so they had no way to retreat. In the end, the fuel also caught fire, only worsening the shock wave that swept through the building with a furious roar. Captain Zhao managed to move away a little, so he was a little luckier than the others and was simply thrown against the wall. Looking up, the man saw the horrific sight of his subordinates scattered around and burning alive. He decided to simply accept his fate, because it was definitely over for their squad. The tall building above them began to collapse little by little from the first hits. They were followed by a new wave of merciless shells that tried to wipe this area off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, everything around our heroes was shrouded in thick smoke from the shooting, so they couldn't see the results of their work. Li Ji admitted that his comrade's gun was simply amazing, but the latter could not hear his praise at all because of the loud explosions. Then the main character tried to shout to his friend himself, because after the shot, their location would be revealed, so they would have to leave as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, they finally completely destroyed the tallest building. Everyone was very happy to see that their efforts had not been in vain, and some began to consider Han Feng a true idol. The main character desperately tried to shout to his excited allies, warning them that their location had been revealed. Everyone immediately obeyed him and tried to take at least one cannon, but the problem was that it was too heavy and was already stuck in the snow. Han Feng explained that they would leave the weapon in place and mine the surrounding area so that anyone who tried to approach would simply be blown up. Li Ji agreed that this was an excellent idea, so he immediately turned to his men and asked them to help set the mines. While they were digging their traps, Han Feng decided to inquire about the Union's progress, as they were supposed to rescue Liu. His comrade replied that they still didn't know where the boss was, so they were now interrogating the prisoners. Then the main character asked what had happened to Li Jinghao, but it turned out that they were acting separately. The guy asked Li Ji not to worry about it and suggested that the Union take a break in the residential complex for now. His comrade couldn't understand why they needed to go back there, so he explained that he had left weapons and supplies in the underground parking lot to turn his allies into real, well-equipped fighters. Brother Li was so happy that he immediately grabbed the young man and thanked him profusely for his help. After that, a cold silence fell over the city. All fighting ceased, and only white snowflakes flew between the houses. Soon the soldiers found the abandoned cannons that their opponents had been firing. The commander, who was now bandaged all over and unable to move without assistance, asked with a smile on his face how many weapons his subordinates had found. Literally a second later, his mood changed dramatically, and he shouted, asking why they had found only the cannons and not the scoundrels themselves. At that moment, he heard a suspicious clicking sound under the wheels of his chair. Captain Zhao quickly realized that they had fallen into a trap again, only this time it was even more serious. He resigned himself to his fate and, cursing, took the cigar out of his mouth. Then the mines went off, finishing off Captain Base, leaving him no chance of survival. The main character was on the roof of one of the buildings, watching everything through binoculars. The guy realized that their mines had detonated very quickly, and now wondered who was so lucky. Li Ji came up to him, already in a very good mood, and called his brother to come back to the table. Han Feng had already seen everything he wanted to see, so he did not resist his friend's invitation. The entire Union, and even Chukyu, drank and ate merrily, raising their glasses for another toast every now and then. Meanwhile, other members of the base had already arrived at the site of the explosion to see what had happened to their partners. The same guy who had recently spoken to Captain Zhao was also present and now ordered the soldiers to collect all the bodies, even in pieces, because food was important to them now. He used a radio to contact the commander to report the ambush in which the captain had been tragically killed. The commander did not even sympathize with the death of his subordinate and now simply transferred the unit under the command of this guy. The events then moved to the temporary headquarters of the 3rd Detachment, which was located in a former cafe with a panoramic view. The new commander was Zhang Dongshu, who was calmly sipping hot coffee by the window overlooking the entire city. The captain believed that only a fool would go to work in such a raging snowstorm, so he decided to focus on his drink for the time being. Elegantly extending his little finger, he enjoyed his delicious coffee as if there were no apocalypse outside. After that, Zhang Dongshu turned to his assistant and asked him to tell the soldiers not to gather in groups, but to split into threes and thoroughly search the area. The man immediately remembered that the former commander, Zhao, had always gone through thick and thin with them, while this bastard only knew how to relax. The guy really didn't seem to care about the fate of his people, so now he was eating rice carefree. In fact, he simply understood that as soon as the Union people ran out of food, they would go out in search of sustenance. In this way, Zhang Dongshu planned to find them after attacking one of his patrols, not yet suspecting that the main character had already provided the organization with sufficient resources. For now, he enjoyed his rice because, at a time like this, only people like him could afford such a pleasure. The captain was literally convinced that those guys were probably already gnawing on snow, although this was not the case at all. In fact, everyone from the Union had already eaten their fill of hot, fresh food and had no intention of going out in search of resources. Everyone was very happy to eat meat and vegetables for the first time since the cold spell. Then they turned to the main character, asking him to be their leader, because it was all thanks to him. Han Feng immediately decided to talk to Brother Li, because he didn't trust these people at all, and Lee explained that he had taken them in only 2 weeks ago, so they still didn't understand much. In any case, Lee Ji did not mind his friend taking on the role of leader, since the guys already considered him their buddy. The main character decided to further demonstrate his abilities to his allies and offered them cigarettes. Everyone immediately came to their senses when they saw such a rare resource in their time. Of course, they did not refuse and lit up with pleasure, exhaling thick clouds of smoke. Within a couple of minutes, the whole room was quickly filled with the smell of cigarettes. Only QQ and Yuan Yi did not appreciate this idea at all, so they put on protective masks. The young man reminded Han Feng that he had already done everything that was required of him, so he was about to leave. The main character told Li Ji that they had come here just to bring supplies, so now it was time for them to go back. His buddy was surprised that the guy was leaving them so quickly, but he explained that he also had some issues with base, so it was better to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Brother Lee became agitated when he heard this news, thinking that those scoundrels had already found his friend's villa. Our hero immediately shut him up because he wanted all his affairs to be kept secret from the Union. The young man told Li Ji a made-up story that after he repelled the attack, he supposedly found a warehouse with supplies and equipment, which he then transported to his allies. Brother Lee thanked Han Feng for all his help, but also asked him for a couple of packs of cigarettes because they had pawned a couple of brothers who now needed to be redeemed. At first, the main character didn't even understand what his partner was talking about because it all sounded strange. After that, they gathered in another room to discuss the situation because the guy didn't even think that there were places in the city where even living people were sold. Li Ji admitted that they were desperate at the time and couldn't find any other way out, so they sold their brothers. But Han Feng thought that it was still outrageous because they could only be ransomed for 4 times the price. In addition, the main character was not sure that their comrades had not yet been killed. These words deeply hurt Brother Lee, so he immediately promised to wipe those scumbags off the face of the earth if they dared to kill their people. His partner said that now one man was worth 10 kilograms of grain, and a pack of cigarettes was worth 50 kilograms. So Han Feng and Yuan Yi were shocked at how devalued human life had become. That was just grain, and the prices of vegetables and fruits were simply astronomical, because Li Ji had heard about someone trading 3 beautiful women for 3 tomatoes. The main character was immediately interested in this story because he could get a lot of girls using his supplies. QQ and Yuan Yi looked in surprise at the embarrassed guy, who was now trying to clear his throat and pull himself together. Suddenly, Han Feng became serious again and asked if it was true that the base did not control the entire city. Brother Lee said that the base used underground tunnels to move troops, so they only controlled areas located along the subway line. They simply did not venture into parts of the city where there was no subway or transportation problems, which was why the Union had been hiding in the old city all this time, because there was no subway there. In the end, Li Ji could no longer sit still and suggested that they finally go and rescue their brothers so that they could then use their help to save Liu. Suddenly, he froze in place and said nothing more, as if his body had been pierced by a sharp pain. After that, Li's brother lost consciousness and fell sharply to the floor, causing everyone to panic. The main character couldn't understand what had happened to his friend until he saw a bloody stain spreading across Li Ji's clothes. Then they quickly turned on more heaters to bring their friend back to consciousness. It turned out that the bullet wound in his stomach had become severely inflamed, and judging by its condition, the guy had been shot several days ago. His partner explained that Li Ji had endured until the very end so as not to let everyone else down, like a real man. The other members of the Union gathered around the bed and begged Han Feng and Qian to save their leader. The main character understood that he would have to take all this upon himself, so he asked everyone else to leave so that he could try to do something. Qian followed the young man's instructions, although all the brothers did not want to leave Li Ji because they were very worried about his fate. Then only the young man himself and Qiu and Yuan Yi remained in the room, watching everything from the sidelines. Han Feng realized that the situation was too dire, so he decided to directly use the green light, which was their last hope. 10 minutes later, the young man realized that the ability was not helping at all, so he began to suspect that it only worked on his own body. Then he turned to his partner and asked if she had any medicine, but she replied that she had nothing at all. After that, Han Feng immediately turned to the young man because he was sure that there must be medicine in the military warehouse. But Yuan Yi explained that the warehouse only had weapons, fuel, and food. The main character understood that his friend would not last long if he did not start treatment immediately. So he decided to call Nurse Jin to ask how to treat Lee's bullet wound. The girl quickly explained that first he needed to remove the bullet, then wash the wound with saline solution. Next, the area should be treated with iodine, after which the patient should be given antipyretics and antibiotics. To find all these medicines, Han Feng had to go to the underground black market with Yuan Yi and Cheng. The main character kept urging his partner on, while Qian couldn't believe that they were really flying above the ground, and the boy was unhappy that they were taking him for some kind of means of transportation. At one point, the young man decided to ask the old man how far they were from the market, because he was afraid that the base would notice them after all. The man replied that it was not far at all, because their destination was right under the river. Yuan Yi didn't stop for a second so that he could get to his destination as quickly as possible. In fact, the main character thought that Chen was laughing at him when he said that the black market was under the river, so the old man explained that there was a tunnel there. In addition, he warned the boys that there were often ambushes on the way to the market, so it was better to be as careful as possible. Han Feng noticed that there were a lot of rusty cars around, so it was scary to imagine how many people had died there. Chayan explained that those who go to the black market always carry supplies with them, which is why they are attacked. But not everyone carries weapons, so their equipment should be enough. Very soon, his fears were confirmed, and in one of the windows of the high-rise buildings, he could see someone's shadow lurking. It was another bandit trying to hold his weapon steady, but his hands were shaking from the cold, making it difficult for him. It turned out that he had been hanging around here for 5 days with nothing to do, so tomorrow he and his companion would start to go hungry. The woman reminded him that she had advised him to wait until their target returned from the market and then attack. But he did everything his own way anyway. As a result, the man only had a pack of cigarettes, which certainly wouldn't help them eat their fill. At that moment, the man happily cocked the rifle because he heard a car driving nearby. A few moments later, he realized that it was a very unusual vehicle when he saw our heroes in the snow. The guys were moving too fast, so they soon disappeared around a bend. Only now did the man realize that they were rushing across the snow on something, which simply shocked him, while his partner thought he was just delirious. Meanwhile, our heroes had already reached the gates of the black market, and according to the rules, you could only enter on foot. If they did not comply with this condition, they would simply join the other doomed souls who had once made the same mistake. Here, literally at every step, you could find the corpse of another poor soul who had been too unlucky. They were either shot in cold blood on the spot or froze to death in their own cars. Han Feng and Yuan Yi couldn't bear the horrific sight, so they fell to their knees, exhausted. It turned out that the dead bodies were hung on the gates to serve as a vivid example to others of the terrible fate that awaited anyone who dared to go against the will of the black market. The main character hoped that somewhere nearby there was a tunnel leading to the underground market. The boys did not linger at the terrifying entrance and headed for the descent. When they got closer, Han Feng couldn't figure out how to get in, so Zhang pointed them in the right direction. Soon the guys came to an unremarkable building covered with ice and snow. The old man immediately asked them not to be afraid of what they would see there, but the main character was not particularly afraid because he had already seen a lot in his life. At that moment, a robot flew out from around the corner and asked the guests to show their cards. At first, Han Feng was scared to death by such a sudden appearance. But then he realized that there was no danger and was surprised that this robot waiter's battery had not yet run out. Zhang seemed to be an experienced visitor here, so he calmly showed his card with the number 250 and was now able to calmly follow the mechanical assistant. The robot emphasized that their market adhered to the principles of peace, so he asked them to refrain from acts of violence, which was too strange to hear against the backdrop of all the blood splattered on the walls. The main character, seeing all these horrors, realized that the rumors about this place were true and that it was too dangerous here. Meanwhile, the assistant led the guys to the elevator, which was just as surprising during this apocalypse. Han Feng concluded that there was some kind of full-fledged source of electricity that powered the robot, the elevator, and the lights. The guy whispered to John that there seemed to be a very serious organization behind this market, and John just nodded briefly in response. Finally, the robot stopped at the door and informed our heroes that they had arrived at their destination. In fact, the young man had some doubts that this was where the underground market was located. Behind the door, Han Feng expected to see a gathering of thugs who rob, kill, and are above the law. Or there could be an auction here where various contraband is sold anonymously. In any case, they had to be careful, so the guy didn't let go of his gun. In the end, the main character saw a completely different picture than the one he had imagined in his head. Behind the heavy door lay a long corridor covered with frozen corpses, turning the place into a gruesome ice gallery of death. On the other side were several machine guns and a laptop. The robot repeated the rules once more, while Han Feng and Yuan Yi tried again to cope with the nausea that assailed them at the sight of all these horrific images. The assistant, driving between the machine guns, emphasized that they would open fire immediately if our heroes dared to break their rules. The guy wasn't particularly sure that this was a normal place, but Zhang explained that now they had to follow all these instructions anyway. Yuan Yi could no longer walk on his own, so the old man carried him on his shoulders while the main character desperately struggled with his emotions. Stopping near the laptop, the robot announced that all purchases were made through this device. Then the laptop finally turned on, presenting our team with all possible goods. The main character still panicked and thought that it all looked too strange, but Zhang explained that they had to get used to everything, even if they didn't like it. The man did not delay any longer and wanted to buy Ghana, Wenya, and Sui first. The website had a whole catalog with each of the hostages, with specific prices written under their photos. The robot reported that our heroes had chosen 3 hostages, for whom they had to pay 4.5 packs of cigarettes. Then Han Feng got down to business, not forgetting that they also needed medicine for Brother Li. He chose saline solution, iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxiclav, and cefazolin, all as Jin Shui had said. For all this, the main character had to pay a whopping 17 packs of cigarettes, which sounded quite expensive. Zhang immediately whispered that they didn't have enough cigarettes, but Han Feng was prepared for this turn of events, so he brought something else with him. Thus, they paid 6 packs of cigarettes, 3 tomatoes, which were equivalent to 7 packs, and 1 banana. After that, the robot announced that the payment had been successful, so now our heroes had to wait for the goods to be delivered. Han Feng began to fear that they would be killed after taking the payment, but Zhang was confident that this market was honest. A few minutes later, the mechanical assistant returned with all the necessary medicines in its compartment. He also brought 3 living people whose condition was too terrible. Zhang immediately rushed to embrace his brothers, who had suffered so much during this time. Meanwhile, the robot approached Han Feng again to deliver 10 discs and 30 magazines. The old man noticed this and pointed out that the main character seemed to need to know when to stop with the magazines. Leaving the market, the guy promised that he would never set foot here again, and Zhang asked if he could share at least a couple of magazines with him. They began to haggle with each other, and then Yuan Yi joined the conversation, demanding 2 copies for himself because he had been carrying them all for too long. In unison, Zhang and Han Feng shouted that children shouldn't be looking at such things, so the boy simply resigned himself to his fate. It turns out that the man in one of the buildings had been waiting for our heroes all this time and now decided to take his first shot. The bullet hit Han Feng right in the chest, who did not have time to react to the danger. The boy watched all this with fear in his eyes, realizing that his life was hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, the bandit gloated over his luck and believed that the guys should have gone to meet their ancestors long ago. The others quickly hid among the abandoned cars so as not to be targeted. Chung understood that they needed to deal with the rest of them quickly, otherwise they would be burned and then they would be in big trouble. He fired relentlessly at the building, trying to hit the bandit who had dared to attack their team. The sniper had to move away from the window because he couldn't figure out where the old man was hiding yet. Seizing the moment, he fired again, while Tsang was still grieving over the terrible death of his brother Hani. It turned out that the main character had simply asked his comrade to distract the enemies, but the latter had gone a little overboard. The guy was safe and sound, just hiding away from the others, lurking somewhere in the shadows. He was angry that someone dared to shoot at him from around the corner, so now he was going to take full revenge. Han Feng moved as quickly and quietly as possible so that the bandit would not notice him under any circumstances. With a few deft jumps between rusty cars, he moved to the right building. The protagonist carefully moved along the walls while Song continued to actively fire at their enemy. Finally, he noticed something glinting in the window above and immediately decided to use the red light to eliminate the target. The bandit was seriously frightened when he noticed a strange glow in the window of his hideout. In the end, Han Feng covered almost the entire building, which slowly began to collapse under the influence of his abilities. The man was the first to fly out of the hole in the wall, while his partner tried to figure out what was going on. The bandit didn't have time to grab onto anything, so now he was helplessly falling down. With a deafening crash, the entire building collapsed in a matter of seconds, turning into a mountain of concrete. It looked like anyone who had been caught under all those ruins would certainly not have survived such a disaster. In the end, it turned out that the bandit had managed to survive the fall and was now trying to get out. At that moment, Han Feng was already nearby and asked if the guy was surprised by his trick. The bandit was very surprised when he saw the main character in front of him, because he was already sure that he was dead. Then the guy pointed a gun at him and noted that going outside with a bulletproof vest was a pretty logical decision. The bandit still couldn't understand where an ordinary person got such protection and thought that he was a soldier from the base. He then took Han Feng for some kind of commander and said that he himself belonged to the White Tiger Gang, which had long since switched sides to their organization. The main character didn't listen to all this nonsense for too long and shot the scoundrel right in the forehead. In fact, all these excuses about the base only hastened the man's end. Then Han Feng turned to the woman who was with this bandit, emphasizing that she didn't need to hide because he had already heard a woman's voice in the building. The girl was sitting under the rubble, trembling with fear, trying not to make a sound so that she would not be found. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she was too afraid to come out to our hero, who had already killed her partner. At that moment, she noticed a backpack with cigarettes that she had managed to save during the fall. Finally, the girl came out of her hiding place and asked Han Feng not to shoot her, pretending that she was not in cahoots with the bandit. She fell to her knees and began to tell him that this scoundrel had attacked her and held her captive for many days. The stranger handed the main character a backpack with cigarettes, which the scoundrel had allegedly taken from her. The girl was grateful for being saved and promised that from that day on, she would be Han Feng's person, so he could order her to do whatever he wanted. The young man certainly did not expect to get such a beauty, so now he was a little confused by all this awkwardness. He immediately began to act like a noble hero and promised the girl that they would not hurt her. It turned out that it was all a trap, because the girl had hidden a weapon in her backpack. When the main character got close enough to her, she immediately swung her knife at him. Han Feng also did not hesitate and confidently pulled the trigger of his pistol. The girl did not expect anyone to dare to shoot such a beauty as her, and now she believed that our hero was definitely not a man because of this action. It turns out that the young man had guessed everything from the very beginning, because he did not believe that she had been held captive without torn clothes, without scratches, and even with makeup. In the end, the girl fell lifelessly into the snow, leaving behind a backpack with cigarettes. Zhang noted that the main character was indeed a good man, because he himself, seeing such a beauty, would have wondered whether to shoot or not. Han Feng explained with some pain in his voice that she reminded him of someone he used to know, referring to Hyun. After that, the guy grabbed the backpack and saw that there were indeed a lot of cigarettes in it, so he couldn't understand why these people didn't exchange them for food at the market. Then Zhang explained that without a club card, you simply couldn't get in, and membership cost 5 packs of cigarettes. Finally, the main character understood what the problem was with these gangsters, who only had 4 packs of cigarettes. In the end, the whole team decided not to waste any time and set off on their journey through the snow-covered ruins of the city. Upon returning to the Union's hideout, they immediately treated their wounds and helped Li Ji. The next day, Brother Li woke up and couldn't understand why all his friends were shouting joyfully at his bedside. The 3 rescued men also regained consciousness, and it turned out that they were all the oldest members of the Union. Zan also consulted with the other brothers and again offered Han Feng the position of head of their organization. But Han Feng was not at all enthusiastic about the idea. The main character explained that he had only helped them because of Li Ji, as he understood that they only wanted to draw him into the gang and make him work for them. 2 days later, when Li's brother's wounds had finally healed, the young man came to him to tell him that it was time to say goodbye. This brought tears to his comrade's eyes because he still hadn't thanked Han Feng for saving him. The young man asked him not to worry, promising to send a shipment of supplies to the Union every month, and if they needed anything else, they could always contact him by radio. Li Ji thanked the main character again for everything, and was now confident that with his help, they would be able to save Mr. Liu. A few seconds later, he felt that he had expressed his emotions too violently, causing his wound to hurt badly again. In the end, Brother Li was elected head of the Union thanks to the protagonist's supplies, but that was a completely different story. Han Feng Qiu and Yuan, he finally set off for home on a fast snow wave. The main character acknowledged that the young man had worked hard these past few days, so he promised to give him a warm welcome when they returned home. He said that their villa had heated floors, a TV, and a game console, and Qiu added that they also had a bathtub. Yuanyi became quite interested when he heard such an attractive description of their home. In the end, he was very disappointed when he saw the real situation and thought it would be better to go back to the cave. It turned out that their entire villa was covered in ice, and there was no sign of any entertainment. The main character immediately ran to check the condition of the entire system and saw that the coal boiler was no longer working. The generator had also been covered in ice for a long time and had stopped working. It was especially upsetting for the vegetable garden, which Han Feng had worked so hard on for so long. The guy couldn't understand how it happened that all the heaters simply burned to the ground. The main character complained that these devices were of terrible quality. In fact, he began to recall that at the time, their team thought they would return to the villa that same day, so they didn't turn off the heaters. As a result, they had been running non-stop for several days, overheated, and broke down. In any case, the main character first had to restore all the electricity in the house. Then he saw that the fuel had run out, even though there was still some left in reserve. Finally, Han Feng realized that the diesel fuel had simply frozen, although last time they started the generator, there were no such problems. Now the problem was that they needed to raise the temperature in the building to melt the fuel, and to raise the temperature, they needed electricity and a heater. To have electricity, they needed to start the generator, so our hero was at a complete dead end. In addition, the guy understood that you couldn't light the fuel with a torch. He realized that he would probably have to use his superpower and stun gun. The main character already knew that he needed to control the energy and only melt the fuel without setting it on fire under any circumstances. After a while, Han Feng noticed that the temperature was gradually rising and the frost was melting. Finally, a spark from the stun gun accidentally reached the already melted fuel. Then everything inside caught fire, burning the frightened Han Feng, who immediately jumped aside. The entire generator caught fire in an instant, which did not bode well. Thick smoke began to fill the room, while the main character choked and coughed from all the smoke. The lights came on in the house, but the problem was that now everything was filled with smoke. QQ immediately jumped up, thinking that the Dark Messenger had appeared, and took up a fighting stance. Then the main character appeared from another room, almost completely covered in soot, and asked what was going on. The guys desperately tried not to laugh out loud at what they saw, and only replied briefly that nothing had happened. Now they finally had electricity, but if the heaters overheated again from prolonged use, the house would freeze again. Han Feng thought about the need for a reliable heating method to solve this problem once and for all. The guy was so deep in thought that he didn't notice he was leaning on one of the generator pipes. Suddenly, he felt something incredibly hot burning his back, causing him to flinch from the piercing pain. The main character wondered what could have heated up to such a temperature and assumed it was the generator's radiator. Suddenly, this situation gave Han Feng an idea. At that moment, Yuan Yi approached him and asked if he could finally go home. Our hero had no intention of letting the boy go home so easily, because he wanted him to help him with one more thing. He asked if there were any steel pipes or something similar in the warehouse, because he wanted to install a heating system in the villa. Yuan Yi had no idea what the guy wanted from him, but he just wanted him to lead them to the cave, and they would look for it themselves. It turned out that QQ had already contacted their partners, and her wayward little sister had told them that there was a whole warehouse full of steel pipes there. The main character understood that now was not the time to delay, and Yuan Yi was already tired of all these requests from him. At that moment, the eccentric girl suddenly announced that it was time to reveal her new magic to the world. She showed the guys an improved version of her spatial eye of darkness. In this way, the girl was able to simply transfer her ability to Yuan Yi, who had to put all the necessary things there to transfer them to the other side. Han Feng was shocked when he saw this trick, because he certainly did not expect his partner to be capable of something like this. Then QQ demonstrated that she had another spatial eye of darkness. The main character was shocked by this sight, so he immediately asked how the girl did it. She said that shortly after she overeated, she developed a second spatial eye. The guy agreed that it sounded quite logical, because his abilities were gradually increasing, so the powers of the weirdo should not stand still either. In any case, Yuan Yi had a task from our hero, so he wasn't particularly happy about it anyway. Half an hour later, the young man was already in the cave, and together with Jin Shui, was immersing the pipes in QQ's storage. In an instant, these pipes appeared in our hero's villa, so the girl's plan worked. The main character storing all these materials agreed that the new skills of the oddballs were very useful. When all the pipes were ready, the guy announced that now it was his turn to demonstrate his skills. First, Han Feng decided to turn off the generator to make it easier to work on. There was water cooling here, so the guy quickly figured out how to use hot water from the radiator. To do this, he needed to connect the radiator outlet to a steel pipe. This way, hot water would flow through the pipes and circulate throughout the house. If he softened and bent the steel pipes, he would have the simplest battery system. Now, all the main character had to do was install these improvised batteries everywhere. Then he had to use a pump to pump the water back into the radiator, reheat it, and use it in a cycle. After finishing all the preparations, Han Feng confidently pressed the button to start the generator and the heating system. The entire system hummed successfully and began to work again, accelerating its speed. QQ immediately began to touch the walls where the pipes were hidden and reported that she still did not feel any heat. The main character sat down on the sofa to rest and asked his partner not to worry about it and just wait a little. Half an hour later, their entire house was filled with the long-awaited warmth, and all the ice began to melt little by little, turning into steam. In the end, it got so hot that Han Feng and Chukyu had to take off their extra clothes. The guy calmed down a little when they solved this problem, but he still couldn't get rid of the obsessive thought that they had forgotten something. Finally, he remembered with horror that the vegetable garden was still frozen. The main character quickly ran to deal with this problem, and soon all the plants thawed. He worked hard to get the basement heating working again. After that, Han Feng sat down on a chair in the middle of the room and used the green light to see if the vegetables would survive. Half an hour later, the guy realized that his efforts had been completely ineffective. The radish had grown so small that it was unlikely that anything could be cooked with it. The tomatoes were also green, but they were so large that it seemed a shame to throw them away. Han Feng carefully brought the fresh fruit grown in underground greenhouses to his mouth and took his first bite. In the end, he felt that it was just bitter and sour, definitely inedible. The main character resigned himself to the fact that he had failed and was now going to plant everything again. He went to the eccentric woman and asked for new seeds because all the vegetables in the basement had rotted. The girl emphasized that the Eye of Evil had said that, in addition to vegetables, offerings of fruit and berries were needed, ideally strawberries. She also said that she wanted steak, and Han Feng noticed that at first it was only about offerings for the evil eye, but now it turned out that she herself wanted to eat. At that moment, the main character suddenly remembered an important detail. The guy thought that if he mixed beans, meat, and green and red light, he would get more meat. Then he returned to the basement and took one of the frozen cabbages. It turns out that Han Feng thought about trying to mix the beans and the head of cabbage to get a huge cabbage. Now the main character felt stronger energy than before, so if he could catch the rhythm of the energy fluctuations, everything would work out. He lost his concentration for just a second, and the cabbage immediately turned into a pile of black coals. Now it turned out that it wasn't as easy as growing meat. Since nothing worked out with beans and cabbage, Han Feng didn't give up and tried to combine lettuce and cabbage. In the end, the protagonist failed completely, and all his efforts went to waste. Han Feng realized that he would not succeed with this, so now it was the turn of green tomatoes. He didn't give up and took another handful of soybeans to combine them with the vegetables. The main character concentrated on the sensations of energy fluctuations in their rhythm. The guy did not take his eyes off the process and was completely involved in it, watching every change in power. In the end, he saw that the tomato in his hands had grown several times larger. The only problem was that the tomato was still green, so it was definitely not ready to eat. In any case, the protagonist decided to try the vegetable, hoping that the taste had improved. Han Feng again tasted only bitter sourness, so nothing had changed at all. In the end, he successfully grew a giant radish, which was at least some kind of success. The guy immediately tasted the vegetable, and it turned out to be quite normal without that strange taste. He concluded that the tomatoes were simply not ripe yet, which is why they were sour and bitter, while the enlarged radish tasted the same as usual. In other words, fruits and meat retain their original taste when enlarged. QQ immediately noted that all they had to do was grow ripe strawberries and increase their size so that they could eat their fill. The guy was startled when he saw the eccentric girl because he didn't expect her to be in the basement too. She wanted to tell him that her sister Jin had said she was already back, so there was no need to pick her up. Their partner had also brought some kind of pet with her, which was quite surprising. Very soon, Zhang Shuiyu returned to their shelter with an animal she had picked up along the way. The main character was shocked when he saw that the stray was a huge white bear. The girl assumed that Belyash was a polar bear that had escaped from the zoo, which turned out to be very cute and obedient, so she wanted to help him. Han Feng couldn't believe that she really thought that about a huge predator. Then the nurse said that she rushed home immediately after leaving Miss Zhang. But on the way, the little guy suddenly ran past her and tried to attack her. Frightened, Zhang Shuiyu instinctively struck out, accidentally injuring the animal. The nurse immediately felt ashamed of her cruel act, so she took the bear with her to treat it. Now the main character understood where the predator's wound on its face came from and why it looked so frightened. Anyway, our heroes decided to take the bear home with them, probably because there was always enough food. After a few days, the animal got used to them, although it was still afraid of Zhang Shuiyu. It is also worth mentioning that the bear sled proved to be a very fast mode of transportation, and the bear was satisfied with artificial meat, so it would not touch the precious vegetables, which made it seem quite economical. After a short walk with the main character, their new pet collapsed tiredly on the doorstep. Zhang Shuiyu immediately noticed that Belyash was tired, so she went over to cheer him up. He immediately hid behind Han Feng's back, so she couldn't understand why the animal was so afraid of her, even though she was his savior. A few days later, our heroes were already enjoying their first strawberry harvest. The boy didn't waste any time and immediately used his abilities in soybeans to make the strawberries bigger. Zhang Shuiyu and Han Feng immediately rushed to try the huge berry, which turned out to be just as delicious. At this time, Qiu was busy using her ability to send their harvest to her sister. Zhang Zhuqing was surprised when she saw these berries and couldn't believe they were real strawberries. Soon, she, Zixi, and Yuan Yi had eaten so many berries that they never wanted to eat them again. At that moment, there was a loud explosion somewhere nearby, causing the walls of the building to shake. This caused the girl to fall off the bed, while Zhang Zhuqing already sensed that this was someone with abilities. Then in the middle of the dark tunnel, two eyes appeared, glowing bright red with a threatening light. It turned out to be the giant from the base, who had finally reached his goal. He was followed by the distinct and heavy footsteps of a large number of soldiers, which echoed through the corridor and quickly approached the room. The squad of soldiers ran in clearly and in unison immediately after the giant appeared. It turned out that all this was the work of Zhang Dongshu and his new partner. When the military captured the entire base, they immediately lined up against the wall to let their command pass. Then the captain waved his finger and announced that the reserve group should now come out. These were ordinary people without any special training, who were supposed to search everything thoroughly so as not to let anyone get away. He promised that if they completed the task successfully, they would all be promoted and each man would get a beautiful woman. The fighters did not doubt his words for a second and immediately rushed forward to carry out the order. Zhang Dongshu knew very well that this underground warehouse was a maze, and their opponents were three dangerous psionics, so these losers were well suited for reconnaissance to avoid an ambush. The girl who was with him reminded him that the captain did not seem to have the authority to award them, but he emphasized that the reward was for the living, and the dead had no use for it. Then he suspected that Captain Yan wanted to act separately, but she replied that he could do as he wished. Zhang Dongshu immediately turned to the giant Jin and announced that he was now his commander. The super soldier was a little confused by this news, but did not resist and immediately followed his new boss. Captain Yan, although she did not particularly resist her colleague, was still unhappy with his insolent behavior. After calming down, she explained to her squad that they were staying here in case of an enemy attack so that they would not cut off their retreat. Meanwhile, the men who had been used as cannon fodder happily ran from room to room. Zhang Dongshu calmly followed them, accompanied by soldiers, because he believed that there was no need to take risks when there was a reserve group. The captain had no idea that they had been closely watched all this time. Zhang Zhuang used her ability to track the super soldiers' vibrations and knew exactly where they were going. She then informed Zixi and Yuan Yi that there were two super-powered individuals at the bottom who were approaching their room. It turned out that these soldiers had come from underground, and traps had only been set at the entrance because their team had not expected the enemy to attack from deep within the cave. The second problem was that Yuan's abilities were completely useless in a cave without snow. Zhang Zhuoqing realized that she could hardly handle these two on her own, not to mention the rest of the soldiers, who were too numerous. For this reason, she decided to turn to Han Feng, who couldn't understand what other people with superpowers she was talking about. The woman explained that the two had suddenly appeared from underground, so they were unprepared and decided to retreat. The main character tried to find out who their opponents were and if they had reinforcements. Then Zhang Zhuoqing said that she had not yet encountered any enemies, but she knew that one of them was very tall, much taller than an ordinary person. When the guy heard that someone huge had come out of the ground, he immediately thought that it was the giant he had already encountered. Finally, Zhang Zhuoqing asked her sister not to worry about her and promised to contact her again when they were safe. She hung up while all our heroes stared at the radio, wondering what to do next. Finally, Han Feng realized that the situation had become critical and there was no time left to think. The guy was worried that if their allies did retreat, the weapons and ammunition from the cave would fall into the hands of the base. Then Brother Lee and the other residents of the city would be in danger because a real war would begin. In addition, Han Feng himself lived not far from the cave, and if the base captured it, he could easily be discovered. It was obvious that once our hero's location was revealed, the enemies would surely attack. That is why the young man decided to return these supplies, and if that did not work, then simply destroy them. Then he jumped up from his seat and confidently declared that they could not abandon their ally. Han Feng also added that Miss Zhang was Chu Qiu's sister, but the girl herself was not worried about it at all, because in case of anything, the guys could easily escape. The main character was surprised that his partner wasn't worried about her sister at all, but she had already noticed that the guy was acting a little strange. After thinking for a moment, Chu Qiu figured out what was going on, and a guess flashed in her eyes explaining Han Feng's excitement. It turned out that she thought the guy had fallen in love with Zhang Zhuqing and promised to bless their union only if he started calling her sister. The girl was literally sure of her guesses, while Jin Shui couldn't even understand what they were talking about. Then Chu Qiu whispered that the wisdom of the evil eye told her that Mr. Han Feng was in love with her sister and now wanted to do something heroic. In the end, our heroes decided not to waste any more time and harnessed the bear to get to the military base as quickly as possible. The guy wasn't particularly happy with his company because he could have handled it alone. It turns out that Jin Shui had decided to attach a machine gun to their pet and now wanted to help the man who had saved her in many situations. The main character tried to talk her out of it, but the girl had no intention of giving up on her plan. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuqing and her partners were already rushing through the corridors of the base to reach the exit faster than their opponents. Zishi skidded a little on the turns, but she still skillfully controlled the wheelchair in her hands. Suddenly, they encountered their first enemy, who silently emerged from the shadows of the corridor. It turned out to be the very same fighters from the reserve unit who were not averse to capturing such pretty girls. The guys quickly reacted to the threat and turned to Zhang Zhuqing, who was armed with an automatic rifle. Without wasting any time, the woman immediately opened fire on the enemies, catching these losers off guard. Due to their inexperience, the fighters were unable to do anything about it, so they fell to the ground again. Zhang Dongshu immediately heard that shooting had started somewhere nearby, so he immediately signaled to his team. He ordered his soldiers not to let these people with superpowers escape under any circumstances. Zhang Zhuoqing understood that they had no time to waste, so she was going to use her powers and asked the others to quickly grab the armrests of the chair. Zishi couldn't understand what their partner was up to, but Wang Yi understood immediately. Before striking her enemies, the woman advised the guys to hold on tight. Thus, they pushed off and flew at full speed in the other direction of the corridor. Meanwhile, the soldiers flew in different directions, unable to resist such a powerful blow. One of them crashed right into the giant, who was the only one able to stay on his feet. The super soldier threw the fighters in different directions because he wanted to reach his goal as quickly as possible and earn his reward. A few seconds later, Zhang Zhuoqing, Zishi, and Yuan Yi were almost at the cave exit. At that moment, they noticed that the giant had managed to catch up with them after all. The chair still hadn't stopped, and the guys realized that they might crash into a pile of rocks. The woman asked her companions to hold on tight because she was going to use her skill again. She pushed off the ground again, leaping over the high stone wall that blocked their path. Next, Zhang Zhuoqing asked the girl to blow up the entrance to block the path for their enemies. The giant was about to catch up with their team, but it was too late because Zishi had activated her tags. A second later, there was an explosion that instantly cut off the enemies from the team, collapsing the heavy ceilings of the base. Meanwhile, our heroes were very close and were frightened when they heard such a terrible roar. Han Feng immediately used his skill to catch his allies and now saw that all three of them seemed to have escaped successfully. Soon they fell somewhere in the middle of the snow with a cry, trying to hold on to the chair. In the end, the chair's wheel hit one of the rocks hidden under the snow. Now the guys couldn't hold on to the pile and flew off in different directions. Meanwhile, the giant also broke free from the rubble and became very angry that someone had dared to blow him up. Zhang Zhuoqing did not expect such a powerful enemy to appear before them. They all looked helpless in front of such a huge soldier, whose massive figure towered over them like a rock. Zishi and Yuan Yi also froze in fear and could not attack their opponent in return. Finally, the giant struck with his huge fists, and the earth beneath the boys' feet shook from the devastating collision. At that moment, the air was torn apart by machine gun fire and the whistling of bullets. They all flew toward the giant, but it was difficult to reach his body because it was protected by armor. Han Feng skillfully controlled the sled and shouted joyfully that they had met the strong man again. In turn, Jinshu skillfully operated the machine gun so that the enemy did not dare to move. The guy quickly drove up to Zhang Zhuoqing and held out his hand for her to jump onto their sleigh. The giant was incredibly angry when he saw the main character who had caused him problems in the past. So this time, he was determined to finish him off. While he was thinking about attacking Han Feng, Jin Shui was already right next to him and was about to attack. The girl had enough strength to lift the machine gun and hit the giant on the head with all her might. Zishai was surprised by this sight because she didn't know that the nurse was so strong. Meanwhile, the girl herself did not hesitate and immediately grabbed the children to save them from the super soldier. They all jumped onto the sled and tried to get away from there as quickly as possible. The giant became even angrier that Jin Shui had managed to hit him after all, and now promised that he would not let our heroes go so easily. Han Feng saw that he was not going to fall behind them and was too resilient. Then he asked Yuan Yi if he could use the snow on the side to cause an avalanche and stop the giant. With one hand, the young man used his abilities and tried to distract the enemy. In the end, he succeeded, and the sled finally managed to break away from the giant. In fact, the soldier was not at all afraid of this pile of snow, because he was sure that he could crush our heroes with just one blow. Suddenly, a blue flame flew past him, causing the giant to stop for at least a second. A moment later, this force formed a wall right in front of the giant's face. The soldier had to take cover from the dense stream of snow flying in his direction and completely blocking his view. He shouted at our heroes not to run away from him, but meanwhile, a voice behind him ordered him not to chase them. It was Zhang Dongshu, who explained that they had more important things to do and that chasing these people away was enough for their mission. Meanwhile, our heroes had already reached the platinum where Han Feng had once hidden. When everyone stopped at the shelter, Cece began to talk about how cool Jin was, while Yuan Yi admired the white bear. Then the main character turned to his partner and asked her to take Miss Zhang and the others away while he covered them. The guy promised to just open the floodgates if the soldiers did chase after them. Zhang Zhuoqing, Zixi, and Yuan Yi froze when they heard this and remembered how Han Feng had treated them cruelly last time. Soon Jinshu and the others rushed away, so our hero began to prepare for his fight with Base. He quickly returned to the cave where a powerful explosion had recently rocked the ground. The young man saw that the entrance was completely blocked and there was no one at the guard post. Even if he encountered soldiers with his reinforced clothing, they would pose no threat to him. Only the strong man and the other person with abilities were dangerous, but they were now deep inside the cave, so they shouldn't have crossed paths. Then Han Feng quickly approached the blocked entrance and used softening to get inside. It was too cramped under the rocks, so the guy thought it would be too awkward if he got stuck there. Before that, the main character surveyed the situation and saw that there was no one at the entrance. Then he quickly and deftly squeezed through the small passage and found himself inside the cave. Han Feng gripped his weapon tightly and began to move forward without delay. The young man thought that it all looked a little too strange because there was no one there at all. He was surprised that the base had captured the cave with such difficulty, but for some reason had not sent anyone here for supplies. The main character decided not to pay attention to all these details because his main goal was to destroy the fuel and weapons. The guy remembered perfectly well that there were several weapons depots here, but for some reason he still couldn't find them. At that moment, passing one of the turns, he heard some strange sounds deep in the corridor. It turned out that soldiers were fighting each other here, and many of them had already been killed by the third squad. Hiding behind a rock, Captain An, who was now in a hopeless situation, shouted that Zhang Dongshu was a damn traitor. Now the main character understood that there had been a serious conflict within the gang, which was why no one had gone for supplies until now. Captain Zhang reminded his colleague that those who can adapt survive, so he suggested that she simply surrender. The girl couldn't believe that he had already betrayed the commander, even though he had only appointed him as the leader of the squad. Zhang Dongshu didn't see a problem with this at all, because it was this devil who used people with abilities as cannon fodder and never saw them as human beings. The traitor suggested that she see for herself what his actions had done to him and Lao Jin, who was almost completely covered in crystal. He believed that with the commander they would only die faster, and in the end these words made Captain Anu think. She remembered how her boss was unhappy that she still hadn't taken the warehouses and ordered her to speed up the work. The girl defended her subordinates because Jin Daquan's brain was already overwhelmed by such a workload, but the commander didn't care at all. The base leader always said sternly that he only needed supplies, so he wasn't going to think about how he was going to get them. In the end, Captain Ann realized that the commander really didn't care about their lives. Zhang Dongshu reminded her that now there was only the commander and the one who could only shine at the base, and there were almost no resources left. He also hinted that the girl had already failed her mission, so even if she tried to escape, the boss would not spare her. The soldiers sided with their captain and agreed that with Captain Zhang, there would be plenty of food. The guy himself suggested simply killing the scoundrel and dividing up the base's resources, so all the fighters began to consider this idea. In the end, the soldiers from Captain Ann's squad agreed that these people were right. The girl sighed heavily, realizing that she had no choice but to surrender. Raising her hands with her weapon, she climbed out of her hiding place behind the rock and agreed to her colleague's plan. But at the same time, Captain An was in no hurry, so she demanded that the third squad treat her wounded men. The main character was surprised that they had made peace so quickly, as he had hoped that the conflict would drag on longer. At the same time, he understood that the fact that they would go together to the base commander was quite good. In any case, Han Feng was going to quickly destroy the weapons and ammunition and get out of there. 10 minutes later, the guy finally found the ammunition depot among the long corridors of the military base. He placed explosives in different places to ensure that all useful supplies were completely destroyed. The main character did this diligently, not missing a single part of the warehouse. He ran from one part to another, putting his cunning plan into action. In the end, all the bombs were successfully planted, so Han Feng was going to blow everything up as soon as he left the cave. In fact, the young man was even afraid to imagine what kind of explosion there would be, given the thousands of barrels of fuel and piles of shells. He then entered a corridor with cameras, from where he had to make 2 more turns to reach the exit. At that moment, the main character was passing by Zhang Shuyu, who was still sitting behind bars. The main character stopped abruptly, realizing that he had completely forgotten about his acquaintance. Meanwhile, the hostage, who had already been helped by the people from the base, was also surprised to see Han Feng here again. He immediately began to call for help, fearing that the guy would attack him again. Our hero didn't think twice and fired a couple of bullets at Zhang Shuyu to keep him from interfering. After that, he fell to the floor with a dull thud and was no longer a threat. Captain An and Captain Zhang, who were shaking hands at that moment, noticed all the strange noise. Han Feng ran quickly through the corridors, thinking that he should have shot the bastard long ago to get rid of unnecessary problems. He saw that his enemies were already running after him and knew that they would definitely catch him if they caught up with him. Zhang Dongshu immediately ordered the first squad to follow the map and block the tunnel exit until they found the main character. The young man was already running through another warehouse, desperately trying to outrun his opponents. He ran past the damaged cannons and now realized that the exit was very close. After passing the last turn, Han Feng was incredibly happy that he had managed to escape after all. At that moment, the first squad sent to block the exit appeared. The soldiers shouted loudly that they had found the intruder, so the guy also noticed them. Without hesitation, the soldiers immediately opened fire on our hero. Han Feng used green and purple light to protect himself from the bullets, but now he couldn't understand how they had come at him from the other side. The surprised soldiers immediately stopped when they saw that the bullets had no effect on the main character. Meanwhile, the guy opened fire in response and killed all the enemies in a couple of seconds. He was glad that he was able to think so quickly, because otherwise he would have definitely died. Han Feng wasted no more time and quickly ran to the pile of rocks to get outside. He also did not forget to set the timer before leaving the cave. The main character figured that 120 seconds should be enough for him to run to a safe distance. Having done everything he needed to do, he again used the purple light on the rocks to squeeze his way out. When everything turned into a soft slurry, he slipped underneath before he was spotted. The main character still couldn't stop thinking about how many supplies there were here, which made it too painful to blow up the base. As Han Feng crawled out, he heard footsteps behind him again. It was the giant, who immediately recognized the purple light and realized that they had encountered the man with the beans. He immediately rushed forward to finish off the scoundrel who had hurt him so badly last time. The giant put all his strength into the ground, trying to catch up with the fugitive. At that moment, the chief felt the whole pile of stones begin to shake, which looked too threatening. In the end, half of the cobblestones fell down, and at the last second, Han Feng was able to dodge his doom. The giant had no intention of giving up on his goal of killing the Bean Man, so our hero prepared for battle and was annoyed by his bad luck. The guy also remembered his timer and now realized that he needed to finish off his opponent quickly, because otherwise the explosion would hit him too. Han Feng was about to shoot the giant, but a huge stone appeared in front of him, deflecting all the bullets. Soon the stone wall completely blocked the entrance, and the bullets only hit this shield. A moment later, the giant emerged, easily breaking through the barrier in front of him. He punched the main character right in the stomach with all his might, causing him to bleed from the mouth. Han Feng was unable to stay on his feet from such power, so he flew helplessly into the wall. In any case, the guy was not going to give up so easily, so despite the pain, he gathered himself to fight back. The giant tried to hit our hero again, but he managed to react in time and jump aside. Thus, the young man found an opportunity to escape from his opponent, who took too long to turn around to catch him. Han Feng also saw that the remote control was broken, so now the bomb's timer could not be stopped. In addition, the exit was completely blocked, so he had no idea what to do in this situation. Now the main character couldn't understand why the hell he had rushed and set the explosion time in advance. The giant tried again to use his powers to destroy the floor beneath Han Feng's feet. The guy didn't hesitate either and used reinforcement to stop his opponent. Thus their powers collided, holding each other back. The main character decided to leave only the purple light and apply softening. The giant immediately felt his hands sinking into the softened concrete. He was completely stuck in this trap, floundering helplessly while Han Feng ran away at full speed. The young man had to run back, so very soon he found himself near the damaged cannons again. There was just over a minute left before the explosion, so the main character knew he had to find a safe place. The guy quickly used his skill to see where the enemies were now and saw that the big guy was no longer chasing him. But now the problem was that Zhang Dongshu himself was chasing our hero. The captain, accompanied by his partner and the rest of the soldiers, quickly moved through the corridors of the base. Turning behind one of the trucks, the guy abruptly stopped his entire team. It turned out that Han Feng was very close by and had managed to hide among the boxes in time, narrowly avoiding being spotted. Zhang Dongshu contacted the giant via radio and yelled at him for letting the intruder get away. Captain Anne suggested that her partner split up, since they were dealing with someone with the same abilities. The main character heard the entire conversation and hoped they would leave quickly. Han Feng knew that the bomb was about to explode, so he was literally in a hopeless situation. At that moment, the girl pointed her gun at him because she heard some strange noises. They all followed the captain's example and also pointed their weapons at the boxes of supplies. The guy started to get incredibly nervous, so he couldn't figure out how to act against people with such a huge amount of weapons. Finally, he figured out what to do and shot red light at the walls of the corridor. Everything began to collapse, so the soldiers immediately lost focus on Han Feng. This allowed him to divert their attention away from himself and quickly escape from his temporary refuge. Zhang Dongshu immediately used his powers to stop the destruction above their heads. In the end, a hole formed above their heads that led straight to the street. The captain was too angry at the protagonist's audacity, so he ordered his subordinates in a stern voice to chase after Han Feng. Meanwhile, our hero ran forward at full speed, trying to get out of the base in time. He decided to glance at the timer on one of the explosives and saw that there were only 11 seconds left. Han Feng sped up even more because time was running out, and every moment of delay could lead to the only way to salvation being blocked forever. Zhang Dongshu went all the way to the end, so he promised 50 kilograms of beef to whoever caught that guy. Then a burly man ran up to them and asked the captain to wait and not go without him. The leader was not interested in his help at all because he couldn't do anything right. At that moment, he heard the beeping of a timer on one of the explosives nearby. The guy quickly turned around and saw that the dynamite was tied to one of the fuel barrels. Finally, there was a powerful explosion right in front of the giant, who did not have time to reach his teammates. Captain Anne also managed to react to the threat and ran away with her people from the epicenter of the explosion. A second later, all the explosives began to detonate, turning everything around them into a hell of fire and shrapnel. The main character realized that this was the end because everything began to explode. In addition, enemies who were trying to escape the explosions ran towards the guy. Captain An was incredibly angry at Han Feng, who, like an idiot, had decided to blow up the fuel depot. Hearing her stern tone, the young man immediately sped up so that they would not catch up with him and finish him off. Our hero immediately thought that he needed to try to delay them, and again used the red light on the wall for this purpose. All the supports collapsed, and several cobblestones fell into the corridor, landing right in front of the soldiers from the base. Captain Anne did not stop and made a couple of leaps upward, not intending to let Han Feng go. She shouted that she would simply kill the main character, who now feared this harsh woman even more. Meanwhile, the fire had already engulfed the corridor behind them, so all the soldiers burned alive. The girl paid no attention to all these explosions because Han Feng had become her main target. The main character, whose face was beginning to show signs of a crystal, saw that there was some kind of cave ahead. Captain Anne seemed to know what was there, so she ordered the guy to run ahead. The fire was already very close to their backs, so the girl forgot that she wanted to kill Han Feng. At the last moment, they managed to run into the cave, while another deafening roar sounded behind them. Captain Anne finally stopped and asked the main character to block the passage with his ability, but he was unhappy that someone was telling him what to do. At that moment, the fire had already engulfed the entire military base. The corridors were filled with the piercing screams of soldiers burning alive, tormented by the flames and acrid smoke, unable to escape from the cramped rooms engulfed in fire. As Han Feng had planned, he managed to destroy absolutely all the supplies that were stored here. Between the piles of rubble, bright red flames could be seen, fiercely trying to escape from the cave.